Are we doing it again? I believe we are. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Yes, we are doing it again. Yes, I am doing it certainly. Question is, are you doing it with me? That thing that happens regularly, we've had a bit of a stay away from the screens just for a moment, but back with a bang. So are we banging together? That thing that happens right about this time happening exactly at this time. So the session commences and your company is required. Gather, let's do that thing that we do regularly one more time. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Osinbajo. Another Savior, holy, 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 Osinbajo.
Well, this is MILLIOM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Osinbajo is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Osinbajo is another Savior. Holy, 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 Osinbajo is another Savior. Whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Osinbajo. Another Savior, holy, 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 Osinbajo.
Well, this is MILLIOM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Osinbajo. They were singing out, holy, 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 Osinbajo is another Savior. Holy, 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 Osinbajo is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there you heard it. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu, another savior. The voices of the voices rather of defiance from the Yellow Gary Munchers from the east. So holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. 2023, KEBBI business mogul signs 100 million naira check for TINUBU'S presidential form. So two things in play here. This guy, one, showing faith in Tinubu because, of course, categorically he has the belief, the confidence that Tinubu will win the day, and also signaling to Tinubu's presidency. So that 100 million naira check that this guy has sent, you can fast forward to this time 2023 when this guy goes to collect 100 million, but this time dollars check. So he is signing the naira for a dollar check to come under Tinubu's presidency. 2023, KEBBI business mogul signs 100 million naira check for Tinubu's presidential form. So there it is right there. So he's put his bet in. So he has put his bet in, but is that bet too heavy? Is the question. Anger, condemnation trails APC's 100 million naira presidential nomination form. So if you are asking, essentially, this is an application form for essentially a civil service job. So this is an application form for a job that pays a stated salary, and it's just a public service. So it's not a contract. There's no windfall at the end of it financially, at least legally. So why then would anybody pay 100 million naira for a nomination form, and you expect piety and honesty when that person takes charge of that job? Anger, condemnation trails APC's 100 million presidential nomination form. So corruption already built in from the get-go is essentially the reading of that. But in spite of that, there's no shortage of takers. I have advantage over other presidential aspirants running in the. I have advantage over other presidential aspirants in ruling party APC. The short little man from Ikene now are talking tough and talking big. So he has now found his mojo. Now that he has removed the shackles of obligations to the Jagaban of GBT of Lagos, now he flaps his feathers. I have advantage over other presidential aspirants in ruling party APC. The headline attributed to the diminutive vice president of Nigeria, the little man from Ikene in Ogun State. 2023, oh, okay. So this now 2023 presidency. I can't tell if I would contest ex-president Jonathan. So hold on, I'm coming. Was it Diana Ross or whoever sang that song? Hold on, I'm coming. Essentially, just keep the noise making down. The eagle about to land. The eagle now just gliding in, coasting in to birth. 2023 presidency. I can't tell if I would contest. I can't tell if I would contest ex-president Jonathan. So he can't tell if he would contest is to tell that he will contest. Because if he's not contesting with weeks, just a couple of weeks away now from decisions being made, then he will tell you categorically that he's not going to contest. But he is contesting, though, no doubt about that. But under which party is he contesting, and more to it, under which party should he contest? So a lot of that up for discussion. Boko Haram terrorists are either stupid or don't know God. The voice of exasperation from their Boki from Daura. So so essentially hands thrown up in surrender. This is a surrender language. Fear God now is the answer to the security problem in Nigeria. According to the MALLAM from Daura, Boko Haram terrorists are either stupid or don't know God, says Buhari, who Obasanjo rightly told us has completely run out of ideas. Don't expect anything new or impressive from Buhari was what Obasanjo told us. 2023 presidency, why I am better than Tinubu, AMAECHI, other APC aspirants. Yemi Osinbajo, so the same storyline, different headline, I suspect. So we just pick one of those. We definitely will not be reading both of those. So whichever one we read first, that will suffice for that space. On to the next, 2020, road to 2023. Saraki Bala Mohammed emerged PDP Northern consensus presidential candidates. So how can you have two consensus candidates is the question. Because I think who have they jettisoned in that mix? TINUBU'S is the one that has shifted in that space. So how quite you have a consensus with two still that's a narrowed down field rather than a consensus. If we want to be pedantic about language, which we must be, somebody that purports to be British educated medical doctor bringing us a consensus of two. So how is that a consensus? Maybe somebody of a higher perception than me can explain. Road to 2023, Saraki Bala Mohammed emerged PDP Northern Consensus presidential candidates. So we go to that as well. And this, I think, is still the same thing. Just watch out. Goodluck Jonathan reacts to call for him to run for 2023 presidency. So that is a repeat somewhat of the Goodluck Jonathan storyline. So we'll read one of those and abandon the other. So plenty to go through. So lean back, as I said, kick back, as I said, take it easy, as I said. But before you do any of those, the usual protocols are click on the like button, of course, for reasons of propelling the YouTube algorithm. Click on the like button as well for the same reason. So you click on like and subscribe. Haven't done both, then just lean back, take it easy, put on your dancing shoes as we stay in the East to partake in another Python dance.
Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi bu onyedu aimo. O Mary wonenizu Ambiroya Abakare. Mamanda Ora, Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi.
And there it is. I'm trying to adjust the lighting. I just noticed that it's bouncing off my glasses somewhat. I'm not quite sure which one is doing that, or quite yeah. We just have to make do. Like I said, it's just a one-man set. I keep saying it all the time. I'm just one guy in some middle of the road laptop and just a light. That's all. That's the whole thing. You know, sitting in my front room speaking to you. So there's no grandness to it beyond that. It's literally one man. So there it is. There, and it's demonstrably so. So it's demonstrably so. I might well turn my shed into a studio if I feel flushed to do that. But if I'm encouraged by the numbers, then I might turn my shed into a studio and do it properly. But whilst we are at it, this is how it is. 2023, KEBBI business mogul signs 100 million naira check for TINUBU'S presidential form. Let me just have a look, see how it's actually looking on YouTube. That light that is coming. I'm not quite sure. It never used to be like this. So why is it like this now? Is putting me off. So I suspect that it might be off-putting to you. Yeah. Okay, I think that somewhat addresses it somewhat. Okay, I think I think we go with this. We go with this. Oh, let me see. Let me just make a slight adjustment. Yeah, we go with that. We go with that. Oh, okay. So we go with that. So 2023, KEBBI business mogul signs a 100 million naira check for TINUBU'S presidential firm. A KEBBI-born multinational contractor and Director General TINUBU Support Organization, Aminu Suleiman, on Wednesday signed a check to purchase the presidential nomination form for the national leader of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu. This is coming barely 24 hours after the ruling party announced the sale of its presidential nomination form for 100 million naira. Suleiman reiterated his belief in the capacity of the former governor of Lagos State to positively transform Nigeria as president. The statement reads, Director General Tinubu Support Organization TSO, Honorable Aminu Suleiman, signs a 100 million naira check to purchase APC presidential form for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Speaking this evening, Honorable Aminu Suleiman, Director General of the Real Tinubu Support Organization, said, Asiwaju has helped, raised, and lifted a lot of people and is a man with a kind heart. The only thing I can do right now is to buy the 100 million naira APC presidential expression of interest form and nomination form for his father and mentor. So I don't know quite what that means, his father and mentor. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the man of every moment, and he will transform Nigeria when he becomes president. There will be economic growth and prosperity, and Nigeria will be that tells of something place is what it says. The National Coordinator Nigeria Next Level Forum, Oladipupo Oladoshu, also speaking on the development, noted that it is not only true but a confirmation of the firm belief in the capacity of Tinubu to transform the country. He further stated that his group has aimed to ensure that a Yoruba man emerges as the next president of Nigeria. According to Oladoshu, Tinubu has proved his worth through his network and human capacity development, amongst other aspirants. Oladosu, who doubles as the founder and national coordinator of Yoruba Patriots Movement since 2015, said, Aminu Suleiman is the next level forum coordinator for the Northwest. He is a very wealthy businessman, a big-time contractor, multinational businessman, and he has means. When he told me he would do it, I told him he should go ahead. So it is true. I told people that he has 3 advantages over us. In the first instance, he is not from our ethnic nationality. He is a Fulani man from KEBBI State. Secondly, he is a very bold man. He is a lion. And when he is doing his thing, he never looks back. He has the distinctive characteristic. He has that distinctive characteristic like Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. So there it is right there. And if there was ever, if you have ever heard the phrase ringing endorsement, if it doesn't ring any louder than 100 million naira check, or no matter how wealthy you are, if a man dips his hand in his pocket and brings out 100 million naira, then that tells you that he has confidence in what he's doing. And if they're saying that it's a successful businessman, then that just tells you then that he has faith in that space. So faith in that space, but is that faith, is it misplaced? Only the future will tell. But the 100 million naira, though, a lot of people still continue to buckle under just the weight of that expense. Anger condemnation trails APC's 100 million naira presidential nomination form. Shocked and angry, Nigerians have condemned the high cost of the All Progressive Congress APC nomination forms. They described it as a recipe for massive corruption. In their separate reactions, hold on, I think, am I coming into this midway? Let me see. No, that's actually where it started off. So, shocked and angry, Nigerians have condemned the high cost of the All Progressive Congress APC's nomination form. They described it as a recipe for massive corruption. In their separate reactions, they said aspirants, when in office, would loot massively in order to recoup their money. The party yesterday announced it will commence the sales of expression of interest and nomination forms to aspirants in the forthcoming 2023 general elections on Saturday. Its National Publicity Secretary Felix Mokar announced at the end of the party's 11th National Executive Committee NEC meeting that the party has fixed the cost of the party's presidential expression of interest and nomination forms for the 2023 presidential and governorship aspirants at 100 million and 50 million, respectively. Aspirants for senatorial positions would pay 20 million, whilst House of Representatives and Assembly would go for 10 and 2 million, respectively. Forms for female aspirants and persons with disability would be free for any elective positions, whilst youths between the ages of 25 and 40 would purchase forms at a discounted rate of 50%. The party has approved May the 30th and June the 1st for its special convention for its 2023 primary and May the 18th for its governorship primary. In the same vein, candidates would emerge through indirect primaries for all elective positions as against the widely rumored consensus option, meaning delegates would elect candidates at state and national congresses. Those who have so far declared intention to contest for the president include Bola Tinubu, Vice President Those who have so far declared intention to contest for president include Bola Tinubu, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Minister of Transportation Rotimi AMAECHI, Minister of Labor and Employment Chris Ngige, Ebonyi State Governor Dave Umahi, Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, ex-Governor of Imo State Rochas Okorocha, Benga Hashim, Olawepo, and Adamu Gaba. However, President of the Middle Belt Forum, Dr. Pegu Bitros, alleged that pegging the presidential nomination form at such a humongous amount was a plot to scare away qualified Nigerians who would not be able to afford the fees. So APC is saying that politics is not for the poor, but for the rich. It also means that, good Lord, so there's a thing that keeps on flicking up on my screen. You know, those are pop-up little adverts that constitute an annoyance. So APC is saying that politics is not for the poor, but for the rich. It also means that anybody who gets into office after such a huge nomination fee would have to recoup his money, thereby encouraging corruption in public offices. They have devalued and destroyed the Naira, and they still want to destroy it further. President of Arewa Youth Consultative Forum, Alhaji Yerima Yerima Shetima, said the action amounts to a deliberate attempt to disenfranchise the younger generation, saying, I can't imagine a younger person who can muster the courage to buy the form for presidency at such a huge cost. He lamented that the APC by its action has created a situation where Nigeria will continue to parade older generation as leaders. He charged the younger generation in the party to insist that the right thing is done. If the APC decides to put their form at 100 million, the youth must look for alternative platforms because it is not compulsory that they must contest under the APC. We, the youths, constitute over 80% of the voting population, so we can decide the fate of the country, he said. Also, Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center equally added its voice in condemning APCs beyond the reach of the poor form cost. Its executive director, Awal Musa, said the price tag had also rubbished the Not Too Young to Run Act signed by President Buhari in May 2018. Who can legally afford 100 million naira for a presidential ambition? This despicable decision by the APC only serves to marginalize the youth, women, and average citizens. On its part, Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria said anyone who buys the nomination form at such a scandalous amount should be arrested and handed over to the EFCC, ICPC, or police for investigation over the source of the money. We only just finished carpeting the PDP for bastardizing the process of nominating its presidential candidate by inflating the cost of its nomination form to 40 million naira. Little did we know that the politicians who run the federal government and have ruined the national economy will peg theirs at the extravagant cost of 100 billion naira. This same APC government is unable to meet the funding obligations of federal universities and has thereby left millions of students of public schools to roam around in their homes due to industrial strikes by university teachers for over 2 months. We urge Nigerians to initiate citizens' arrest of anyone who buys the APC presidential form at the rate of 100 million naira and hand over these suspects to the relevant law enforcement agencies to explain their source of such huge funds. Citizens must demand accountability now, or we are enslaved by the higher bidder who purchases the seat of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Reacting to the development, Garba Adamu, Gombe-born CEO of IPI Solutions and presidential aspirant, I detest this thing that keeps popping up. Reacting to the development, Adamu Garba, Gombe-born CEO of IPI Solutions and presidential aspirant, tweeted, 100 million naira for the form. If we don't come together and use our collective power to save this country from the strangulation of the money bags, we are doing a great disservice to our generation and that of the future. We cannot continue to buy political offices in Nigeria. We need competent leaders come 2023. Meanwhile, the PDP yesterday closed the sale and submission of expression of interest and nomination forms for Meanwhile, the PDP yesterday closed the sale of submission and expression of interest and nomination forms for aspirants seeking to contest the 2023 general elections on its platform. A total of 17 aspirants have obtained the PDP nomination form for the party's presidential primaries scheduled for May 28/29th. Those who obtained the form include Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation Ayim Pius Ayim, former Senate President Bukola Saraki, former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, Governor Aminu Tambuwal of Sokoto State, Bala Mohammed Bauchi, Yemson Wike River, Udom Emmanuel Akwa Ibom, former pardon me, former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose, and publisher of Ovation magazine, Dele Momodu. So I thought Dele Momodu would have dropped out at the nomination form space because I don't know quite how he's able to afford it. Also in the contest for the PDP presidential ticket, former president, Manufacturing Association of Nigerian Man, Sam Ohuabanwa, investment banker Mohammed Hayita Dean, Cosmos Ndukwe, Charles Ugu, Chukwundi Kalu, Tariala Diana, and Nwachukwu Anakwenze. So there you are, the weird and the wonderful. So the weirds and the wonderfuls, you know, committee, theater of the absurd, committee of the damned, and all of that. So from that to this, I have advantage over other presidential aspirants in the ruling party, APC, the diminutive little man from Ikenne, Ogun State. Nigeria's Vice President, Professor Yomi Osinbajo, has explained why he is the best candidate to clinch the All Progressive Congress ticket for the 2023 presidential elections. Osinbajo, whilst meeting with members and delegates of the APC and Osinbajo support group on Friday, said his experience in the last 7 years had prepared him to become Nigeria's next president. The vice president said he had been exposed to everything related to governance at the local and international level, which informed his intention to run for president. According to him, it is time to reward all politicians and delegates of the party who worked for the success of the party. As he noted, every politician deserves to be treated well and properly. He also added that his administration as president would create a partnership based on trust between the delegates and the political class for the reward of all. Our correspondents quoted him as saying, "Let me begin by congratulating all of us on the very successful completion of our convention. The convention of our great partners, that should be party, the All Progressive Congress. I want to thank you for standing firm and strong so that you are able to hold a peaceful convention." I remember we all saw clips of how they were breaking banners and pulling down walls at that convention. So I'm not quite sure what constitutes peaceful by his understanding. So I want to thank you for standing firm and strong so that you are able to hold a peaceful convention. I also want to thank you for your support for President Muhammad Buhari and our government in Abuja. On April the 11th, 2022, I, your son, your brother, and your friend, declared my intention to run for president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I declared my intention to run with the greatest humility. I have served in the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the past 7 years, and in those 7 years, I have been involved because the president considers it right to do, and in his own generosity and his own openness, gave me every opportunity to attend very sensitive international assignments. As you know, I also acted as president during a certain period when the president was away on medical vacation. Everything that I learned as vice president and everything that I learned as acting president has prepared me to run as president of our country and to function as president of our country. God does not make mistakes. God is deliberate in everything that he does. And by giving me all these opportunities, I have had to see for myself, understand governance for myself, at the highest level of our country's governance to be exposed to everything local and international at the highest level of governance in our country. All of it was not just so that I will sit down and write my memoirs. No, it was to come in handy one day. And I believe the time has come. I believe that that time has come, and I have the responsibility to my country, have the responsibility to you, to all our children, to give all of what I have learned, everything I have learned, all of the service I have given, to be able to give it to our country and to serve our country faithfully, honestly, and transparently. That is my intention. One advantage I will have is that on day one, I can hit the ground running because I know what it takes for all of our politicians and for all of our delegates. I am sure that you will say I haven't spoken about the very important things that I want to do. And I am not going to talk about the economy. I am not going to talk about security. There are so many things that we need to address for that task, not for today. So okay, let's find out how it tails off. Today, I just want to speak briefly. So it's speaking briefly, but we've been reading it for 20 minutes. Today, I just want to speak briefly to our politicians. Every politician is an important nation builder. Everybody who is in politics, everybody is important. There is a reward for doing that. The reason why we are in politics is to build our communities, to build our local governments, our states, or a nation. And our desire to make Nigeria truly the greatest country on the face of the earth. We can achieve it, but every politician deserves to be treated well and properly. So what does treated? You see, those are coded messages. So by the way, treated well, of course, there's only one well-treating that the Nigerian politician understands, and that essentially involves dollars. So if you want to treat a Nigerian politician well, it's just dollars, nothing else. Just forget it. You bring the dollars or you just stay away. So if you want to trade, so we know what it means. We can achieve it, but every politician deserves to be treated well and properly. So it's not the people that deserve to be treated well, though, because the people don't really matter in who becomes the president, but the politicians matter, and he's going to treat them well, and we know what that means. So he did say he was going to continue Buhari's legacy. When we go into politics, we expect to be rewarded. So he hammers it down. So if you are not clear on what he's saying, he hammers it down. When we go into politics, we expect to be rewarded. We expect that we will be rewarded with positions and with opportunities to serve, which is why I am saying to you all who are seated here that as far as I am concerned, you must be the priority. So if there was I mean, God Almighty, what is different between this guy and and Tinubu is the question. It's bribery. That's straight up bribery right there. Nothing else. That's just straight up bribery. Vote for me and you carry on the looting. Nothing will change. You will loot some more. This is just it's just so crass. You know, this is it though. Okay, it's just an annoyance, you know. A lot of people, you see, a lot of people are seduced because the only person, out of all of the voices that we hear in this platform, the only person that cuts through the bullshit the most, sorry about the language, but the only person that cuts through the BS the most is Baba Akure. He says he will take Tinubu over Osinbajo, not because he especially trusts Tinubu, but he already knows that Tinubu is debilitating health-wise and is a rotten to the core crook. But this Osinbajo, who will deal it to one side and dally to the other side, they vote me in. You are the most important. You politicians are the most important. Vote me in and you'll be suitably rewarded. So how has that changed from where we're coming from is the question. But there it is. This is what we do. The little punk from Ikene, it's just the crassness of it. He's not even making any attempt to disguise it in language. That is the real annoyance of it all. Boko Haram terrorists are either stupid or don't know God. They are Boki from Daura. It throws. Well, Obasanjo did tell us that forget this guy. He's run out of ideas if he ever had any in the first instance. Boko Haram terrorists are either stupid or don't know God. A headline attributed to Aboki from Daura. President Muhammad Buhari says Boko Haram terrorists are either stupid or do not know God. Buhari questioned how the terrorists kill innocent people and shout Allah Akbar, God is great, saying it might be because of their stupidity. The president also noted that Boko Haram insurgency had nothing to do with religion or ethnicity. According to News Agency of Nigeria, Buhari stated this when he received the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court ICC, Karim Ahmed Khan, at the State House Abuja on Wednesday. So it's interesting to note who is actually speaking with where this comment is being made. So the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. So are they essentially going to sign off his administration? Because of course, a lot of atrocities leveled against this barbaric administration. So what is the chief prosecutor of the ICC doing the International Criminal Court? Are they going to sign him off for a payout? So has he gone to collect the dollars? The name doesn't fill you with hope. Karim Ahmed Khan. So that already tells you she is Muslim. Karim sounds female. Ahmed is a Muslim name, but that Khan is Pakistani. So a Pakistani Muslim prosecutor of the International Criminal Court going to sign off Buhari's administration that forget how many people you've killed, both the Shiites and the Lekki Toll Gate. Just sign the check and off you go. According to the News Agency of Nigeria, Buhari stated this when he received the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, ICC, Karim Ahmed Khan, at the State House Abuja on Wednesday. We came to the office when things were very bad, but we are educating the people. Education, you see, so it's now education. Though he was going to finish Boko Haram within 6 months if he took power in 2015, but now 7 years later, it's just going to try and educate them. You see, they did. It's a real it's a real travesty. You know. For a country so religious, we've been invested upon with so much evil. We came to office when things were very bad, but we are educating the people. Education is fundamental. Religion and ethnicity are out of it, he said. So the fact that they are predominantly 90-95% Fulani and 100% Muslim has nothing to do with it. Religion and ethnicity are out of it. I'm not sure how many Igbo men are part of Boko Haram, or Yoruba men for that matter. The president said that with concerted public enlightenment, it had become clear to Nigerians that Boko Haram was a perversion of religion rather than an Islamic ideology. So nobody thinks that Boko Haram is anything to do with Islam. Boko Haram is essentially Fulani criminals on a land grab. That's just essentially that's essentially what it is. God is justice. You can't kill innocent people and shout Allah Akbar and God is great. It is either you don't know that God at all, or you are simply being stupid. To say that Western education is unacceptable is very fraudulent. That is why we are fighting them and educating the people, and we are succeeding a lot. So they are succeeding a lot, apparently. Perhaps they should go and explain this to them in Benue State. He added, some people have just made it a lifestyle to cause confusion, destruction, and death on his part. So I think the ICC man is actually a male, not a female. On his part, the ICC prosecutor said that extremism was like cancer, which spreads and can also recede. He said what Boko Haram does in collaboration with Islamic State of West Africa is a perversion of religion. He said the ICC believed in complementarity which promotes collaboration as against confrontation. Can urge Nigeria, in concert with other Sahel/Lake Chad basin countries, to get the United Nations Security Council to refer the atrocities committed by the terrorist group operating in the region to ICC for investigation and trial. So they are going to effect the arrest of Boko Haram, is what this joker has to say. Okay, I am better than Tinubu and Osinbajo and AMAECHI. So I think we've already covered that. Yes, I think we've already covered that in a previous readout. So we leave that and we go on to this. This likely to be the last readout. Road to 2023. Saraki Bala Mohammed emerged PDP Northern Consensus presidential candidates. So then what fate then Atiku? So he flies then a lonely whatever. As the struggle by politicians for the 2023 general election gathers steam, Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed and former Senate President Bukola Saraki have been picked as the Northern Consensus candidates of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. However, out of the two, one would be eventually picked at the primary election scheduled for May the 29th in Abuja. This was the outcome of the meeting of the PDP Northern Elders with General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida on Friday in Minna. So this adds weight to it. Actually, not so much I'm on this website called Sun News, and just every 2 seconds there's another thing that pops up. It doesn't pop up to the side; it pops up right in front of the article, so you're forced to address it. So this is the annoyance that you may hear in my voice. So it looks as though actually this has the endorsement of Buhari. Babangida is the thing. So by extension, does it then have the endorsement of Obasanjo, because they do work in tandem? This was the outcome of the meeting of the PDP Northern Elders with General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida on Friday in Minna, the state capital. The Northern PDP elders, led by Professor Ango Abdullahi, were in Minna, where they held a closed-door meeting with General Buhari, which lasted several hours. The recommendation of the PDP Northern elders was handed to journalists at the Uphill residence of Babangida in Minna by Professor Ango Abdullahi. The recommendation, which signed by only Professor Abdullahi, picked the two aspirants and urged the two to work together to make allowance for further consultation to come up with one consensus candidate. According to the three-page recommendations, for the purpose of this exercise, it is hereby resolved that Governor Bala Mohammed from the Northeast and former Senate President Bukola Saraki from the North Central be presented as the Northern Consensus candidates for the moment. The successful aspirants are hereby urged to work together to make allowance for further consultation to foster understanding among themselves and the PDP community, to ensure a rancor-free primaries in which all eligible candidates will be free to exercise their rights. Professor Ango in the recommendations further disclosed that 4 aspirants from Northern Nigeria presented themselves for consensus, including Governor Aminu Tambuwal, Governor Bala Mohammed, Dr. Bukola Saraki, and Mohammed Hayatuddin. He then pointed out that General Buhari opted for inclusion through wider consultation and assigned him to design a criteria and carry out the necessary consultation with elders and leaders across the 3 geographical zones of the North. Ango said that the process is conducted in 3 stages, which include candidate assessment, zonal assessment, and PDP previous experiences. In the first phase, the opinion of 6 distinguished persons, each from the 3 geopolitical zones, were sought with regard to each of the 4 aspirants. Each of the zonal delegates was allocated 2 votes to choose the first and second choice, making a total of 36 votes in overall. The outcome of the consultation was as follows: 7 votes for Aminu Tambuwal, 10 for Bala Mohammed, 10 for Bukola Saraki, and 5 votes to Mohammed Hayatuddin. One of the elders deferred his vote on grounds of continuing consultation with traditional rulers and other major stakeholders. 2 members did not cast their second ballot, bringing the total to 32 votes cast out of the 36, he said. He said it was then resolved that a leading aspirant from North Central and one from Northeast are to be presented as Northern presidential candidates. The 2 would in turn be required to make further concessions, so that in the end, one of them will be presented as the consensus candidate out of the 4 that presented themselves from the North. Also speaking to journalists, the governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, said that he and Saraki would meet to come up with one consensus presidential candidate, adding that they would do their best to build unity for the North and Nigeria. We have reached an agreement to seek consensus so that we can close ranks and build unity for the North and Nigeria. We are happy that after due process and due consultation involving the PDP Northern Elders Forum, I and Saraki have been chosen as Northern Consensus candidates. We will go ahead and consult more amongst ourselves and bring one candidate. He stated that those who have not made it free to aspire, he stated that those who have not made it are free to aspire if they wish, whilst appreciating Babangida, the Northern Elders, and other members of the PDP for the confidence they have shown in them. The criteria used are transparent and acceptable to all of us. We are not proud or arrogant about this outcome. We are taking it with humility, and we will make sure we reach out to others to make sure PDP comes up with a consensus candidate free of rancor and division, so that we can give Nigerians the leadership they dearly need at this time. He clarified that the consensus is the representation of the North, adding that discussions are ongoing with other aspirants from the South. It looks as though then they are going to land on a consensus space in the PDP. So, gentlemen, I see you. Ete, I see you. Rational Mind, I see you. And Thomas, I see you. So good to have you, gentlemen. I'm not quite sure what is going on with my system today, but there's something. I think it's bouncing off this. Anyway, that's just how it is. So gentlemen, good to have you. So let me confess to Ete if it's ready, and then if it's not, then we'll try someone else. So Ete, are you ready? Okay, we don't have Ete for the moment.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you ready to go, or do you want me to go to?
What did you say?
Are you ready to go, or do you want me to go to someone
No,
else?
no, not now. I'm still busy with some things.
All right. Let me go to Thomas then. Thomas, are you ready?
Oh, yes, I'm ready, one man.
All right, brilliant. Okay, good to have you. So Thomas, then let's start it off where we started off. KEBBI business mogul signs ₦100 million check for TINUBU'S presidential nomination form. So what are you making of that then? No matter how wealthy you are, 100 million is no be beans, as they say in Nigeria.
You're right, one man. It's I'm expecting this.
Sorry, we can barely hear you. Are you able to adjust so we can't hear you?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Not that much better.
Oh, I think I turned down the audio. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
A little better, yeah. Carry on.
Yes, yeah. I'm not surprised, one man. People will do anything for that man. We have saw almost all the candidates. People are buying forms from them. So I know Tinubu will get the same treatment. It's not that he doesn't have the money, but people will like to do that so that at least they can grease their masters, so that anything that comes out, if he finally the man became the flag bearer of the party.
Thomas, we're struggling with the audio a little bit. I have to tell you, the audio we're struggling somewhat.
Oh, one man, hang on. I don't want to loud it too much. Is it good now?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's the distance between you and whichever device you're using.
No. My phone is in my hand. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. But don't worry. We'll just carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. So people will do anything for that man to claim that ticket. So hopefully the man will get the tickets. But I'm not very sure with. But before I forget, we miss you for the last 2 days. But thank God you are back. Yeah. How's the family? So
yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. So I hope the man will get the tickets, but with all indications now, it doesn't look like that. But I hope the man will get the ticket because everybody has been speaking out for him. Some people fighting themselves online, talking about how Osinbajo betrayed the man or so. So I hope the man get the ticket, but I don't think the man will get the ticket. I just hope he will get the ticket. But for every indication, that man I don't know, because the age, how people is talking about his sickness, is not well, is this, is that. I hope he will not work. It will not work against him, because many people are championing for Osinbajo now. Many people are championing for him. So I don't know if I'm still saying this. Somewhat Tinubu thinks Osinbajo really what can I say, betray him.
Betrayed him, yeah.
Yes, betrayed him. Nobody can say nothing about that. That he doesn't betray him. To me, it looks betrayed to him. But in politics, never say never. Never say never. So never trust anybody. They can backstab you. They can do this, because every other aspirant or everyone that has come out for this, is only this Osinbajo ticket that really changed the status quo. Because everyone has been coming out. AMAECHI came out, all of them came out, but because Osinbajo is somewhat close to Tinubu, that is why his nomination is a bit. People are a bit skeptical about what happened in between them. But I hope the man will get it, but it doesn't show like that. Even Buhari, one man, I think by now Buhari should have indicate who he loved to be on that seat. But with all dedication, nobody, some people are pointing finger to AMAECHI, some people are pointing finger to Yaya Bello. But I think by now, Buhari should have at least show interest about the candidate that he wants. But fingers crossed, let's see how it goes. One man.
All right. I think Buhari should be reaching out already to Tinubu. If he's not interested, just tell him to at least use emissaries to ask him to step down. That he doesn't want to give it to him. So they don't have to embarrass him, but because now it's getting, the closer we are getting to it, and the more he continues to be in the race, if he doesn't get it, they would have destroyed him essentially. So, but they don't have to destroy him. If they don't want to give it to him, he has done so much for all of them that they should find it within them to find a way to negotiate him down rather than just subject him to this public ridicule. Thomas, there was a story that I think I missed out reading. So let me just quickly bring it. It's the Goodluck Jonathan space. So let me quickly bring that, and then I'll come back to you to sample your opinion.
Hello, one man. Yeah, I'm here.
No, did you hear me?
I can't hear you.
I said there was a story that I missed out reading. So let me quickly read it out, and then I'll come back to you.
Oh, yes. I will mute myself. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. So this is the Goodluck Jonathan space. I don't think I read this out. 2023 presidency. I can't tell if I would contest ex-president Goodluck Jonathan. Former President Goodluck Jonathan on Friday reacted. Sorry, can you mute yourself, Thomas? Former President Goodluck Jonathan on Friday reacted to calls that he should run for the 2023 presidency. Jonathan said he could not tell if he would run for presidency in 2023. He disclosed this whilst addressing some supporters who besieged his office in Abuja, asking him to run for the presidency in 2023. Jonathan was quoted as saying, "I cannot tell if I am contesting." Hundreds of supporters, including women and youth groups, had stormed his office, asking him to contest for the president in 2023. The supporters arrived at the office with a musical band around 8:50 a.m. They lamented that hunger, insecurity, and unemployment, amongst others, had become the order of the day since he left office. The supporters said that both men and women had turned to beggars because of the unfavorable policies of the present administration. So this is Goodluck Jonathan now saying essentially that he cannot tell at this 11th hour if he's running or not. So which would then suggest to you that he is running, but on which platform, Thomas?
Yes, because as you rightly said, I don't think PDP will give him the ticket anymore. To me, I don't think.
I think their forms have closed anyway. So
yes. It's only APC as a mega party that their forms are open now, and I don't think APC will now. APC will never pick him. Now APC will never pick him because he can't come to that space and override Tinubu or Osinbajo. So one man, he doesn't have the chance of getting. He can get some other party tickets, but if you are not on this two mainstream party,
well, if
I don't think
if he wants to be president, then he has to be one of the two parties. Now, otherwise, he might as well just protect his legacy and be quiet. But go on.
Continue. Go on.
No, I was going to say the only space that is open to him because the PDP, as you said, they've closed their nomination. So they've closed the sales. So the only space that opens for him, there are two opportunities really. It's either they give him special dispensation in the PDP, which a lot of people will react against. especially the people who are really positioning themselves like Sarake, etc. So they could do that, but the only space that opens up still for him is APC. But it's curious that nobody has yet bought a nomination form in his name. So 100 million naira, as I said, a big spend, but then of course they only have to buy it now. So they have up till when the nominations close for him to declare. So Goodluck Jonathan says, I'm still in it, is what he's saying.
One man, the man doesn't have the interest of running. With his body language, what he's doing in Africa, traveling everywhere, I think is good for him. And even APC will not give him the ticket.
Right
either. No, APC will never. No. Would they jettison all these big ones?
He has not said he has. You know, somebody like Goodluck Jonathan, he has already been president for 6 years. His name is already in the history books. So if he's not running, he will just say that I'm not running. But he says, Jonathan said he could not tell if he would run for the presidency in 2023. He hired a band to come and be making noise in front of his office. You know,
but one man, if you are a carry member, if you are like Tinubu or all these people that came out, will you be happy they will put Jonathan over you?
It doesn't matter whether he's happy or not. I mean, that's his own burden.
Yes, so no, they will never allow the party to pass.
Have we lost you, Thomas? All right. I think Thomas may be driving and is going.
SDP, yeah, they don't have any.
Sorry,
they don't have any relevance.
Hold on, we lost you for a moment. I suspect you are driving. Are you driving?
Yes, I'm driving. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, we lost you for a moment. You said they would never allow Jonathan. Who would never allow him?
I mean, those people that have shown interest now, like Tinubu, Rotimi Amechi, Yaya Bello, they will never allow him. And if they want to pick Jonathan, they will love to use like the consensus to pick Jonathan. They will not like it because all of them too, they want to clinch that seat. So to me, Jonathan, I don't think Jonathan is interested in running for the president, because if he's really interested in running for the president, he could have go for PDP, because he still have that big chance in PDP. Because as of now, Jonathan is still a PDP man. I don't think maybe
if we are going to PDP, he would have picked that ticket easily.
That's what I'm saying. Because he's still a PDP man. He has never worked against PDP in any way, and he has been a presidential candidate for them once, and I think he has been in PDP all through their party. So if he wants to be there, he should have shown his interest. But it's people that, people will push these people. The PDP, all those caucus, all those carry members, all those ones that love him, they will push him to. But I don't think he is having the interest of contesting 2023. Because if he really have the interest, he could have go and get the form, and even the chance of getting the candidacy is between 70%, because he has been there before. So, I don't think so. Yeah.
All right. Let me read you this. Former President Goodluck Jonathan on Friday said he cannot declare his intention to run for president in 2023 presidential election now. The former president said this when he spoke to his supporters who visited him in his office in Abuja. According to him, those clamoring for him to run for office should watch out as the whole political process leading to the election has started. So these are his words. He says that, yes, you are calling me to come and declare for the next election. I cannot tell you I am declaring. That political process is ongoing. Just watch out, he said. So just watch out. So that tells you that it's still harboring the ambition, if nothing else. So certainly a declaration, because all he has to do is to decamp get his nomination form and have his hands raised by Abdullahi Adamu, and that is it. You know, but does he have the stomach for a primaries, though, is the question. Or are they already working that in the undergrounds? Because it tells you that processes are already ongoing. It's never over till it's over.
One man, you are right. And unfortunately for him, PDP form has closed. That one is gone. So the only big one is APC. You, as you rightly said, never say never. Maybe he has met with Boo Boo. Even maybe Boo Boo has chosen him. Nobody knows. So let's just see, fingers crossed, as he rightly said, because if he shows his interest in APC, they can decide, everybody can decide to give it to him. They can decide to do that. You never can tell. You never can tell. You never can tell. So the other, Tinubu is already shaking. Tinubu, the Andrades is on the wall. They don't want him. But it's just because of the loyalty, and that is just it. The Andrades is on the wall.
If Goodluck Jonathan declares for APC, and there's a strong indication, even if you read the undertone of his wordings, there's a strong indication that he might. Automatically, Tinubu is out. Rotimi Amechi is also out. So
yes,
it will essentially be him versus Yemi Osinbajo. Who do you think they will go for? Because Yemi Osinbajo, he's vaunting his credentials as vice president. But then, of course, Goodluck Jonathan can present his credentials as president.
As a president? Oh, that would be interesting, one man. And both of them, they are educated person. They have the good in they are not illiterate. Goodluck Jonathan is a professor. So both of them, they have the credentials in that. Then if we are talking about the past credentials, Goodluck still have the higher credentials more than him. So I hope he will do that.
Goodluck Jonathan has already made the decisions successfully that Yemi Osinbajo is promising us that he can make. So Yemi Osinbajo is telling us that if he becomes president, he can make good decisions. But Goodluck Jonathan has already been president, and a lot of people attribute a lot of good decision making to him. The first democratic president to hand over peacefully,
without bloodshed.
That's built most infrastructure in Nigeria. All of that and all of that. They say corruption, but what has changed?
One man, you are right, and also Osinbajo has never vied for any office politically. It's just VP. So and Goodluck has vied for office, and he has won an election before. So he has the upper hand over Osinbajo. But will APC accept him? That's another thing. People may accept Osinbajo over him. That's another undertone to that. Well, APC may accept Osinbajo over him. You know, Osinbajo is in the party. Osinbajo know all the caucus. Osinbajo know all the tricks. But Goodluck is a new man in that space. He may not know how to grease or go about to get the ticket. So
if it crosses to APC and then he again goes to Aso Rock, and then he stands in the middle with Abdullahi Adamu to one side, MALLAM Buhari to the other side, both of them raising his hands, and Buhari says, I endorse this guy. He will take that ticket.
Yeah, he will take that ticket. Yeah. And even some people will look away from Osinbajo. They will kill at the back of Goodluck Jonathan. And you can see there is no much enmity between Buhari and Goodluck. Goodluck would normally walk to Aso Rock anytime he wants. Because Goodluck hand over to Buhari. Buhari doesn't have any enmity with Goodluck. So they still have that good rapport in between them. Because I know sometimes Goodluck will travel to some African country. He came back.
Special delegate for so many missions he did for Buhari.
So many missions. And he came back to Nigeria, go to Aso Rock, discuss. I can't even count. Yes, I can't even count how many times Goodluck has been to Aso Rock. to give him the report. So there is no really enmity between Buhari and Goodluck. So he can really, yes, you know, and Buhari has been saying he has his own candidate. So maybe Goodluck is the candidate. We never know. So fingers crossed.
It's just the way he signs off. He says, watch out. You know, it says,
watch out.
You know, so, you know, what that watch out is not a warning, but it's a promise that, look, don't worry. There's things in the pipeline that you may not
and I know him. If he's not running, we said, I'm not running.
Yes. You know,
yes.
Because it confuses the political space if it's not running and it's still keeping the window open, which it doesn't have to if it's not running. So if it's not running, he will look at Fashola now. He just removed himself completely. And we're not discussing Fashola at all. So if he doesn't have the ambition, he will remove himself completely, make it absolutely clear that he's not running, so that he's not then in the discussion, but he says, watch out. You know?
And more so, one man, PDP, Goodluck is childishly, is slightly isolate himself from PDP somewhat. You will know it's not really into PDP as out of now. He's a PDP member, but I'm not thinking he's a core member PDP. Maybe he's isolating himself somewhat. I don't know, maybe you see that handwriting on the wall. It's not really PDP.
No,
PDP.
It doesn't go to their conventions. They don't mention him in major decision making. He's a former president, so if he was still in the party, then it would be Goodluck Jonathan this and Goodluck Jonathan that. So he has left that party in all ways, but official.
Yes, I don't know that you to suspect that. So because remember the last time they were doing their convention or so, he traveled to some country to do some commission or something.
He went to Kenya to go and do something on environmental climate or some just bizarre something,
and that can wait. The party is much important, more than what he went to do. So one man, I'm suspecting Goodluck. I'm suspecting him. We can't really jettison him outrightly that he's not running with what you read now to me. So it's just tell you, fingers crossed, anything can happen.
Thomas, do you feel do you feel that Goodluck would declare if he's not sure of that ticket?
Now you say that again. That question is a bit dicey.
It said, okay. Are you sure Goodluck will declare if he's not sure of getting the ticket?
That question, I don't even know how to answer it, because really, if he's not vying for office, he will say no, that I'm not vying for office. But with what one man read, he's vying for office. But the party is a bit, why we don't know. The parties they will be vying for.
I suspect that what Ete is saying, and correct me if I misinterpret you, Ete, is that Goodluck Jonathan, before he vies, he would have is seeking and is waiting to get some assurances that is virtually guaranteed the ticket. And if he gets that guarantee, which is to say that Buhari will publicly come out and endorse him. So that's the process that he's saying is still ongoing. He needs because he doesn't want to go and embrace his legacy to go into the field and fight dirty with the likes of Tinubu and then get beaten. Imagine if he goes into the primaries and gets defeated. You know, that would taint somewhat permanently his name. You know, so he has to have some assurances. So I think it's those assurances that Ete is asking if you think he's seeking.
Yes, Ete is right. Maybe, you know, they will say I'm consulting. So maybe he has done with his consultation. Then maybe Buhari has tell him something. Maybe some people have given him the assurance. So I think he's vying for office, because with what you read, if he's not running, we said I'm not running. But now he said something is on the table, something is cooking under. So let's see how it goes, one man.
Okay, but let's conjure somewhat with the possibility. Goodluck Jonathan on the ballot versus Atiku in APC.
Oh, well, man, it will be fight to finish. Because good luck will get the sympathy of the South. He will get the sympathy of the Southwest. He will get the sympathy of
Oh, you're breaking up. Oh God, we can't hear you, man. Do you want me to go on to someone else? Because all right. The thing is, Thomas is commuting as he's interacting with us, because people interact with us in so many. I'm sure there's somebody sitting on the toilet interacting with the session. So people interact with us in so many ways, but he is commuting. So you can imagine that he's going either through some tunnel or some space that so that's why his system cuts in and out. But I think we may have lost Thomas somewhat. But we seem to have Ete. So let me put that position to Ete. So Ete, that question I was trying to ask Thomas, are you there, or should I go to Obina?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Blair. So that yes, I think we now lost Thomas. He'll be back. So that position that was just to conjure with it for a moment, the possibility of Goodluck Jonathan first on a APC ticket taking on Atiku on a PDP ticket. So how do you think that will pan out?
It's a very dicey thing. It's going to depend on who is going to be Atiku's vice. Because
maybe Peter Obi now, the traditional go-to.
If Peter Obi is Atiku's vice, it's going to be very, very tricky, because I feel Goodluck will win, because if he's coming under APC, he's ready. He has already have part of the north to himself. So, and he's going to have South for sure. There's no way he's not going to have South. And he's going to have part of Southwest, if not majority of Southwest.
Sorry,
and,
Ete, sorry to cut you short. So let me just ask you, so that as you're speaking. So you said if that Jonathan will have part of the North. I mean, he will have the North. But do you think that the North will choose him over their fellow Northerner if he goes head to head with against Atiku?
Atiku is not largely liked in the North.
No. And the North are not, they are not as sheepish as we often want to attribute them. They think, they are very grateful for Jonathan, for a lot of things. Yeah.
Tribe and religion will always take that space. I mean, most of the people.
Yeah, but what percentage of it would tribe and religion take? What percentage of it? It's the Talakawas now. It's the Talakawas, the on the streets people.
But you heard that most of those people didn't even like Buhari himself. But they chose him over any other person coming from the south. So that's just what I'm thinking. I don't know.
But remember, Jonathan won Buhari before. Remember. So yeah.
You see,
go on, yeah.
Buhari didn't win the election just because of the North voted for him. He won the election because of he did an alignment with Tinubu. Simple as short. So
no, but the North voted for him, right? I know that. I know for the South, anything could have happened in the South. I'm talking about the Northern vote.
Largely voted for him in 2015, but not 2019. So he lost some states, some northern states in 2019. So you can't say the North votes one way. Or
what Ete is saying is essentially it will repeat as it did with Goodluck Jonathan versus Buhari in 2011. When Goodluck Jonathan swept the whole of the South, but then took some of the North, but Buhari only had the North,
That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not talking about the Southern vote. I'm talking about the North. Do you think that they will pick
the only place APC is strong in the North in CBD is Northwest? That is their zone. Northwest is their zone. They are not that strong in North Central. PDP shares North Central with APC. So it's not like they have the whole north. They don't have the whole north. They just have one section. Just like we can say, for example, Jonathan have south. You understand? So they just have only one geopolitical zone in the north, which is the northwest.
Jonathan also have east. Don't forget, we gave him more vote than even south. The southeast.
You said?
No, it's saying that Jonathan will also take the southeast. So I suspect Jonathan will take all the way through Niger State, Nasarawa, Taraba, etc. But Atiku will, because it will take Katsina as well if it's endorsed by Buhari, you know, and it will take Kano as well because Ganduje will ensure that. So there's a good chance he will defeat Atiku, you know, if people don't vote for party, if they vote for personalities, which is what they do in Nigeria.
Yes, there's a very good chance that he's going to defeat Atiku if he's the one that they are going to choose. Because
all right, just for amusement, let me substitute Atiku with Peter Obi, but still have Goodluck Jonathan in the APC seat. So Goodluck Jonathan plus one other, but no Governor Zulum as his vice. Peter Obi lead with Tambuwal from Sokoto as his south. How would that fight pan out?
It's already finished now. Easy win for Jonathan, right there.
Versus Peter Obi.
Yes, not that Peter Obi is not good, but in terms of who can garner more votes from everywhere at this point, Peter Obi is good, but
because of the popularity vote now.
Yes, popularity. Yes. Yes. Tambuwal is not really that popular. But Zulum, you mentioned Zulum. Zulum is loved, you know, especially with the way he has put himself inside.
Even non-northerners, they like him. I don't mind him, and I don't usually gravitate to northern people just because they are so, you know, in their ways, you know. Yeah.
You see, if it's Peter Obi versus Jonathan, I feel Jonathan is going to lose. Then it's going to be down to a party. It's now going to be down to APC and PDP. It's not going to be much of
Jonathan will lose against Obi.
Do you know why it's going to be difficult? Because you know that Peter Obi right now, you know, like their campaign, especially last 2019 election, their campaign was a lot of based on Jonathan's achievements. So now, how are you going to campaign against Jonathan with Jonathan's achievements? You see, so that's the problem.
But
so they have to remove that from the equation.
Oh, okay. Let's go through the figures. If Peter Obi was on the PDP ballot and Goodluck Jonathan was on the APC ballot, let's take the guarantees and then let's reflect on what is open up for grabs. So almost certainly Peter Obi will take the whole of the southeast, and almost certainly Goodluck Jonathan will take the whole of the south. So that then leaves the rest of the country. Who will the Yorubas vote for, Peter Obi or Goodluck Jonathan?
They might, because of APC, I think most likely it might go to Jonathan from the southwest for some of them, especially Lagos. Lagos, you know, votes will be, Lagos is always half and half, but this time, you know.
You mean without Tinubu, they will still go for Jonathan? Lagos is Tinubu stronghold.
Yeah, but Tinubu will not support Obi now. I don't think Tinubu. So you see the situation. So it's even a worse calculation for him to support him.
I'm trying to say that it depends on who Tinubu will point them to. Because unfortunately, they always double for Tinubu.
Look at Alexander Gomez. So it's super tough to say, no one can defeat Jonathan, in my opinion. He is loved. So he said that, thank you for the super chat. But this one that he said is what really tickles me. He says Peter Obi might even lose to Jonathan in Anambra.
He would defeat. I think they will share the votes in the south.
But not in Anambra.
Yeah, not in Anambra, of course.
Take it easy. I don't think you're right, because you see, not in Anambra. In fact, to be honest,
not in Anambra.
No, in the southeast.
I said southeast, not Anambra, but southeast.
He will get votes in the southeast, Jonathan, I believe so, because we almost see him like a part of us. But
he will share exactly. He will share this. That's why I say share, because
yeah,
when
let's put percentages on it. I suspect that Peter Obi will command a good 75-80% of the Southeast vote.
Oh yes, he will get some.
If not
good
90%.
Yes, he will get some.
Because
no, against
it's their
Jonathan,
son now. Jonathan is their son, you know. So
yeah, but we also see Jonathan. We also see Jonathan as one of us too.
Yeah, but you know, is that cousin now from say is a cousin now, but this one is a son, eh?
No.
That's why Igbos are not. We are not tribalistic.
No,
like
we are not. We are not.
Jonathan.
Jonathan is. Let me tell you something. As much as they try to do South, we see Jonathan as one of us. So if you see the election, we took it last time. We carried it on our head, even more than the South. You won't see a situation just like AMAECHI was working against Jonathan. No Southeast governor worked against Jonathan.
We gave Jonathan 95% vote.
We don't do those kind of things. And if you notice too, during Jonathan's time, Jonathan and Obi were
but
very
you guys
close.
Traditionally, you always vote against the Northerners, though.
No,
You always vote against the Northerners.
But we didn't vote against Atiku. Atiku is a Northerner now. So it's not like
well, it depends. If you vote, but it's against Buhari now. So I mean,
Buhari is not the only Northerner now.
What I'm saying is I don't think it's humanly possible for people for the Easterners to hate anybody more than they hate Buhari. You know, they just hate that guy. They hate him.
But did you hear what Buhari said after he became president? Yeah. He said he called us 5% now.
Yeah.
So what do you want us to do?
So voting against him is not, and he hates you equally. Also, is like, but no. I agree broadly that Goodluck Jonathan might defeat Obi, but not a beating. I won't consider I will give him a beating. No, because everybody loves Obi now.
One man, you know that Goodluck Jonathan will still share South with Peter Obi.
Exactly. He's still going to share South. He's still going to share because Obi is still part of the South.
Goodluck Jonathan is not going to win South all
Yes. And even in Lagos too. Even in Lagos, they are still yes. Lagos Kano is going to be shared almost equally. Mm-hmm.
I think
those governors will decide which votes they are going to send to Abuja now to INEC. Those governors will just
okay, put some percentages to it. So just broadly across the whole country, Goodluck Jonathan versus Peter Obi. What margins of victory would you give and to whom? So we'll start with Ete.
My only issue is the party, is the APC party on Jonathan. It might neutralize some of the votes he will get. But go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so what margin victory would you give and to whom, Ete?
I give like 55 to Peter Obi.
Look at that.
To Goodluck Jonathan.
You bleed yellow Gary, don't you? Even people that are more Igbo than you, they are telling you it's not possible. Look at this guy. You bleed yellow Gary. Look at this guy.
My own contribution is this. We are underrating the fact that Jonathan was a former vice president and a former president. And along the line, he has brought some people into this political class. And those people, some of them are still there, and they will always trust him more than someone that is coming, that is talking of how he's going to sanitize the country, which normally means that it's a danger that they are not going to get their money as usual.
Exactly where I wanted to go. So another major point is people might not...
The choice of the politicians or the choice of the people or what the people want.
But the politicians don't they control the people?
When were the people ever matter in politics?
You know how it is now. It's the person who allows you to share money that they will allow to get into that office at the end of the day.
So even you may think that Buhari was the choice of people in 2015. That was that we would be wrong to think that. Where Buhari was just used to hijack power. That's all they did. Because if you were to leave people in 2015, you can still put some good probability that people might not go for Buhari.
No, they did not even. They hate him.
Exactly. So there were some people far away better, but they made sure that those people will not even be on the ballot. So if they are not on the ballot, how will you vote for them? So people, as far as we are concerned, politicians, they make sure that people don't matter. So they, in the group, they are the one that matters. They want to feed their pocket. They want to get hold of the power and sustain their lifestyle. So St. Peter Obi will beat Goodluck Jonathan. It's like we are underrating the type of network that Jonathan built. Even for people to even be romancing Jonathan to come around, that one is saying a lot. But I'd be shocked.
I think we should stop saying people then. We should be saying politicians.
Oh, okay. This time, for the politician to even ask you Goodluck Jonathan to come, that is telling a lot. But I'd be shocked if Jonathan will be that insensitive to even consider, because by now,
don't worry about that. So he will. But let's say from Obina. So Obina, the question I put to it, so you know the names, or Jonathan versus Peter Obi. Who would you give the victory to, and by what margin?
Well, it's a tough one, but reality is the fact. I think Jonathan will easily pick up that thing. Why? There are a lot of factors. Apart from, so the only thing that will make Jonathan lose some votes might just be, you know, he's an APC, and it was APC that said all the things that they said about him and everything. But anyway, why it will still be Jonathan one compared to Peter Obi? Everybody knows Peter Obi is good, but they at the end of the day, they want someone that they can trust, that they've given, that has had power before, someone that could voluntarily, allow himself to be beaten, because you know that in Nigeria, the president doesn't get beaten, at all. So he could allow himself to be beaten and handed over peacefully. That's the person they will easily trust, because they're talking of power brokers here. Then, in terms of someone who allowed them freedom, then why northern players will support him? A major reason is the fact that constitutionally, Jonathan can only spend one term.
One time. This is it. That's the joker.
So that means this is their pathway to coming back easily in 4 years' time. Easily. The North will tell you that, okay, between 1999 and now, South has gotten this number of years. This is the North. It's the turn of the North. They will come. That's the opportunity to come back again. So do
you know who I think is? Do you know whose strategy I think Goodluck Jonathan is? I think Goodluck Jonathan is Abubakar Mallam's strategy. So he wants to use Goodluck Jonathan as a placeholder to go and build his own political cachet in KEBBI State. And then once that 4 years is over, he will just come and push Goodluck Jonathan. I think it's
Yes, but by the time he gets there, I don't think he will have that power again. Because there are other governors too. He won't be the only governor. So it would have be a different situation. And remember, too, Jonathan will have a say in who succeeds him at that point, because it's not contested. So at that point, I don't even know who will be who. I think most likely, I don't know what will happen at that point. But I see if Jonathan is the one that gets this ticket, it's going to be tough. It's just
to wrap up that space. Just two more permutations that I want you guys to reflect on. So Goodluck Jonathan still holding the APC ticket with Zulum, but then Bukola Saraki with Wike. How would that
no. No way. It's even going to be a worse. This one will be 80-20.
Really?
Yes, because I don't know who likes Saraki like that, and then Wike, with the way he talks, is going to worsen their ticket. Who will be your personal choice in that? Not who will win, but your personal choice. Between who? Saraki Wike versus Jonathan Tambu. No, Jonathan all the way. Jonathan all the way. Unless the only place is going to be tough is if it was an Atiku or a Peter Obi or even Emmanuel Udom. There are some people that are doing things silently. Those ones are the ones that, okay, let us test new people and everything. But Saraki, no. If you know what Saraki did during his time, he will not even be calling Saraki as governor. No, and what he did with the influence he had, what's the name of the Intercontinental Bank, I think, with his father's bank. There's a lot of stuff.
Societe General.
Society General, yes, they tried to annex the bank, and it didn't work, and they did some underhand dealings to So no, that guy is not as much. Well, I don't think Saraki is really to be trusted. To be frank, Saraki is not that. It's not that straight. Let's just leave it like that. So I think.
All right.
And another point too to note is that people in PDP also like Jonathan. So he's going to divide their attention even in the PDP. If you know what I'm saying, yeah.
All right. Just for amusement, let's stay within that space still. But let's move magically Goodluck Jonathan to PDP and have him have Bala Mohammed as his vice. But then let's put Tinubu in the APC seat and have him have Zulum as his vice. How would that pan out?
I still think Jonathan
versus Tinubu.
I think Jonathan will beat them, and the people in APC will even work with PDP to have Jonathan come. They will prefer a Jonathan than a Tinubu. A reason for the fact that Tinubu has 8 years, while Jonathan has 4 years.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in, rational mind.
Well, I think Obina's analysis on that, I think it makes sense. But there are some other indices that we need to consider too. You see, judging if one is to judge the mood of that country right now, I mean, if you listen to the people who were campaigning for him today, they were kind of bringing back how rice used to be 7,000 something naira back then when Jonathan was there. But the thing is, if we are truly campaigning on policies and judging by people's antecedent, I don't think Jonathan deserves to come back. He should not even be thinking of coming back. That's in my own opinion. Because if he's part of the problem, I don't think he should be part of the solution to that country. For me, I see.
Does that not apply to everybody running?
Well, it does apply to anybody who is part of the problem. That's what I would say. Anybody,
yeah, everybody running is part of the problem now.
Yeah, almost everybody. Even this Amechi, even Amechi that is running, prevented Jonathan from saving money during his time. He was the arrowhead of them not saving money when Peter B was shouting, "Let's save." Peter B and Okunje Wala. He was the arrowhead of the governor saying, "Let's let them withdraw the money." So these people are all part of the problem, and they're coming back to run.
Jonathan was never part of any problem. Well, you said according to your opinion, but, so it's okay.
Is that CBD?
Yeah, of course. When the Ego Defense League, CBD.
Is Jonathan Igbo?
Hold on. What did the CBD say?
I don't know, but it's something pro Peter Obi.
If Jonathan is part of the problem, that is your opinion, is not a fact. Because to me, from my own opinion, Jonathan is the best president so far that country has had till date.
No, but it doesn't stop him from being a part of the problem.
Listen. What is CBD saying? I mean, we are
giving opinions, and you gave your opinion. I gave mine.
I
gave mine.
Okay, fine. But the facts speak for me. There are facts there. This was a man who was there for how many years? He was there for almost 6 years. What did we see? Besides some few things, we know that the
please tell us what we saw.
Hold on, don't
we
interrupt.
Saw a lot, though. Yeah,
let me do that a lot, please.
Yeah.
Let me make my point before you make your point, please.
No, it's interjecting now, but
I know. No, it doesn't.
No,
that's
that's in CBD now. It has, it's CBD now. He likes to needle at you.
The fact speaks to you. We can see the fact there in that country. If we had considered him to have done better back then, why would we have voted this idiot that is dead today? That has even been worse than him. So under him, hold on. Under him, we found many of his people who were there. Many money went unaccounted for. There was mass looting, mass corruption, which this idiot that is there never prosecuted him or anybody for. None of them has been jailed, not even Desiani. We can't even find where, we don't even know where she is. So why would we want that kind of a person to come back and supervise over all of that corruption when we need to move that country forward? And we need money to be judiciously spent on what they are said to be spent for. Do you remember that the NSA man went to jail? Even not because they had to use a northern whatever to have him released.
But let me come in here. Maybe when you say corruption, sorry.
Hold on. Let's hear from Obina. Yeah.
So when you say corruption, is it corruption as defined by? Because corruption, if you've been able to indict and maybe the person has gone through the court process and has been convicted for corruption, because they use that as campaign, but then the same people they accuse of being corrupt are a major part of their government. Are you seeing what I'm saying? So you can't be using their definition of corruption to judge everybody. Look at Abdullah here, Adamu. Look at should I call names? You all know what we're talking about. So not that I'm saying that Jonathan is free of corruption, but we cannot use them, their criteria for judging corruption.
Nobody's using their own corruption, their definition of corruption. I'm talking about
because this man, let me tell you, this man that you're talking about, Dasuki, the reason that he's prosecuting Dasuki is not today's issue. Dasuki was IBB's
the coup against him.
Dasuki was the one that arrested him. So he had a long-standing problem with him. It's not
money was given to him, and they share this money among themselves, even though they said they have reason for sharing the money for campaign. So
the thing is,
so is that not corruption? I mean, what are we talking about? Why are we coming here? We know that yes, these people define it in their own ways. We know, but that's not the point we're saying.
Hold on, Obina. Hold on. Rational mind. Why are you especially trying to hang that moniker on Goodluck Jonathan?
Because it was under his watch.
This administration is equally, if not more, corrupt.
Agreed.
Than Goodluck Jonathan. They are openly stealing now and brazenly stealing.
I agree with you.
Under Babangida, was he more corrupt?
Babangida said something.
And they keep on saying Goodluck Jonathan. They try to hang that moniker.
They try to hang it.
Jonathan.
Exactly. That's my point.
It was an aberration in the 1990s.
Yes, it is a media labeling. Which is you hang corruption when you have convicted people. But if the same players you say are corrupt, let me land rational mind. If the same player that you say are corrupt are the players in your own government now, come on now, then what are we talking about?
Obina, let's not stop this whole thing until you are being prosecuted and successfully prosecuted.
Okay, but listen.
Hold on, Obina. Defend that space that you keep hanging corruption on Goodluck Jonathan.
Thank you.
Why is it especially Goodluck Jonathan? What? Yeah, go on. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And also, who is your preferred candidate?
Oh God, please now, and please now, Don't worry, just answer. Go to where.
You see, that country, we know they do selective prosecution in that country. They've never. We had a chairman of a party saying, if you move to this party, your sins are forgiven.
And we've seen it demonstrated as well. People have
we've seen it over and over again.
And since so
under every of those parties, either be it PDP, be it APC, we've seen it. But what I'm saying is this, my gentlemen, is that if somebody is part of a problem, we should not expect him to be part of the solution.
Yeah, because everybody that is in play is part of the problem. It's a question. So why especially?
So who are the people? You need to name those people who are in play.
Is Saraki not part of the problem?
He is part of it.
Is Atiku not part of the problem?
He is part of it.
Tinubu part of the problem?
Tinubu is part of it.
Osinbajo, is he not part of the problem? So who is not part of the? They are all part of the problem.
Okay, good.
Only Peter
You've asked a very good question.
Osinbajo is not part of the problem.
You say what?
I have my reasons. It's not.
I said only Peter Obi is not part of the problem.
Osinbajo is not part of the problem. So I have my reasons. Osinbajo is a technocrat. He has never been voted for all any political office. And even at where he's sitting today, he's seated as a vice president. He cannot bring any corruption. He's not part of the problem.
That's good.
Is he in power now?
That's good.
He's
not being voted
for. He's not part of the problem.
He's not in no political office. Osinbajo.
No, he's never been voted for before. Maybe one way or another was appointed. And he did distinction and merit in his job. Right. He has never been in his office. He has managed his office very well in the past. So that's my position. The whole candidate combined.
You are lopsided
combined.
How did he manage his office very well when the economy is in shambles?
He was once in charge of.
He's not responsible for that. He's not responsible. We understand the body language.
He was once in charge of the economy. He was fired.
And you see what happened now. You see what happened when he was in charge for only 1 month.
Why was he fired? Why was he fired?
Yeah, he was fired because it's not his job. That is not a common. He don't have the power to run things. Give him the power to run things and see a better Nigeria.
Thank you. You
are welcome. You are welcome.
All right, back to your original point. But even going by criteria, Peter Obi is more experienced than Goodluck Jonathan because he has been elected, he has governed, and he has successfully governed. So all of that better than Osinbajo. But back to you, rational mind.
Well, one man, I think I made my point. My point is just simply, like I said.
No, I was just wanting you because you especially, but a lot of people often, when you say Goodluck Jonathan, they say, "Oh, that corruption under his administration," as though that was an aberration. That was something unknown. That was something peculiar. It's not unknown or peculiar. It's the norm in Nigeria. You know.
So being the norm. Are we not supposed to hold people responsible for what they do?
Yeah, but are we holding him solely responsible?
No, I mean I'm not saying we should hold him solely. Anybody
everybody that is in politics now, they equally of equal measure fall under that.
I would say everybody. You say the major players. I mean those who are major players and who have been in government, who have at some point in the past hold public office of some sort, and who has treasury under their control, either of their state or local government or whatever, and they've not been able to judiciously use the money under their control in their treasury well, and they've been, even though they've not been.
Did Goodluck Jonathan judiciously use Nigerian money?
Well, one man there. I mean, look at the fact in the public domain. He tells you.
No, I'm asking you. Did he use judiciously?
From what we've seen after they left, you see, the thing is this: it's only when people.
No. The question now.
I'll answer your question. It's only when people leave their office, public office, that's when we'll find out the truth of what they've done. Now, Obina was saying to me that, am I going to use what these people have been saying, APC have been saying as a yardstick? I said, no. We've seen what is going on in that. After they left there, how the government that came in, they were unable to do anything for some time because they could not have access to some money because they felt that the whole thing was looted. I mean, it's there in public record that after they left, a lot of money was not left. I mean, even though he claimed he left money there, or how much was it for them to even use?
He told us he left $30 billion.
Okay,
which they came in and stole. But I'm asking, did Goodluck Jonathan judiciously use Nigeria's resources? And I'm asking that for a part. He did not.
No, he did not.
Well, I'm putting it to you that he did.
Okay, how? Let me hear you.
Well, he built the Kaduna Abuja Railway. He built that. He built the light rail from the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport into the city, the first in Africa. Okay. He built a whole educational system for the Almajiris. And the complaint in the north, by the way, is that Buhari abandoned that he has done more for the. He built that Almajiri education out of insurgency system in the north. I think you were here when we did the session, and I went and dug it up. Shwashala himself told us that he built the most infrastructure in Nigeria's history. The second Niger Bridge, I think we've already nailed that down as a Goodluck Jonathan project. The Lagos-Ibadan rail That's a Goodluck Jonathan project. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, 25%. In 6 years, I would say he judiciously, more than anybody, it was probably the best president we've ever had.
One man, I can't believe. I'm so happy you said the truth today, one man.
I'm always saying the truth.
Oh, you said it. You said the truth. Oh, really?
Well, this is a matter of it's public record now.
I'm not saying this. I'm not denying that fact.
We can dig it up, you know.
One man, anybody can spin things. We can spin things. No, we can. No, I'm not saying. I'm not denying the fact that.
How many infrastructure has Buhari built? How many infrastructure did Obasanjo build? How many infrastructure did Babangida build? How many infrastructure did Abata build? Who has built any infrastructure?
We know the candidates of rational mind who might know where it's coming from.
It's a Showore man, I'm sure.
Yeah, you go. Thank you very much for saying that. Well, that's up to you. Like I said, I only speak to what I see there. And I leave it up to people to decide. I would make my own analysis the way I see it. Now, yes, you said what he had done. He did all these things like you mentioned. Now, we all know here that when they vote out, when they made a budget of, let's say, 2 trillion naira or 5 trillion naira, let's just for example, 5 trillion naira, half of that budget goes into private pockets. And even the remaining half, they still have to share it among themselves. Maybe the quarter will always say, I eventually will be used for the purpose. Would we call that a judiciously used money?
Oh, okay, let's use corruption is endemic in Nigeria, as we've already established. Let me use the second Niger bridge as an example. The Goodluck Jonathan, they perfected the financing. And the totality of it was 170 billion naira. That was what they did. But do you know, when Buhari came in, do you know how much they eventually landed on? About 780 billion naira, nearly a trillion naira. So even facilitating for inflation from 170 billion naira to 700 odd billion naira.
Okay, so the question I want to ask you, one man, is this: when Goodluck Jonathan said this was the amount, did he pay that money to these people that were supposed to handle that contract? Or is
that how financing works? That's not how that.
If they said they've agreed on they signed a contract,
yes,
they have the money.
No, that's not how it works. So you know that.
I mean, you're telling me that's not how it works.
No, not in anything. Not in governance, not in business, not in anything.
Listen. You have an agreement. So mobilization, you mobilize them to go to site. I know you don't have to pay them all the money at once. I know that. But my question to you how much
they pay the money in phases.
That's what I'm saying.
In phases. So you complete up to X space.
I get you.
And then that is signed off, and then a next round of payments.
How much was paid to them from the beginning?
What's the purpose of that? What purpose does that serve?
Now, if something was if the Niger bridge bridge was conceived that this is what we need here,
yes,
and then you are supposed to pay. You're supposed to have a time frame for it,
right?
Now, when did he begin that Niger bridge?
The groundbreaking was done just at the tail end of his administration. So that was meant to be a second term project for the Southeast.
Well, man, see.
Now it's a matter of if you just want me to go and dig it up, I can dig it up now. But
I'm not saying it's not what it is. I'm not saying it's not what it is.
So, you
see,
it's the one that used Nigeria. Is the one that has used Nigeria's resources the best in all of the presidents that we have ever had.
It's
a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
I'm not saying it's not a matter of public record.
It's the best president we have had.
That's just one area. You see, we people, you keep touting all this infrastructure like it's something that they are doing us a favor.
He was tackling insecurity, was he not? Was he not tackling insecurity?
They're not doing us favor. These are things that should be
but nobody is saying. But nobody is saying he's doing you a favor. Yeah, you're moving the goalpost now.
I am putting it to you, one man, that these people, they looted more than half of what was budgeted.
Yes, but
that's what I was talking about.
Yes, but not under Goodluck Jonathan alone or peculiarly.
One man, I'm not disputing that fact with you that previous government before him, not even Obasanjo that was there,
and succeeding governments as well.
We know. But what I'm saying is that when people are part of a problem, we should not include them as part of the solution. Because what's in the problem?
Rational mind. Sorry, let me make a comment. Rational mind. Rational mind. Let me. Sorry.
Hold on, rational mind. Yeah, go on.
Yes, one man asked, like, okay, who do you think will win between the two of them? And I mentioned Jonathan. But if I were to choose, at this time, Nigeria doesn't need a Jonathan, not because Jonathan is bad, but because Jonathan's approach to Nigeria's issues is maybe to governance is different in comparison to someone like Peter Obi. Now, will you say, oh, Peter Obi should not go? Because Peter Obi was you will say Peter Obi is part of the problem too, because he has also been part of the party. He has been in the system. He was Jonathan's economic advisor, even as a governor. So, but the thing is, at this time, yes, Jonathan would be great, but we need somebody, because of where Nigeria is, we need somebody who will plug the holes from, like, the way that Peter Obi runs government is what we need now. Maybe at another time it might be a Jonathan or someone else, but the way that he plugged the holes and all those unnecessary ESTA codes and all those kind of stuff, that's the kind of person we need now to get past the issue where we are.
That is,
so,
if Peter Obi
all right, hold on. Let's hear from Ego, who wants to. Yeah, Ego, to you.
Yeah, it's only one man that has that quality that you're looking for now, which is Osinbajo.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Guy.
When you keep telling me that you need Goodluck Jonathan who has run this country before, see, we don't say Goodluck is bad, he did his best. But Buhari government now is stealing 10 times what Goodluck has stolen in his entire life. In his government. In 1 year, Buhari government has still more than such amount of money or whatever. We all see it in this country. So trying to call him back or bring any that I am Goodluck will not even win an election in this country again.
I don't even see how they're going to campaign for him. Are they going to go campaign?
He will not win an election in this country. Goodluck will not win. You should not just think it's the golden or the golden stone or whatever it is. Now.
Listen, guys, let us speak to facts. He was there. Let's assume he inherited that insecurity.
One man has asked you a lot. There was no fact you were presenting.
Osinbajo is going to be Goodluck on the battlefield.
When was the last time were you in Nigeria? Were you in Nigeria? Pre-2015, were you in Nigeria? Were you in Nigeria?
Yeah, I go to Nigeria every year, whether I was in Nigeria or not.
I was in Nigeria. I lived in Nigeria pre-2015, 2014-15. I stayed a long time in Nigeria before I moved back here. So I can tell you what I saw on ground there. So I don't know whatever you and one man is throwing, the fact you are throwing here, I won't dispute it because I know.
No, we want the fact from you. Forget about one man. Give us the fact.
No, the fact. For you to see the fact, you need to go into that country back then when he was there. We know he spent a lot into the into trying to buy weaponry for the army to fight insurgency. A lot of the money went into private pockets. If you know that, do you know that? A lot of the money.
Another thing.
Yeah,
sorry. Rational mind. Another thing with security, and another reason why you would say, oh, there's a lot of corruption, is because there are some things that they cannot tell you that they did because of its security. But that's one. Secondly, this same government was saying that Jonathan was committing, what do they call this, war crime? Genocide? Yeah, genocide. So they prevented US them from selling weapons. So these guys had to use black market to go buy weapons.
That was why they inflated
that's what they had to do.
Oh,
and it even affected Buhari, because by the time Buhari came in, they were still refusing to sell weapons to Buhari's government.
It was essentially Barack Obama, who was an Islamist, you know. Yeah.
Nigerians are very good at using every opportunity to make money. Orisa Jeffo, what's the name of that man that uses private jet or somebody's private jet?
Yes, they had to carry money to South Africa or where to go get.
So that money, what is that money to today?
No, that
When
money
they
was seized. That
withdrew,
money
yeah,
was seized. That money was
yeah.
seized by the South Africans.
What I mean,
National mind.
No, hold on. Ola, what point are you making? We know. Do you want us
I'm
to
just
dig
trying
it
to make
up?
you guys understand that.
No, you don't seem to understand, though.
You
You are losing suppositions and assumptions and
Yeah, I'm
innuendos.
starting to
You are
doubt
using
rational mind rationality.
innuendos. You can't use innuendos now.
I'm doubting your rationality, rational mind.
And you do that
I don't know
often.
what
You
I-
use innuendos. You
see,
just say,
the
"Oh no,
point-
there's just
the
something
point I'm
about." You
making-
just say there's just something about. You never use facts.
I never use fact. What do you mean by I never use?
No,
fact?
you use innuendos and suppositions that, oh, I just think there's something about that guy. I just don't trust him. As though that was the criteria for anything.
I can't be sitting here be pulling out.
No, I can pull it up. You name a fact, I will pull it up.
Whatever I'm telling you is something I've done research on before. But if I have to start talking to you right now, I have to start. Swiping through different pages.
Don't worry. Say it as a fact, and I will pull it up. I have Google here. Yeah.
I'm just giving you the J4, whatever man they call him. I went to,
what did they do? Yes, we know. He went to South Africa, yes, and that money was seized by the South Africans.
Seized by the South Africans, right?
Yes.
So was money ever released?
Did you know that? Did you know it was seized?
I know it was seized.
Right.
But I'm trying to tell you that the politics behind it.
The what?
The politics behind it.
What politics?
Hold on. Why would you give a private citizen money to go and buy weaponry for the states?
That's black market. That's black market, mister.
Oh God.
That's the way black market works. It's not an official channel.
They should stop that guy in the comment section posting the news.
Why a man who called himself a man of God?
You know they didn't actually send Orisha Jeffo to buy the weapons. Hold on. They only used his facilities to ferry the money. It doesn't matter whether he was in the plane or not.
That's what we're talking about.
What does he know about weapon? Okay, you go under the name rational mind. So let's just apply rationality to this. What would Orisha Jeffo know about weapons buying? Who would know about weapons buying?
Do you understand? Because they're not going to use it.
Can you hold on,
as a person who is a clergyman, he won't know anything about weaponry, even though if he does.
Right, but who would know about?
What kind of link does he have?
Exactly.
Black market from the black market.
All right. So who would know about weapons buying?
Just like you mentioned.
Can you hold on, Obina, please? Who would know about weapons buying? Rational mind.
I mean, a retired military personnel who has
exactly. So just the rationality of that, they simply used Orisha Jeffo's plane for whatever reason as just a vehicle to ferry money to already pre-arranged black market weapons dealers. What Orisha Jeffo would not know weapons dealers to the level that a state would need to fight insurgency. So it'd be security personnel, national, probably Dasuki, somebody of that nature that would enable the deal, and he is just really the bag man.
What man? I don't know.
Does that not
you can spin it that way. You can spin it that way.
Does it not rhyme more with reason like that?
Like you say, does it not rhyme? You might spin
more
it
with reason. It's not a spin, which makes more sense. Your innuendos or what I've just said.
Things and make it look like
but what makes more sense now? Well, you say you're a rational mind now. What makes more sense? The innuendos that you are trying to infer. The innuendos or what I've just said. Yeah.
Now, try to be rational with what you just said.
Yeah, right.
It doesn't mean that when people spin things one way.
Okay, what's the alternative? Present an alternative to what I just said. Present an alternative.
Well, for me, I think there's a lot of corruption behind that.
Right.
And what we know in the public domain here.
You see innuendos
Number
again.
one is this man is hold on. Who are the people behind buying this weaponry? Could it be that there are some people behind it? Who are they? Were they retired people? Why are they using this guy? I mean, we know they're using.
It's a black market space. Now, what are you talking about now?
It's a black market space.
What could it be? It's a shadow. Do you know what blackhead means? It's a shadowy space.
You know that he has been working for Goodluck Jonathan's government. You know that?
Who?
That was not the first time he was been working with them.
Well, so what?
Now, you see,
he said Google not working
I just don't want to go into some kind of
one man can I contribute to that?
No, hold on. No. Don't let Ola come in just yet, because I want to nail down these innuendos that you do all the time, that you don't really, you just perambulate. Oh, I just don't know. This is a bit suspicious. So I want you to present an alternative argument to what I've just presented as something that is plausible.
For the past 1 hour, he has not
Can you please, Sensibly, now let the guy speak? So rational mind, yes. Present an alternative that coheres to what I've just said. Present an alternative.
You see, you talked about Orisha Jafar.
Right.
I don't know if he owns the plane, but I don't think he owns the plane.
Right.
He said they used him. That's what I heard. That's what the report says. They used him. He's a clergyman. I don't think he should have a private jet. So maybe some of those people.
You don't think he should have?
He doesn't. I don't think he has a private jet. No, he doesn't. And if he does, a clergyman having a private jet. I know a lot of them have private jets.
So you know a lot of them have private jets. So then what are you saying?
Hold on. That tells you a lot than we know. That is number one. Then number two, what I'm trying to tell you is this: that if you have to buy something from the black, you are a state. These are non-state actors. A state needs to buy weaponry for their army because they're prosecuting a war. We know with all propaganda that some people put down that prevented maybe the U.S. government from selling them arms. They can always get these arms through other means. They don't have to go through back channel because they are a state of their own. Nigeria is a state, as if we're a terrorist state. So what I'm trying to make you understand is that there's a lot of corruption behind you trying to just go through that means to buy weaponry that way. That's what I'm trying to make you understand.
No, you've not said anything, but thank you. But
you might say I'm not saying anything.
You've not now. You are saying how can a clergyman own a private jet when every single clergyman in Nigeria has a fleet? Even somebody as lowly as Apostle Suleiman, he told us he has 5. You know. And you are saying, why would a state buy something from the black market when it's a sovereign state? There was an embargo on arms selling to Nigeria under the Obama regime, and Nigeria needed weaponry to fight insurgency. So what do? They throw their hands into surrender, or they use alternative means, which is darker spaces. Darker spaces need shadow actors. Shadow actors are people. It's there now. What are you?
Hold on. One man, if you continue like this, you'll make heaven.
Yeah, we'll make heaven anyway. But especially if I say Peter will be for president, that guarantees me, doesn't it?
I even want to
let's hear from Ola. Yeah, let's hear from Ola.
see, rational mind. You'll be unable to nail Goodluck Jonathan why it should not come, because if you want to use corruption, you can never separate corruption from any government right from 1960 to date. If you want to use that, so it's not enough. That was just wait. That to use corruption to come in is not enough. It's what you want to do for people and how to contain that corruption that matters. So these crooks, they just use it as a slogan to even deceive you because they play upon our emotion. Then on that Goodluck Jonathan, when you are accusing him of this arm jail is, you understand? You should know that all these people we are talking about, APC, Lai Mohammed and Co., they ran international campaign against Goodluck Jonathan, that any move the guy made that time to decimate Boko Haram, they will tell you that he was just killing people, abusing human rights. They just used everything against him. And this guy were just working towards one agenda to just hijack power, not necessarily because they were doing service to Nigeria. Then on that, this guy you are talking about, this clergyman you are talking about, see, sometimes there is a difference between ethic and moral issues. You understand? Because sometimes we are cornered. It's just like someone that is hungry, that his child is dying, and he has a chance of stealing bread. For example, do you think that person will not steal bread to make his or her child survive? Then, at the end of the day, by the time you hear the story, he has done something illegal, but yet, sometimes it's going to be difficult for you to crucify that person, because, especially if that person has no issue of that. What am I saying? Jonathan was going to save the people of Nigeria. And some politicians, just because they love power, they use every means to campaign against him, to block every means. So one of the alternative options for him
like number one, when he contacted the foreign mercenary, and the second one is to just go through the black market avenue. Jonathan
Yes,
will not be the first person.
can I also make another point?
Let me just like quickly, just one
Yes.
thing here. So Jonathan was not even going to be the first person in the international war prosecution against terrorism that would do that, even including this international police, all those all those United States of America and go that you see. There are some situations where they do this something that is outside the moral and ethic of this thing, just to make sure that
There's an organization in America called, I think, Blackwater or something like that, who are essentially military contractors that they use for all this shadowy stuff in America. I mean, what is
Yes,
yes, it's owned by
They
Eric
use them
Prince.
also in
Eric
Venezuela.
Prince only.
So let me just like now, when you are now accusing Orisha Jafo, see, there are some things that will look illegal, but when you look at it in the history, in the future, when you talk of that history, they will see that thing as heroic, in the sense that you are being patriotic, in the sense that there was no way for you to save your country, but you provided that way. Although people will look at it as illegal, but some people will see it as a moral issue, that what if this guy has not done this thing and the country was not safe? We will be talking of this country today, but this guy went this route to save his country, and today we are saying that it is something. Yeah, it may be legal. I agree with you. Not if it's legal, but you have to look at that circumstance too. Because
if he don't go to the black market when there's an embargo on him internationally, then he will be a failure. It be a crime against
embargo
the
because of the smear campaign.
Because
of smear campaign, that
because Barack Obama was an Islamist. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and also the smear campaign.
Jonathan will not just raise up his hand and allow Boko Haram to run down his country. No.
Exactly. Another way you should look at it, right?
But do you know how much was voted, guys? Do you know how much was voted for the
look at it from this. Look at it from this angle, right? If so the US, apart from not selling, they also gave instructions to their allies not to sell.
Yes.
So that means if they see any state aircraft, they will suspect. Do you understand? Nigeria has a lot of private jet. I mean, state aircraft.
You're talking like you don't know what.
You understand?
Hold on. Can I say something to you, Obina? You see, you people keep talking about black market. Of course, there are black markets. It's the foreign policy posture of Jonathan that really killed him. If US and his allies doesn't want to sell to you, hold on. Look at what is going on in Mali. The whole international community, even West Africa, they said that military junta there in Mali is illegal. But what did they do? They had to go for Russia. So what Jonathan should have done back then switch side with Russia. Ask them for help. He could do that.
If that was viable,
was a conduit.
It's not that easy. If you look at
let's just abandon that
corruption to Russia.
Because in world politics, the kind of allies you have will determine the kind of war you want to bring to yourself.
Okay.
Do you understand?
So what Mali is doing is not
let me switch with his enemy.
What Mali is fighting, what Mali is currently going in the Sahel in Mali.
Mali is the example.
It's the same. Right. It's not even worse than Nigeria.
You see, rational mind. What make it difficult?
All right, let's just abandon that. Look, nobody is.
You just keep spinning things here.
You are the one spinning it. You have to know when to drop the dead donkey. Nobody is saying that there's no corruption. Nobody is saying there's no corruption.
Dead donkey here.
No, you are flogging the dead horse. You are flogging the dead horse. Nobody is saying there's no corruption. There's corruption heavily embedded. Can you hold on? There's corruption heavily embedded in the security budget within Nigeria. Under Goodluck Jonathan, no different. And this pathway of buying these weaponries from the black market, heavily corrupted. But even within that corruption, the purchases are still made. So it wasn't the corruption. We take that for granted because under every administration, the military security budget especially is 80-90% corruption. We know that when soldiers tell us that they have only Shakabula, and every time they tell us that they are budgeting 10-50 billion to $10 billion to the. So we know that. So it's not something that you hangs on that space. But they were going to the black market. You said they had the Russian option. I'm sure if they had that exploration, then they could have explored it. And maybe it wasn't sufficient enough. But for whatever reason, they needed to make the purchase in the black market because there was an international pressure on the arms space not to sell to them. So they needed to do that. And they set out to do that, which is their responsibility as a government. So this innuendo thing that you do, man, that's the dead donkey.
And don't forget that Russia,
that's the dead donkey.
Don't forget that Russia was in line with the international community back then.
You see, when we come on these platforms like this, we see other platforms, and we spin things. I mean, sometimes I wonder.
Now you're not the one spinning though, because you've not spoken to facts.
Honestly, that's what I was about to say. You are the one spinning.
You are not spinning now. You've not spoken to facts.
Irrational mind, irrational
you guys
person.
are speaking to what is out there, which I don't dispute that there is research. Therefore, there's a need for them to buy whatever. But I'm saying that these things are conduit for them for corruption.
All right. Okay.
They could switch sides. They could get it in other ways, not through just other means.
They didn't
That's
know
what I'm
that.
trying to make you understand.
All right, thank you.
And
so if only we had you in the Ministry of Defense.
You're throwing your fact out, but at least you knew of what Dasuki said. It's there in public record. How he spent the money, the $2.7 billion that was given to him. How they shared it for the election.
Yes, no, that's a different space. But the corruption was not
election.
All right. Did you know they did the same thing in 2019 when they had an emergency security budget? And hold on, and Buhari bypassed due process because he needed to have that money signed off by the National Assembly before he was able to take it. But he took it via presidential fiat to take about, I think it was about $3-4 billion from the national treasuries for weaponries, he said. But then and very soon after, we saw bullion vans going to TINUBU'S house. So forget all that. We know corruption is embedded, so it's not to be embedded.
What's the point are we dragging here now?
I don't know the point that you are dragging, but you are trying to. The point is that you want to. Okay. You want to ring fence Goodluck Jonathan and put that appellation on him.
That's what.
But that the corruption is the central thing of Goodluck Jonathan, and that is the totality of everything.
I'm not said it's the central thing. I said it's one of the things that makes him not a good candidate.
Yeah, but the thing that makes them all of them not a good candidate.
You see, what we do here on this platform, I understand.
All right, forget what we do here. Let me play a video because I don't think you will.
Okay,
let me play this. Hold on, everybody. Let me play this video. Sorry, I wasn't cutting you short, Rational Mind, but we'll just loop around that and loop around that. But let me play you this video of a Goodluck Jonathan stating his own intentions. So let's hear from the man.
Declared for the 2023 presidency. Addressing the supporters after the meeting, Jonathan said the youth should keep getting involved in the political process for a better Nigeria.
For you to come this morning in this manner shows clearly that the youth are interested in politics. We have always been urging that the youth must get involved in the political process. And luckily, the law Not Too Young to Run bill has made it very clear that young people can contest almost every position in the government. So we continue to encourage you to get involved in the political process. And as long as many youths get involved in the political process, we'll be able to get the government that we want.
Speaking earlier, leader of the group, Jonathan Azunobi, lamented about the hardship being faced by Nigerians, adding that the country needs him back to restore the fortunes of the nation. The supporters also stressed that the former president has a template to restore Nigeria's pride of place and give all Nigerians a sense of belonging.
We have come as the Nigerian youth from all parts of Nigeria to tell you to run, come 2023, we will support you, we will vote, we will make sure we bring you back because we need Nigeria to move forward.
Is that we want the former President Goodluck Jonathan to come and lead Nigeria again. It is obvious that we cannot find a better man than Jonathan. 2015, Nigerians actually wronged you. And the same Nigeria have come out to say, sir, forgive us, come and lead us again.
So there it is right there. I want to go to Chris with this one. So Chris, I want to put it to you. You've heard from Goodluck Jonathan and you've heard from his supporters. So does that sound like a man then who's about to declare that he's not interested in running to the president?
Absolutely. No, he's interested. I think he's going to throw his hat in because of the statement he made that if you people have spent this kind of money, it shows that you guys are interested in politics. So that kind of tell me that he's going to run. So yeah, I expect him to run, but if he does, that's a disservice to the people from the South.
Because of one term, Abi?
Yes, because of that one term. And it will be easy for the Fulani Caliphate to resume their Fulani again after one term. But if we have someone that can bring in 2 terms for us, at least it will help slow the process, in my opinion.
All right. So if he does run, under what platform do you anticipate that he will run? And how does that then permutate for the contenders already on that platform? So what platform and how does that play out for the contestants already known?
Well, I think he should just go into the wilderness and maintain his reputation, because if you ask me, I think he's going to want to run for APC because of the consultation that has been done on him for so long. You know, we've been speculating because we've seen him around a lot of APC people. But for me, if he goes to APC, I don't think people like Tinubu that have suffered and create that party is going to give that space for Goodluck Jonathan. So he's going to the moment he declares, he has just ruined his reputation, in my own opinion. I think he should just go with the memory we have of him. And like is it Rational Mind and CBD was saying, I think he has the baggage. He has so much baggage too, like every one of them. You understand? So if
he does declare, can you hold on in CBD, please? Please, in CBD, you must let conversations flow in instances. If he does declare for APC, which he is likely to, so what fate then Tinubu and Osinbajo? Rotimi Amaechi, I know he would just cave in. People, Okorocha, everybody, the 2 people that will be most affected will be Tinubu and Yemi Osinbajo. So if Goodluck Jonathan declares, and there's a good chance that he will declare only with the backing of Buhari, how can Osinbajo and to it more Tinubu, how can they stay within that party and still hold on to their dignity?
Well, I assure you they're not going to stay in that party, because if I'm in their shoes, I will leave. Because those men have sacrificed for the party, and you just brought someone here, and that is actually going to, no, they will leave, in my opinion. I think even if Osinbajo would stay and just rugged it out, but for Tinubu, no, I know Tinubu will leave, because Tinubu was only ready to give that space to Buhari because he was the term for the Northerners to take power, you understand? But to come now, this time, this is his last chance. After now, nobody is going to think of Tinubu in the political sense anymore. So I think Tinubu will leave and try to go run somewhere else.
But more to it, he'll probably just go and back at CHEQUE and say, okay, let's smash it up if they don't. But no, if they bring him into
Tinubu really wants this, one man. People don't understand. He really wants this. I'm telling you, Tinubu is ready to fight to the last for this, because this is his last opportunity. You understand what I'm saying? You know?
SDP. He will
just go back somewhere. He will go back to SDP or create another party somewhere. And you and I know he has the resources.
Don't you know that the PDP people that was with Jonathan, are they not in APC now? the leader, their party, is not a PDP man. So he's
But
very
the people running for the power are not the people that move from PDP to APC. We're talking about
No,
people
I
that have
know
been in
that,
APC.
but the people controlling the internal politics, are they not PDP people?
But that's not a yardstick for them to go bring Goodluck Jonathan from somewhere and just elevate him to the front
They are
position.
controlling the internal politics.
Brother, it's not one person that's controlling the internal politics, brother. There are so many people. Even the candidates, them are.
You will start hearing consensus candidates very soon. You will start hearing consensus candidates.
But man, TINUBU is not going to accept that. That's my opinion. He won't accept it.
But if he leaves for SDP, as people are suggesting, that's the end of his presidential ambition, because the president is going to come from either PDP or APC.
Well, don't be so sure. Don't be so sure, because TINUBU has clout with him, to be honest with you. We can say all we want to say about TINUBU. TINUBU has clout with him. A lot of people have this gravitating
but
respect.
His clout is only in the southwest.
Contest like BUHARI and
even in the
like
north
BUHARI
too, my brother. A KEBBI man just wrote him. A KEBBI businessman just wrote him a check of 100 million for his presidential ticket.
Yeah, for the APC ticket. Yes.
Yeah,
for the
so
APC
he has a lot of clout, even in the north, in the middle belt. TINUBU know how to spread money, and people, politicians, Nigerians like people that spreads money.
You know what TINUBU is discovering, a harsh lesson that is learning, is that the loyalty in politics is only for as long as you are useful to somebody's ambition. So as long as the moment you are no longer useful to their ambition, they will drop you like a hot potato. I'm citing.
Wama, I have a question for you,
I'm
Wama.
citing Aregbesola. Yeah, go on.
So Ngige just came into the race, right?
Yeah.
How does that look for someone like Ngige to bring 100 million for candidacy ticket while he could not negotiate with ASU? How do you think he's going to be able to handle that kind of quagmire?
Andrew, they don't care.
It's like people don't understand these guys. They don't. That is to them. That's not a requirement, though. That one does not have a part to play. They will wave that one aside. They have my brothers. These guys, they don't have conscience. So
see, are you people not the ones that say that people don't matter? It's only politicians that matter. They don't care about those things now.
Exactly. So
yes,
if not, someone Yaha Bello will not be running if he had conscience. So.
but for the optics of it, they don't like to buy the tickets for themselves. They like to have somebody buy it on their behalf.
It's easy now. They give the money to someone and make it look like they told them they bought it for them. Yeah, that's what they do. They make it look like people are begging them to run.
Yeah, like that crowd that we saw around Goodluck Jonathan, all bought and paid for.
By who? By who? Wama? You think by Jonathan?
That's the first crowd I can believe
people.
in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay, then Wama, let me ask Rational Mind. Is it Rational Mind that's soliciting for Goodluck Jonathan?
No.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do with the wife if he comes back to power? Are we going to deal with that same behavior of the past?
At least patient is better than the one we have there that lives in Dubai.
There is God.
You know how much is it ESCOs, whatever they call it, the money they give them for foreign trip, all of those things. You know how much that Nigeria is losing in terms of foreign exchange, and they're complaining about not being enough, like not having enough dollars.
Okay, one more, another question before I mute Madisi and just listen. Do you think Jonathan losing the 2015 election, the attitude of the wife has a role to play? Do you think Nigerians were fed up and just like, man, remove that man and remove that woman?
No, I don't think so. But I don't think people really. Yeah.
But I also don't think we should be talking about the man's wife.
Why not? Is she not the first lady? Is she not going to be chopping money too?
She's
going to be chopping money too now.
What about Buhari's wife? Buhari's wife that is in Dubai, that is calling presidential.
We can talk about her, but we can't talk about
what about Buhari's wife?
So In fact, there's so many things we can start talking about the current first lady, but I don't even find it personally. I don't find it important for me to be talking about.
All right. So, Chris, since you brought up Ngige, just to fulfill all righteousness, let's see his own demonstration. We saw Rotema Amechi running 100 meters. We saw Tinubu attempting breakdancing. We saw Osinbajo doing grammar talking. So, how does Ngige come out? Here he is.
Senator Chris Ngige, while declaring his intentions in contesting the presidential ticket of the All Progressive Congress at his hometown in Alo, in the Mili South local government area of Anambra State, says with 40 years experience in holding several public offices, he has the right qualifications and capacity to govern Nigeria.
I formally declare that I am contesting for president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The minister says the APC government hasn't failed the country as it is being championed by the opposition. He says the ruling party has invested massively.
So there it is right there. So he declares with Atilogu dancing. So Atilogu, is this what we are going to get? Atilogu dancing in State House, eh?
Well, that's what he just showed us, though. But Mama, let me say this about Ngige. You know, I was in Anambra State where Ngige was governor. You know, when you talk about building of roads, as in, I'm gonna just be honest with you, Ngige was very productive in building roads in Anambra State. But if you look if you watch the interview he did with CHEQUE, or what was his name, he was just bent on the roads. Yeah, CHEQUE. But one thing he fails to understand is that Nigeria just don't need only roads. We need so many other things. If it was only roads we need, Ngige would have been my choice. But Ngige is far below. Sowore is still number one for me.
Did he not only serve one term in Anambra?
He didn't even complete the one term. He only did 3 years.
There it is. Yeah, so, all right, brilliant. So thank you, Chris. Let me go on from you. Yeah, let me go on from you, Chris, to Ola. And we were just earlier, Ola, talking about a KEBBI businessman who signs 100 million naira check for TINUBU'S nomination form. But it's that 100 million naira really that seems to jar a lot of people. So you are saying you want to end corruption in Nigeria, but then you are essentially asking people to pay 100 million naira for an application form for a job that carries an already predetermined salary. So within that 100 million naira nomination form, a lot of people are already saying, one, it whittles out a lot of people with skills, but not the funds, especially the youth. But then, of course, that is an embedding of corruption then, just in that nomination form fee. They were complaining about the 40 million for PDP, but double your money plus APC. What are you making of that, Ola?
Yeah, he's just telling us about how this crook, how they have hijacked our country. You know, they hijack the country in such a way that they are making the space difficult for whosoever that is honest or is doing is trying to save the country. You know, they are trying to make sure that that person will not just come there without getting into their caucus, for example. So, because now, for example, if any of us now would like to become the president tomorrow and we join APC, knowing quite well that 100 million is what we will need, maybe in the next 4 years, maybe we will even need 500 million to even do that. They are simply saying we don't want to. They are trying to make sure that they sustain themselves, and they don't want a sort of risk of anybody that will come and overturn the table. So to me, that speaks to what this our democracy since 1999 is telling us how self-destructive that we've been. Then that said, the benevolent man that was so benevolent to the extent of donating 100 million, to me, is that not sick and mad? Because why will you? I'm still wondering what was the need for him just to come out as a good Nigerian, and you now say, okay, you are giving someone 100 million. For example, what's your antecedent? What exactly have you done to the people that is only a politician, looters, and those people that are destroying the country like Tinubu, for example, that you all of a sudden now realize that, okay, I should support this guy with 100 million. To what purpose? So, to me...
what do you think he's signaling to by that? What do you think his intentions are?
The guy that is giving 100 million?
Yes.
Well, to even talk about his intention, who knows? Tinubu might have given him money, or it could be the plan that, okay, we are going to make this guy look like, okay, many people want him, that so many people are even ready to cross the Red Sea for him. So that's why someone will just, okay, take this 100 million and play upon people's perception that's okay, we love him to the point that I can give him my 100 million. So if...
So you think the 100 million is an expression of love?
That is what they are trying to express to us, but we know this.
No. I'm not saying what are they saying. What do you read as the underbelly? What do you think? Of course, you are not him, but what do you speculate that his intentions are by signing that check of 100 million?
It is not expression of love. Even assuming that guy was the person donating honesty, that is the money is coming from his purse, he's just telling you that he wants to be part of the thievery, of the stealing. So he's just trying to do his in PR ahead, assuming, even though I don't believe that the money was coming from his own pocket, but he wants to tell Tinubu, he wants to tell people that, Oga, I'm supporting you so that in your kingdom you remember me too. So, so Nigeria is just they place Nigeria on the market. So Nigeria is for transactional purposes now. So that's
so that essentially is the corruption already being embedded for the incoming administration. So if Tinubu wins the nomination and subsequently becomes the president of Nigeria, when the guy that comes that spends 100 million, let's assume that's the guy, because there are people of sufficient enough funds to do that, plentiful in Nigeria. So so the guy that signs the check for 100 million, when he comes knocking on the door in Aso Rock, he would be expecting to see the harvest of his 100 million naira, and that harvest he wants it in billions of dollars, does he not?
Exactly. That's why I say Nigeria now, Nigerian election, everything is for transactions. So the transaction has started. So if just imagine me now giving someone like a 10 million. Well, will I give it for free? How long did it take me to make my 10 million? Except if I stole that same 10 million from the purse, and I'm just trying, so I'm now trying to use that to sustain myself there. So to me, that's the corruption we are talking about, because you start to wondering, why do you need 100 million for nomination form when it is not guaranteed that you are even going to win? Is that not terrible? Because those people that lose to, they must be pacified. You can't, because when you see people now, it's just like when AMAECHI was running to Rivers State that time, using a private jet to bring money to sponsor.
I wonder how Osinbajo is going to justify raising his own 100 million. How is it going to?
I don't know too. So I'm just looking. I'm watching this space. I want to see how they are going to raise money. You see one thing is this. Now, every country, for example, here now, you cannot donate to a political party in the excess of $5,000, if I remember. Yeah, $5,000. That's the maximum you can give to a political party. But once you give more than that, it's a crime. You understand? Even if you are maybe either you are supporting, maybe you are like someone supported political party with about 40-something cars now. It was a crime. It was a crime, which it was a serious issue. Despite the fact that he was going to take all those buses back, but it was a serious issue. So, but now in Nigeria now, so a single person is supposed to be the duty of the party to find people to raise money to support the political party, not for someone to be donating 100 million. We don't know someone that is still going to donate 500 million. We don't know who is going to donate 1 billion. And you don't expect those people to now come later and you now be talking of how Nigeria will move forward. No. Those people,
a lot of people are clamoring for the arrest of whoever signs a 100 million naira check, but that the EFCC should investigate such people that single-handedly sign these checks for nomination forms. Do you agree with that? Yeah.
Honestly, not even that alone. Yeah, I believe that they should be investigated where the money is coming from. Even those people that set that nomination to 100 million, if we have a way, they should be prosecuted, because right from the policy, right from what you are doing, that means that you don't even mean anything good for the country. 100 million for what? So it simply means that if one man is the best person to rule the country tomorrow, they will have to initiate you into the gang of corrupt association before you can even become. So how are you going to get out of that place? Because
the argument also is that money, it precludes just because they signed the not too young to run bill, but that nomination form itself is an anti not too young to run bill. But then they've made provisions for that from the age of 25 to 40, which they've classified as the youth, from 25 to 40, that you pay 50%, which is 50 million, 10 million still more than PDP's presidential tickets. But how do they justify that in terms of youth involvement? Because how many youths can afford to sign a check of 50 million? And if you are over 40, then you have to look for 100 million. How do they justify that?
There is no justification. If you ask me, I don't even know why that form should even be significantly more than what the minimum wage says in the country. You can't be using nomination form as a means of funding your party. If the minimum wage in the country is 18,000, I don't expect, because we've seen a situation where civil servants were governing their country before, like Padekunle Ajasin. Now, that simply means that you are taking these people away from the people, and you are setting a space for godfatherism, for some crook to hijack the political processes. That's exactly. So not too young. If any young person is even buying form for 50 million, even let me even say, okay, you even crowd source the fund, for example. Let me say maybe people donate. It's still even very ridiculous. It's still even very ridiculous, because if you want to fund your party, if you want to let everybody have access, anybody that now want to donate to that party, give a space for that person to donate. That is why, except for the public something, that is why option A4, for example, what IBB did the other time, was still the best for Nigeria because of our peculiarity, where the government was the one that basically, let me just use basically, maybe there are other funds I didn't know, but basically funding the political party, so that there will be no room for anybody to hijack the political structure. I think within our state, for example, it won't even be a bad idea if government still take over some kind of thing in the sponsorship of political party, pending the time we are going to be matured enough to do that. Or maybe the government should make a policy that under no circumstance should a nomination form for any elective position should be more than a certain amount in thousands. That should be within the range of the minimum wage of they pay the country.
Yes, so, I agree with that. Maybe at the highest level of civil service, they should cap the nomination forms to the annual salary of the highest level civil servant, or like a high level civil servant. Because of course you want somebody of a high level to be in that position, but you don't want a looter,
One man, can I say something real quick? I mean, if you people listen to what is it Gaba Damo or whatever that guy is, that guy that talks about cow and whatever kind of cow. And so anyway, so if you guys listen to him and the other lady Uday or whatever that former presidential, when they had a discussion on channels. Anyway, so what I'm trying to just say is that some people say that it's because they want to weed out those people who are not serious from those who are serious. But even at that, look at it. We're talking about this man from Anambra State, who the labor minister, who just declared himself, and he was asking him, "Are you be able to afford it?" He said, "You just wait and see." So even at that, you still see the contest is still tight with people. People are just still packing on. They're still able to afford that 100 million naira. So that doesn't solve that part, that aspect. So as long as we continue doing this thing in a backward way, like Gaba was saying, which I also proposed here on your platform, is if to weed out people, if that's what that's the aim, that's the goal, then you need to do some kind of like everybody come forward, present whatever you have to, debate it among yourself. From there, they can weed it out, weed it out for maybe from 15 to 10, from 10 like that, until they weed out to narrow it down to some people. Then they can say, okay, 2 of you pay your form, and then we can now finally select from there. So, but then asking people to pay in advance, and then at the end of the day, these people who are paying their money out. I mean, they're also expecting that they will be, when whoever wins the election from their party, they want to recuperate their money back. So, as long as we continue doing these things in a backward way, we'll always get backward results. And it's always opening room for corruption, because invariably you expect me to put 100 million naira down. At the end of the day, I lost. And you want me to go and sit down in my home and say, just put my arms and not be able to lobby to get some kind of contract that I'll never execute and just to recuperate my money back. So you see, it's these political parties, we just need to vote all of them out. They're not fit for any purpose. That's how I say it.
All right, thank
you. Well spoken. But you see someone that was all those excuses that just to weed people down and all those kind of things. You can't find something more ridiculous than that. It's just like say, it's just like HR now telling you that, because you want to weed people down, that everybody that must apply for a job, you must now pay a certain fee. That is criminal. It doesn't cohere. So the thing is this: if you want to wheedle people down, I say all those parties and institutions, they should ask from their processes, because we've had this thing before in this country. We used to have serious party like UPN, NPN, PRP, GPP, all those kind of things. Why didn't this kind of evil idea came to their mind? How were they trying to sort out serious candidate from a serious one those days? How come like this now that it's money? So one person should not just use his corrupt mind to just deceive us that it's just because to people. See, you can even ask people that, okay, you want to contest, show us why you should contest, make presentation. You can even start this, for example, now in America, for example, maybe the next president now, they will know the person there. Each party will know the next person they will present as the presidential candidate. You can start even before the next 4 years, for example, let people start presenting what they've done, how they were going to help their country, and you can use that one to shortlist when the time comes. But for someone that say, okay, money will be the person. So what if the person that lacks zero idea, that has zero idea, will be the person to pay that 100 million? So what they are telling us that, okay, that person with that zero and empty hand should be the one to go ahead. So to me, I can't see, even for someone to even be defending that, to be saying that is why that is showing the level of deterioration in that country. Because those people that lifted the country up in the past, they were just civil servants that even when they retire, when they retire, even they were not even any more than the highest paid person within the private sector in the country. So, but today, our politicians, they are even richer than even the legitimately wealthy people. Those, when I say legitimately, not that they don't have something, but those people that are industrialists, those people that you can see the business they are doing. The like of TINUBU, for example, now can someone tell me what exactly how TINUBU came about this million? Can someone tell me how Yaya Bello came about this thing? So when we talk of this, this is why you now see people allocating something like security vote to themselves. When someone was asking me how he was looking for how Osinbajo will make his money, I said, see, one thing about Nigeria that we don't realize is some of these political leaders, by the time they are leaving that office, if they are not living with at least $250 million after that, maybe some of them will be even moving closer to almost $500 million by the time they are leaving that office. That is telling us the type of danger we are in that country. And you see, and to make it worse, we are using borrowed fund this time around. Because if you are making that money, you are looting is one thing, but you are borrowing to loot. The 4.4 trillion they are budgeting for this subsidy now, for example, why do you think it's 4 billion? It's just because of election. Now we are complaining now that dollar is like about 500 to this thing. We've never seen anything. The next election is going to be higher. It has always been like that since 1999. This is one of the little thing. This little thing that they are doing, that is these consequences we are seeing. So to me, government should cap this thing. This is where what all those electoral act, all those things should have addressed all these things. Make that form to be in thousands and not in millions. Don't let any crook hijack the political structure.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, I want to go on to Solly, who might be leaving us soon. But Solly, I want you to speak to this new space. So mute yourself. Let me present the new space to you. Sorry, somebody is not muted. So mute yourself for a moment. Whoever is. So let me present you this new space, and I'm going to show the screen. Or I'll show you on the screen as well, because the pictures is part of the narrative. But watch this. Ola was just speaking about how Osinbajo can afford or not afford. But listen to this and look at your screens as well. So this is Osinbajo in play. So let's see. Okay, so there it is. So let me take you to the top. So we start with the headline. So yes, ruling party APC delegates get 250,000 naira each during meeting with Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. So this is the politics that they are playing. In the readout that I did on Osinbajo, he promised the politicians that they will continue to loot under his administration. He said that, and I can reread it if you want me to reread it. But let me read this space in addition to the looting that he had already promised. Ruling party APC delegates get 250,000 naira each during meeting with Vice President Osinbajo. Some presidential delegates of the ruling All Progressive Congress in the Southwest on Friday went home with 250,000 naira each after attending a meeting with Vice President Yemi Osinbajo in Ibadan, Oyo State. This was what we were given by Osinbajo today, a delegate said, whilst showing the money packaged in an envelope. So the first evidence is what you're seeing on your screen now. So that is, you know, when you go to a party and they put all these things next to you. So this is the first package. You can see the well-designed something. So that in itself already spent. Osinbajo 2023, it is time. So you see that. So that's the first go-to. So it carries on. Osinbajo had on Friday began his second round nationwide consultation ahead of the presidential primary of the APC slated for June the 1st, 2022. The move, according to his aide, was designed to cement efforts already put in place by the vice president in a bid to fortify his chances of clinching the party's presidential ticket. So there it is right there. So you saw the bag. Now look at the content of the bag. So within that bag, of course, you can see it right there. Look into that brown envelope and the unmistakable sight of Naira words. So that's the 250,000 that were dished out to delegates in Ibadan. Speaking at the Ibadan event, Osinbajo had said his experience in the last 7 years had prepared him to become Nigeria's next president. The vice president said he had been exposed to everything related to governance at the local and international level, which informed his intention to run for president. According to him, it is time to reward all politicians and delegates of the party who work for the success of the party, as he noted that every politician deserves to be treated well and properly. So let me pause there for a moment. So deserves to be treated well. Again, I show you the evidence of good treatment for politicians. So under his administration, politicians will be treated well, and being a man of his word, he starts as a means to go on 250,000 naira to everybody that came in. So he rounds it off. He also added that his administration as president would create a partnership based on trust between the delegates and the political class for the reward of all. So there it is right there, for the reward of all. And there it is, right? That is it right there. That is it right there. So that is the bag. You see a nice Gucci designed campaign bag, and the content of the bag, of course, you can see the words of money. So all of that to you, Solly.
Well, this administration has been an administration of just supporting the politicians. They don't care about the people. They've always been helping the politicians. Look at how many pardons. Like even during Jonathan's time, I don't think people have gotten pardons for such the kind of crimes that politicians are committing in this administration. Now they are just committing the crimes knowing that they will just get pardon. So is commit the greatest crime, commit what you can, you go to your full potential.
Jonathan did it too, solely. He did the same thing.
As much as Buhari's administration.
Well, he did it too.
Okay, but I'm not comparing who did what, but this is the worst. This is the worst. They are not hiding it. There's no shame, and they are still doing it. So they are not even stopping, and they are promising that more politicians will be able to continue to do it, which will look enticing for all parties. It doesn't matter if it's just APC.
A pastor, for that matter, or sorry, a pastor.
Oh, one man, forget all those
of the holy three
But can you look?
It's just bobo now.
I doubt. You know why I doubt?
Hold on, sorry. Why do you doubt, Obina?
Okay, I doubt that this is really true. Reason number one is that if it's by money, it's not. He can't match Tinubu, so he can't even. How much can he spend? That's one. Two is APC has not decided on the mode of primary. So how will you know whether
they have?
When? Because remember they gave the NEC gave NWC the powers to decide. They couldn't decide in their NEC meeting.
No, they've decided on the mode of primaries, which is going to be indirect primary. So the 7,800 delegates of the APC are going to decide who gets the ticket. So the delegates are in play, and the naira has started to flow.
Okay, but even at that, 250 won't be able to buy the delegates.
Yeah, no, that's just buy sweet with this one. Hold this one. I'm coming now. Hold this one. I'm coming.
And Obi, now you said Tinubu has more money. Yes, you are right, but Tinubu X a lot of people.
Bullion, remember the bullion ban? Remember, how can you match 250 without bullion ban?
Yes, but a lot of people don't like Tinubu. He just makes you feel some kind of way. Some kind of, I wouldn't say irritating, but it just irks you, deep down in your gut, you just don't like the man. But with Osinbajo doing it, the reason why they are doing all these kind of things is because they don't fear the man. I've been saying this thing since. Osinbajo does not have that power, that might following him. And with what he's doing, I feel he doesn't have any strong person backing him. Because the way he's campaigning like he's alone. He's campaigning like he's just another candidate. He's the vice president, for Christ's sake. Current vice president.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have any strong backing, but he will be forget that he's giving less money. He will be more preferred than Tinubu for everyone. He's not promising. They don't know what Tinubu is going to. What if Tinubu comes and scatters everything?
I never thought it that way until Solly just mentioned it now, that it seems like he's only one campaigning by himself. You've not really seen people, people like senators, or like if you see like this man, what's his name? AMAECHI. This guy from Borno State that is sitting on defense committee. This guy, what's his name? Somebody remind me his name here.
Ndume.
Ndume is campaigning, is going around, and but we're not seeing anybody with Osinbajo like that. So it begins to make me like Solly just said now, begin to make me wonder too, like.
No, rational man. He met governors.
Yeah, but who is campaigning with him? You know what I mean? Like people going around with him, you see them always with him. Like what's Solly saying?
Look, there's no way you can be a one man. He's the vice president, and he came in through the back door against Tinubu. So he is pursuing his own strategy in the best way he believes it can work for him. He has met the National Assembly members. He has met
they told him good luck in your endeavors. But they told him good luck. They told him
and
good luck.
everybody met them too. Tinubu met them. Everybody met them, of course, and they give everybody equal attention to. Yeah.
Yes. And now he was in Ibadan to meet the delegate, and I believe he will be there with some people. And he went to see the
Olubado. To hand out 250. To hand out how much did Olubado get is the question.
Where you
look at that. Dollar
and he went to meet Olubado. So he's just
going around meeting the kings too. He's pursuing his own.
And you're wondering how we will affront the 100 million ticket. You will get that. Because if it goes around every state, if this is the precedence that he has set, then he has to go around every state now, handing 250 to every delegate, 7,800 of them at 250 each. God.
What I think is he has people that are real big people in the government, people senators, or maybe even the president, who are backing him, but they just don't want to. Maybe they don't want to offend Tinubu. Because I guys, except this guy is very, very corrupt. I mean, we know. I mean, the vice president, and if truly those pictures we are saying that he's the one handing out those money to them, and those money is coming out from his own pocket.
Well, he's not handing it out personally, I'm sure, but
of course, so he must have people who are very, very, influential within the government, and maybe who are even senators, who are even in the presidency. Presidency.
And what about his promise? What about his promise that corruption will carry on under his administration?
These people are just
he's openly saying it, that corruption will carry on under his administration.
That is just what it means. If people are giving out money like this, these people are going to recuperate their money back. You can't expect them to just be dolling out money like this, and then at the end of the day, they just go for the hams and say, okay, go to the government and we'll sit down and watch and you do it very well. No corruption. No, there will always be corruption. They will want to get their money back. Even Tinubu. That's why I'm saying, like I said earlier, these people are not fit for any purpose. You just have to just let them go. They just vote all of them out, bring in fresh people.
You can't vote people out, though.
Well, I know how Nigerian politics, but I'm saying that's why we're here on this
politics platform. Everywhere. You don't vote people out, you vote people in. Who do you have to vote in? Who?
Hold on. Like Adelego has always said here, we are seeing other parties that are also coming in.
It's the same thing now, solely.
It's not
the same solely as well. How is this the same thing?
Voting in and voting out.
It's not the same thing.
What I'm saying is vote these idiots, these corrupt parties, and there are people that are representing them standing in election, PDP and APC, because we know what they are fit for. They are only there just to enrich their own pockets and their own cronies. So vote them out. Because all this money they are paying for their tickets and everything, they will want to get that money back.
Okay, but rational mind, you can't keep saying voting out when the people are not really putting candidates anywhere. You say that there are other parties. Other parties have cheaper tickets.
That is why we are here, Sonny.
Why
we
are
they talking?
No.
Hold on. We are here. We are talking about.
But we can talk. If the people are not going to do anything, they keep on suffering.
We leave it up to them. That was why I said to you after this 2023, it's goodbye for me on one man's platform. Because you see, I know Nigerians are just steep in their ways. They are just, they just want to continue. Look at people who are campaigning for Jonathan today. We want him back. He do better when he was. We know that he was better than this idiot that is there. But do you want to go back to 2015 again? No, what to move
after
forward.
2023, I disagree with you guys. Bye-bye. Because after 2023 election, most of all our headaches in Nigeria will be dead. They will not survive the next election. Majority of them.
Maybe that's what it is. But for me, I'm saying I will never come and talk about Nigeria, one Nigeria election. I will never talk about it anymore. That's what I'm just trying to say.
Rational mind. I got your point, but that 2023 truly will be interesting, because part of my plan is that I will show my face in 2023 if there's no election and a new person entirely emerges as the president of Nigeria. But if some of these crooks, including Tinubu or anybody from APC, if they become the president, if any of them becomes the president of Nigeria in 2023, man, I won't give up. I will try my best, but the hope I have in Nigeria will be dimmed. That's just it.
People don't want to be saved. People don't want us to be saved in that country. We can only talk, like Osari was saying, we're only talking here, and then it's like we're not making any impact. How many years we've been talking on this platform?
We are making impact. See, let me tell you something. We are making impact. You may not know. If you listen to some of these presenters, if you listen to some of these presenters of these things, sometimes I think they came here to steal ideas.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. So
especially them on our rise, almost
exactly.
You will see our titles in their something, and I've been noticing that too often for it to be a coincidence.
It's the same words that we use. Sometimes they use it in spin. They use those words.
So you can come out to Rufai, but not Rufai. We want all your pay. The rest of you can stay. Yeah.
So those things you see, there's a way it works on the mind of the people. See, some people will change. It takes time to change people. Because, for example, if Buhari has never come, for example, now, the narrative will be totally different. Because some people, even in 2019, they were here to learn. Now, they said, okay, it was Sharaki that was even preventing him from performing. Okay, Sharaki is no longer there now. They now realize, okay, some people will change. It takes time for people to have change of mind. So it's not as if you talk to people and just saying you 2-3 years. No, it may take a decade, 2 decades.
Let me say something to you. What has happened in that country? Half of it must not happen in some countries. They will scatter everything. But look at it. Okay, looking at from Abacha time, when Abacha was there, I mean, it's for the early part of his administration, military regime, I was there. Things were worse with all the sanctions that was imposed on Nigeria. Maybe we can compare it to now, maybe not as worse as to now. But even then, people were lamenting. There was no electricity. I mean, I live in those area of AG area that time, Malu area for Apapa Road area there. Things were so difficult. I mean, that was the very year that a lot of us, even guys around in my street, a lot of us, we just left that country. Just the way people are living in droves now. So what I'm not trying to say to you is this. If things were worse then, Nigerians could not even rebel. How much more when under a democratic dispensation that everybody is free to express themselves?
No,
I mean, they could not even do anything. They could not even come to the street and lament about the economic situation in that country.
You see the difference. If you look at our social structure,
these people are not ready to escape.
Rational mind. If you see our social structure, it makes a revolt difficult to come all of a sudden. For example, now rational mind. You know how many people that are your responsibility. For example, even those people that are not your immediate members of the family. Now, but in a Western country like this, you know, things like that don't happen. So because our people, they are still finding alternatives. But you see what makes Buhari's situation different is that because they've now introduced another dimension into this situation now. You know, as far back as 1983, you say, oh, they want to Islamize Nigeria, they want to do all those kind of things. People say it's a lie, nobody will do this thing. Now, they want to fundamental, it's a lie. But now, people can see what they've denied over time because when some people are telling you something, because some people are unable to experience it, they will say no. So because another dimensionality is in this thing already, it will make people now to even have different sense of feeling. So that's why I'm saying that it takes time. So people are not reasoning like that about Abacha period because Abacha period.
People say, people say, here man feel once and for all. Now the point is, hold on. For how many years are we going to be like this? I mean, look at it. 8 years of these idiots is past. Add it to our age now. I mean, what are we talking about? Are we going to stand another 4-8 years again of madness? I mean, life is too short for us to be wasting our time on all these idiots. That's what I'm trying to say, make you understand.
All right. A lot of us don't disagree with you, I suspect, rational mind. The Nigerian mind is so docile. You know, that term, Stockholm syndrome, is especially invented for Nigerians. They will take any beating. They will go from eating yam to eating potato. They will go from buying rice in bags to buying it in tomato tins. They will go from handing out plastic in parties to handing out pepper and tomato. So they will adapt rather than rebel against what offends them. But let's get back to Solly to round off his thoughts, and then I want to go on to Obina from there. So Solly, back to you.
One man, there's only one topic you've told me. Oh
yes, now because I want to make sure I talk to everybody. But round off your thoughts on that one, then I'll present you another one. Okay, go on.
No, I just well, It just shows the kind of person Osinbajo is. That guy just learned from Tinubu. He's not a pastor. He probably doesn't even believe in God. You know, it's just it's just
Should
a
he
so.
drop that pastor now? We've seen his behavior, the treachery, the
He
handing
will
out money
never
in.
drop it.
No, no.
It's Nigeria.
Is it somewhat bastardizing that term, pastor?
One man at this
Yeah.
point, the way Nigerian pastors behave is now Osinbajo you are worried about. They've
Mm.
always been bastardizing the name. They've always been using it to their advantage. You know, they don't be most of these people don't believe in what they are preaching. If not, they will not be like this.
And by the way, he has not even brought the big guns out yet. When the daddy GO of his church, when he starts to mount the campaign trail to say, yes, the Lord has told me that it is my son that should be your president.
But one man, why is he not bringing out the big guns right now?
Yeah, but nobody is bringing. You remember we were saying that about Tinubu as well, that he seems to be walking a lonely path in his presidential campaigning. But that seems to be the same thing with Osinbajo as well. So a lot of the people that will move public opinion, they seem to be staying quiet somewhat, except people that are fully invested. So we're not hearing from independent names like Fashola, where we've not yet. I think Aregbesola will probably go for Osinbajo because he has already had a public fight with Tinubu. But Fayemi even saying that we're not knowing if he's a contestant or if he's going to back somebody. So a lot of names. We've not even heard who Abubakar Malami is for. So all the big names in politics as it stands now, none of them are really coming out to state. I think they are waiting for the move from the center to see how they move.
Yeah, is that me? That me that will know basically what's going on. Now we can only speculate, you know. But anyway, I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised. From the moment I knew that Osinbajo was trying to increase salary of all those judges, and I started seeing he just became so straightforward and open about his corruption. Then that's the end. This is what APC is about. PDP really messed up. They became too complacent, and this is the result. I don't think they'll ever get power back. Honestly speaking, especially as aggressive as APC is. I don't think they'll ever get power back.
Do you think if they fail this time around, that will be the end of that party?
It's the end. Completely.
Will Nigeria still have an opposition? This APC system is shaping up to be a single party state for Nigeria. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes. The only opposition that is going to beat them is an opposition that is coming out for real change.
Yeah, it'll be Sowore. The only voice we'll hear after 2023, if we have APC, will still be Sowore.
No.
Because he's doing it for all the right reasons. So he has no. So he's attacking all of them. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, but there will be more people like Sowore who can campaign better, who know how to talk to the ordinary average citizen. There are people like that already. They are just not coming out. They will be forced to come out because PDP will die. Nobody wants a one party. Nigeria is not the kind of country that a one party system will ever work. So there will be more people that will come out.
A lot of people will argue that we already have a one party system. But Solly, speak a
lot of people would have argued that when PDP was in power too.
Now, speak a little bit about the 100 million naira benchmark for the nomination forms. So that essentially then is just armed robbers only. It's essentially what they are saying. Armed robbers only.
I love to talk about this Tinubu character because it's a character that is just playing out in real time for all of us to see. That man is a narcissistic sociopath.
God. You've been waiting to use that term. Look at this guy. You've been reading dictionary again.
One man. I've met so many people. I've met so many kind of crazy people in my life. I've met narcissists. I've met psychopaths. I've met all of them. So once you see somebody, you already know the kind of person that he is, and he's very grandiose. One man, this same Tinubu that has been dropping 50 million in different states in Nigeria needed donation of 100 million. This is being grandiose. He's just trying to say, oh, I did not drop my own money. It's not as if it's my ambition. I have so much support and respect from the people that they are even willing to drop 100 million. It's Tinubu now. This kind of nonsense games used to play. And the people will now be like, yes, a man of integrity. a man that the people want. That's why they are even dropping 100 million for him. Jagaban.
A lot of me believes that guy actually. Let me show you the guy, because a lot of me believes that guy actually dropped that money, and I think he dropped it as an investment. So if I can,
One man, 100 million. Tinubu has been dropping 50 million like nothing all over the Nigerian states. What is 100 million? That's Tinubu's money. He's a grandiose kind of person.
Oh, okay. Look at this guy. Does he not strike you as the sort of person that can drop 100 million naira for Tinubu?
He does.
Mallam Bantuti from KEBBI.
But one man, this man is not going to be so stupid enough to drop 100 million on a candidate that is not guaranteed to be the president. This is a kind of grandiose movement. It is coming from the north. It is 100 million.
No, it's a calculated bet now. He can afford to lose it, but he knows the payout.
This is the kind of game Tinubu plays. Look at it now. It's 100 million from the north. Tinubu could have dropped that money in the blink of an eye. He drops 50 million. One man, how many 50 million did the man drop? How many? What is 100 million? This is
so why. Are you saying that money belongs to him?
It's his money. This is why he's a sociopath. He likes grandiose kind of movement. He's a very grandiose kind of person because he uses that one to cover up his atrocities. And Yoruba people, we tend to flock very easily to grandiosity. No matter the kind of atrocity the person may have, because we are a very forgiving type of people, unfortunately. So he has gotten from the north to look at it as, okay, support from the north. He has gotten support from the southwest that way. He's a very calculated person. He believes he doesn't need anything from the east. And he believes, I don't know if he believes he can get some votes from the east, but I'm sure he will get some votes from the east. So he has bookmarked the north, he has bookmarked the south, and he's going to continue playing that game, that grandiose game of the north, south. That's where he's going to keep campaigning. More grandiosity. That is his campaign, but that doesn't really work for the youth. It only works for people that are older. We can easily spot nonsense and all this Jagaban nonsense easily, but at the youth voting, that's another problem. The people that can easily tell what he's doing, are they voting? Do they have their PVC? They hate him. No, he must not become president. Do you have your PVC? Silence.
Do you? Solid, do you?
I don't have. I haven't gone to Nigeria.
I think you are the only one on this platform that has one, rational mind.
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
I have to go to Nigeria.
We checked that the last time. Yeah, go on, sorry. Yeah.
This one, somebody said,
let me ask you one question.
I'm coming. I want to address this. I'm sure you don't know Yoruba people. I am Yoruba. I've gone to.
No, you are Yoruba lies. Like you have diet coke.
I agree with that.
You are diet coke Yoruba. You are
not my diet coke Yoruba.
You are not full blood. You are Yoruba from the pepere. The
one man. I'm from Ekiti.
Yeah, you can be from whatever. You can even be Oyo, but
I live in Lagos.
You are not full blood Yoruba.
How many Yoruba people leave their states? How many Yoruba people leave their states?
Solely, one man is just pulling your leg.
Yeah, diet coke Yoruba, not full fat.
It's a diet coke itself.
It's a diet coke.
Okay, yes. I can agree on that one, but I'm not diet coke Yoruba.
When a person like me speak, Ekiti man speaking. Solely, you say Yoruba are very forgiving, that they forgive quickly. See,
yes.
To me, I think it's fallacy. It's a wrong assumption. I will tell you. Even Akintola in his grave, for example, Yoruba is not forgiving him, and we should not misjudge that of Abiola, for example, that Abiola voted for the PAU. People voted for Abiola. It wasn't only Yoruba that voted for Abiola. And like someone rightly said there the other time, when people thought Yoruba were fighting for Abiola, no, Yoruba were not actually fighting for Abiola. They were fighting for restoration of democracy. So if you think Yoruba are forgiving, don't worry. They are about to show you from Tinubu. You will see the elders of Yoruba, the way they are talking about. They are not supporting Tinubu. Are those people that have something to gain from Tinubu are the ones supporting. If you give all these Yoruba elders the chance, weeks, you will see how they will mess Tinubu up.
If Tinubu is on the ticket against a non-Yoruba, I suspect that the Yorubas will support him because they want
even
the
if they
presidency.
hate him,
Yeah.
Ola, even if they hate him, even all these youths, that
The Yorubas, they will not say
will
because they don't
support
like
him.
Tinubu, they will go and vote for an article now. I don't think so, but you know, I may be
Shelley
wrong.
now.
You know,
The real Yoruba elders, even when Obasanjo was still there, they were the one even forcing the man that we have to restructure Nigeria, we have to do constitutional conference.
They will do all that, but they will still, yeah.
Ola, I think you don't understand what I mean by Yoruba people are forgiven. For example, now they will still carry it in their hearts. But like one man said, if they have to pick between Atiku and Tinubu, they will surely pick Tinubu. You are saying it's the case with Abiola. If he comes out and starts acting nice and starts acting in a kind of forgiving way, Yoruba people will forgive him. They won't forget though, but they will forgive him.
Because they like to tell it on. They like to tell it on in Yoruba, so they will always remind you of your.
They were very forgiving people.
They didn't forgive Obasanjo, if you need to know.
All right. Go on, make that point, but I don't want us to labor that too much. But make that point.
They didn't forgive Obasanjo. If not to be for rigging, for example, no way Obasanjo would have won the Southwest. See, that Bola Ige alone, that issue of Bola Ige alone, if you have Yoruba now to open that thing to tomorrow, it's even a big issue against OBJ government alone. So, see, Yoruba is, when you say Olote, I don't know anybody that can do Olote more than Yoruba. Even when that, even something that happened about 20 generations ago, Yoruba know they forget. So you can't be Olote more than Yoruba. That Yoruba are very forgiving.
Difference between
that's a wrong, from my own view, it's a wrong assumption. We don't forgive like that.
No. We don't forget. We forgive. There's a difference between forgetting and forgiving. You can keep things and avoid this person, but you forgive the person. For example, now you said the Yoruba elders, they may not support. They from how we see it now, they may not look like they are supporting him. But I guarantee you, if Tinubu should build momentum, if Tinubu should gain backing, all of them will change face. They will start supporting him.
If he gets the PDP APC ticket, of course they will support him because they want a Yoruba man in Asoro. So whether they like him or not like him is a different matter.
It's just that we don't forget. That's
only we just have to give an example, because in the history of Yoruba, when you see all those, when you are talking of Yoruba, forget about all those people on the street, all those all those people that belong to our social cultural group and those people that really speak on behalf of Yoruba. Tell me someone that they've gone against someone and they come back later, start supporting that person. Yoruba, I don't see. Whether you want to talk of Afenifere, you want to talk with Filana.
What era are you living in?
I don't know what he's talking about.
I said give an example. Don't just say, no, I understand. When you say what era I live in, just give me an example. And
don't give the example, because I want to move on from that spot. But you're
living in the past, Ola. You're living in the past, the era.
Prove it.
I mean, the people that are voting now,
Allah is right. Allah tell on Yoruba.
I'm not saying don't be wrong. I
think Soli's point is valid. That for forgiving and forgetting, there, of course, I think we all know that they are two distinct and separate things. So to forgive is a matter of expediency now. And the example that Soli gave, that if they had article on the paper and they had Tinubu on the paper, a Yoruba man would not say because he detests Tinubu, he will go and vote for a Fulani man. But that's not to say that he will still hate Tinubu, but he would do the Omowani, the sort of that at least he speaks the same language as me, so he would understand more what I mean. So they will, when we say hold their nose, they will hold their nose that this is a smelly guy, but I have no choice. So that's just the thing. So forgiving and forgetting to two distinct things. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're a Yoruba person. I know you speak more Yoruba. I mean, you are more Yoruba kind of inclined. Yoruba people say, so we kind of have a bad child and say, okay, here, lion, here. Hit him up. No, we always want to embrace our own, even no matter how that is Yoruba for you. So why I'm giving you that is because what Solly said. Yoruba people, they can forget. I mean, they can forgive you, but they will never forget. At some point, they will bring it up and maybe they might use it against you in some ways. But when it's so crucial, sometimes they will never do that by betraying their own. We know that, like Ajay Koko said, they could be olote in some ways. But when it comes in some situation, in some context, like what woman is saying, that whereby we have a Gambari and then Yoruba, you will expect the Yoruba now to now give it to a Gambari, and then for I push his own Yoruba person that is, even though no matter how wicked he is. I mean, look at MKO. You gave an example. So what I'm not trying to say invariably is that Yoruba people will always do their own thing in some context, but not in the context of whereby we have people, your own son that is vying for a position like the presidency, and then they would now say they want to betray him. I don't think so. That will ever happen.
Yeah, but it's all a matter of opinion, isn't it?
One man, please, I have a question to ask. Is anyone talking from Germany here?
No.
Nobody. I need somebody from Germany. I need something from Germany. Yeah, you can continue, woman.
All right. So if anybody is in Germany in the comment section, indicate, and then we'll try and link you up with Thomas. So round off your thoughts on that space, Solly, and then I want to go on to Ajanle Koko and put to him the Saraki situation.
So, like I said, it's just one of TINUBU'S plays. You know, it's getting outdated, and it can only work. This is the last chance for such a strategy to work during this 2023 election. He's doing the right thing anyway, and I wouldn't say he's doing the right thing, but he's doing the right thing to win, basically. So we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. I still expect more contenders. I still expect people like Firemi and maybe some other people to come out. And I expect Buhari to back somebody that...
Which other big name are you expecting to come out? Which big name are you anticipating that is not out already that you think might? Because we only have just a few. The time is ticking real fast now. So really, it's going to be declaration after declaration for anybody with ambition now. So which other big name are you anticipating?
So far, the only one I can really say is Firemi. I could have called somebody like Fashola, but that Fashola seems very, very loyal to Tinubu, you know. So I can just say Firemi for now.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solly. So let's go from Solly to Ajanle Koko.
Good night.
All right, thank you, Solly. So let's go from Solly to Ajanle Koko and take him to the PDP space, because the permutation is getting interesting. They are trying to create a consensus, as we know, within the within the PDP, and the person arrowheading that space is Saraki, who seems to be serving his own self-interest because that consensus. So they're trying to create first a northern consensus, to then bring it to the south, to then negotiate a consensus candidate for the party. But the consensus narrative that Saraki is championing has brought himself forward alongside Bala Mohammed as the agreed favorites of the North. So it was Ango Abdullahi that superintended that whole process that emerged these people to jettison Tambuwal. And it was Babangida himself that oversighted this process that has brought these two to the fore. Bala Mohammed has now told us now that they will have discussions between the two of them to agree on one candidature. So now this is the thing that is evolving out of the PDP, master stroke politics yet again by Bukola Saraki, who are orchestrating people to bring himself forward. We know that obviously they are not going to step Saraki down for Bala Mohammed because he has more name recognition. So what are you making of that permutation one, to have a northern consensus candidate? How does that play out against the article backdrop? And how does then that cohere with the clamor for a southern president? So all of that in the mix, Ajanle Koko.
There's no way they're going to do a northern consensus without taking into consideration the position of Atiku. So they could do consensus among three of them, but Atiku is still the one to beat, whether they like it or not in that party.
But what about the endorsement of Babangida that they've added onto it?
It doesn't matter whether they add it up to it or they don't add it up to it. Atiku is Atiku is the one to be beat among all of them that are aspiring for the position of president, because he's the only one among them all that have the strongest political machine in the party. So I don't know how their consensus, I don't know how far it will go to help them. But what I know is that whether consensus or no consensus, they will end up at the convention for their primary. And I believe that Atiku will still winning again the way he did it last time. The political machine that he used that time is still intact. And
but all of these permutations that are in play, are this not Atiku's political machinery? Saraki is Atiku's political machinery. The Northern Caucus is political machinery. People like Tambuwal, these are all of the people that are the lieutenants of his political structure. Are they not? And the lieutenants now want to be a general. So this political structure that we're saying he has, just how deep is it in terms of people that are now, showing ambition outside of him?
Let me take you back to 2019. All of them were in contention again. Saraki, Tambuwa, and Atiku beat all of them. And the margin it defeated all of them, put all their own delegates together. They are not up to 1/4 of that of Atiku. So you see, Atiku is not saying anything. You see, he's not meeting them for anything. He knows what he has on the ground.
He met them once, and then he determined that it was a Saraki project, and he just abandoned.
Yeah, obviously it's Saraki project. So, and he's not worried about them. He knows they don't have weight. They are just trying to play some game to position themselves as a formidable force to reckon with from the north. I don't think Babangida endorsing them or not endorsing them will help them. Atiku, whether they like it or not, when we talk about the resources, he has all the resources. He has all that it takes. Every resources, every know-how, to win the primary, he have it, and even to contest against APC, that is the ruling party. Atiku is the most feared candidate to APC because they knew that he won the last election, they rigged it, and they know that he still have that resources in place, and he have all that who is who. Who is who in Nigeria.
Ajale Koko, you normally said they rig it. The both all party rig is only those ones that can rig more, that got the election. So I don't think you normally say that they rig for Buhari, but you can't say PDP doesn't rig as well, isn't it?
Let me tell you this. The party in power have the military, the police, the INEC, they have everything. And that gives them the advantage over the opposition. So, and that is what Buhari did last election. Buhari failed in his first time in office. Everybody saw it that his government was a failure, it was a government of failure. He failed woefully. When you're talking about a failure in totality, that was Buhari in the first time. So he failed. Nigerians did not vote for him, but they rigged it. And it was clear to everybody that they rigged the election. They used all the resources at their disposal, the governmental resources, and they rigged it. So Atiku is the person they know that he can slug it out, can confront them, fight for fight and everything, money for money, everything. He's the man. So you see, he doesn't bother himself about all the consensus campaign they're doing around. He's just waiting. Let us go to primary. I mean, that the primary will create a level playing field for everybody, and whoever that emerges will be the candidate. So that is what he's waiting for. He has his army ready on the ground that will fight for him and win the primary for him. So Babangida or no Babangida, just for that, you're talking about that man that cannot cannot even walk again. Just forget about him. It's the one that put us in the problem that we find ourselves in that country today.
Yes.
He manipulated the system in such a way to favor him so that he can transition to civilian president. That was what the criminal did. If not that he miscalculated by annulling June 12th election, if he had not allowed Abiola to win, to contest, Babangida would have should have transitioned himself to the president of Nigeria. But the weight that Babangida Buhari brought into the, Abiola brought into the game was too much for him. And that is why he left. If we were to be just somebody like that, Tofa or some other paperweight person, he would have gotten away with it. So,
Ajali Koko, do you believe the rumor that he wants to be the Field Marshal after his? Some people are suggesting the rumor that he wants to be the Field Marshal, like the president forever. Some people are speculating that then.
Yeah, that was his. His plan. His thought. Not even the Field Marshal. He want to transition into civilian president. He did everything to manipulate the system, and that was what brought us to the political system that we find ourselves today, which is a fraud in totality. Two-party system cannot give Nigerians their freedom, the political freedom that Nigerians are looking for, the democracy that Nigerians are looking for. It cannot give us better democracy. It's a fraud, the two political systems that we are running. Because we are multicultural, we are multi-ethnic, we are multi-religious, we are multilingual people. How can two-party system represent that peculiarities with over 200 million? It's a fraud. Look, back then, when all the political parties were formed, this is a crazy man that destroy all that party. That they don't want this party. They doesn't want people to come together and form their own political party. He now manipulated it and said, okay, government form it. How can the government form political party for people? That was a fraud. That was what he did. He manipulated it. And since then, he has institutionalized it in the brain of Nigeria as if two-party system is the best for us. It's never the best. When we had the First Republic,
but Ajali Koko, it's not that two-party that obtains throughout the whole world.
Hold on. When we had First Republic that worked well for us, we didn't have two political parties. When we had Second Republic that worked well for us before the military came, both on the First Republic to dismantle or disrupt the First Republic, and as they did in the Second Republic, we didn't have two political parties, and they did well. It worked for us. It worked for the country. The political representative of all the constituent how do I say it? All the constituency that formed that country
represented their people well. They were not corrupt. The politics they practiced then was issue-based, was performance-based, was service-based, and they are patriotic and well and they are patriotic people.
Ideological.
Ideological. What are we talking about? Talking about this nonsense democracy that you are thinking you are practicing in Nigeria, you think you are practicing two parties, and everybody are just
Ajale Koko.
Ajale
Koko, let me say this. Ajale Koko. Is that not two-party we are practicing all the whole world?
Forget
the
about
two
that
main
nonsense.
parties.
You can forget about what they practice in America. Forget about what they practice, the nonsense they practice in America or Britain. Britain
No,
does not have
even Australia. Even Australia, two parties.
Okay. Are you multi-ethnic in Australia?
Of course, yes.
Multi-ethnic. How many ethnic groups do you have in Australia?
Oh, there are thousands. There are so much.
That are indigenous.
Australia is a multicultural country.
Hold on. That are indigenous to Australia.
No, they are not indigenous. It's only Aborigine.
What are you talking about?
Ajale Koko, let me tell you, Thomas something. Thomas, see, don't mistaking the dominance party at the central to what is obtainable at the regions. You understand? When two are fighting at the central level, maybe that's where you see two mostly, but it is not always true that two political parties are dominating in countries. No, it's not always true. You can find a lot of examples whereby there are multi-party systems that run the country. So two-party system in Nigeria is an avenue for government.
But Hola, two parties dominate.
Let's give Wike the chance to respond to what Sarake had to say. This is courtesy of Rational Mind. So Wike now speaking to that Northern Consensus space. So let's hear from the man. This is Wike. Can you see it on your screen?
Down for a consensus.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah. Yes, we can see. Yeah.
Step down for who?
Your Excellency, you go step down for a consensus candidate for your party.
Step down for who?
If PDP today present a consensus candidate.
What do they call consensus? What do they call consensus? Why go step down for anybody? You see, if you want to do consensus, you go do consensus. We will say there's equity. We will say it is fair to everybody. We will say everybody will get justice. Our constitution for PDP, section 7, subsection 3, C, talks a look. They're going to do rotation for party offices. And the election will be for other elected positions like president and this and that. Now, so the constitution of PDP talks so. If the consensus way you want to do, not to gang up against 1 or 2%, why will I go put myself for that kind of consensus? And these people, they talk about consensus, their hands clean. Their hands not clean. You see, this thing, someone, important, what we call a shine bubble. The more you look, the less you see. Somebody say they want to do consensus. Now lie. Now why you? Now people where they run election and then they talk consensus. Now party talk. Don't be party talk. Now, like for example, you and me and this person say we want with the run, with the country say we could do consensus. If you also remember, say people they talk consensus, then talk say we be northerners, where they run for the president, make we do consensus. Nobody say that everybody talks so. Now people were from the north, the president aspect, and them set up, say they want to do consensus amongst them. Then later they call chief, okay, make it be everybody. I say, no be so. I didn't like why for my life.
Okay, Your Excellency, the day where you declare, get one statement where you make, and I want to ask about you talk say those founding fathers will run come out from the party and still want today recognize they don't lose their shares. Who exactly do you talk about?
No. I don't get any person from mine. When I be talk say people when they talk say that them make where this party come. It be like person will follow when they go fund company. Then you do for the company. Yeah, just they get problem. Or you say no, you want to go put here, you want to take your money, we put here. Go put for another business. Immediately you come out now, you know go talk say you be shareholder again for the company that. You know go talk like that. Yes, I know say
this company, follow Foreman. But after something, you can say, no, you want to take your money, go put for another place. As you take your money, go put for another place. You know, get this company, you don't get anything with the company again. Now, so the politics be. If you say, now, I bring PDP.
All right. So that was Wiki. That was Wiki essentially describing Saraki as Shine Bobo. So it goes on and on, but you already know what Wiki has to say. So what are you there?
But is he not talking like drunkard?
Hold on, Thomas, please. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko. What are you making of Wike's that's classic Wike, isn't it, Ajanle Koko?
Well, Wike is right for saying their consensus is nonsense, is fraud. So the party is not going to accept it. So they are just trying to position themselves, or one of them, as if it's a northern candidate, thereby the southern aspirant can start to negotiate. It's not going to work. They know the trick. And politicians, they know themselves well. So, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I mean, so have you seen what the other this other media house, People's Gazette, said about the consensus they did in Mina? That this guy pulled out. Tambuwa pulled out because this guy was pulling some shenanigans. Saraki, and which is what this guy was alluding to in some ways, Wike. And now there's another report out there now that it's like Tambuwa is saying that because when they did the election in Mina, they said Tambuwa had was it 5? How many votes? But then Bala and Saraki had 10 each. Maybe they had about 3 or 4 votes that were indecisive. They could not decide on which party to vote for. But at least Bala, Mohammed, and they already had a majority vote. So, but then, according to the report on People's Gazette, Saraki asked Tambuwa and the rest of the other people on that their consensus to meet in Mina. Then later, I think what's his name, Sokoto State Governor, he got Saraki now had to reach out to them and say, okay, we can't do this anymore. We don't agree on anything on this consensus. So they now went to Mina and do it behind him. Then he had to come up and say, no, I didn't agree on this consensus. So now the new report now is that Tambuwa is now aligned with Wike. So it's like Tambuwa is saying that this vote is not going to work. He's saying that this whole gang up against the Southerners is not going to work, perhaps. So for what I'm saying now, that's just my own. That's what I'm projecting.
You see. Sorry to interrupt your rational mind. There's a lot of me that agrees with what you're saying, because it's very difficult to believe that they will pick Bala Mohammed over Tambuwal. So if they have said the two consensus were Saraki and Tambuwal, you can see that. But not Bala Mohammed. Nobody knows Bala Mohammed in Nigeria now, except for him now just coming out to play money politics.
Among the 4 of them, the only person that could really challenge Saraki will be Tambuwa.
Yes.
Tambuwa is having 5. That is why you need to understand that something is going on there. So it's Saraki scheming there, according to Wiki, is scheming to make himself
shine Bobo.
So you see the whole politicking of, you see, ever since when Saraki lost Kwara State, I knew that guy is not relevant anymore. He lost his senatorial seat. I mean, even though he didn't have the governorship to PDP then, I was defended to PDP, but he lost his own seat, his own senatorial seat. That tells you that guy is not relevant. I mean, gradually it's no longer relevant.
No, I don't think he lost that senatorial seat. They removed him out because it's impossible for him to lose his senatorial seat.
I mean, whoever rigged best among them. So, but they rigged him best. I mean, they rigged best. So the point
as Ajanle Koko said, the incumbency has almost a monopoly on rigging now. They just write their own results, you know.
No doubt. Yeah. So what I'm just trying to say here is that Wike will eventually, we'll maybe fight. I mean, we'll fight for the ticket with Atiku, and maybe this guy will be his vice. That is Tambuwa will be his vice on that ticket. That's what I see going on.
Whose ticket?
I mean,
PDP.
Wike, on PDP. That is Wike.
Oh, you know, Wike and Tambuwa, they are friends now. You
So
know
that's
that
what I'm
Wike
saying.
supported him in the last 2019 primary against Atiku.
Yeah, because
Wike
Wike is standing that.
was the one that sponsored Tambuwa.
So, but
Yeah.
Wike is standing now that it's not going to step down for anybody. So if
Yeah.
he's not going to step down for anybody, Tambuwa is already reading the handwriting on the wall that with Saraki spearheading this consensus, and he was able to skim him out, give him 5 votes. Who is Bala Mohammed compared to this guy, compared to Tambuwa? Because Tambuwa is the only person that can rival him in their consensus. So by giving him 5 votes, he has made him look like it's not relevant. It doesn't matter in the equation. So he is the relevant person there in that ticket, whatever consensus they call him. So now he sees that there's like going forward now, it's like there's no future for him. So you better align with Wike so that at least anyhow, he can pick up the vice presidential ticket with Wike, and then maybe they can slug it with his own influence in the Northwest. He could be able to pull out candidate delegates for Wike, so they could vote for Wike during the primaries. That's what I think is going to happen going forward. That's what I see.
It's still so intriguing within the
Very
PDP.
intriguing.
Yeah, all roads still point to Atiku, but it's not going to walk it through. Certainly, it's not going to be a walkthrough for him, and he's still insisting on plus glow. Anyway, we'll see how it plays out. But very intriguing within the.
But Woman, can I say this, please?
Yeah, go on.
I want to ask Ajali Koko. Their consensus candidate, does it really affect Atiku, but or Atiku can still continue with his ambition?
No, it doesn't affect him now. This is just an arrangement among them. It has no party approval. This one is just among the so the party is not involved.
It's not by party. It's not by the party.
No, it's not by the party. Yeah, so the party will come out clearly on process of electing the candidate of the party. So that one is the party is not part of this thing. They are just doing it among themselves so that maybe they can trim down number of some of them they can opt out and then back a very good, they can step down for each other and then minimize the number of people in the race so that it can be very easier at the primary,
But Ajali Koko, but don't you see that they don't want Atiku? They are tired of him.
No, it's game of politics. It's not whether they want Atiku or not. They are just playing their game. They're trying to, what they are trying to do, Saraki and the rest, they are just trying to show to the South that they from the North are united. And we have seen our people in the East too. They have came together too. They have met and they are working on consensus arrangement as well. We have seen Obi, Payosanyim, who else, and 2 others. I can't remember their name. They met in the East and they said, okay, they are working together. They want to do consensus among themselves. So it's just a way of positioning themselves before the party so that party members and leaders can, if at all, they finally come out with a consensus candidate among them. So the party leaders can now choose where to go. Either, it will give the, what do you call it? The delegate, the opportunity to select the best or to vote for the best among them. That is just it. It's not, all this one, party does not have any hand in it. They are just doing it among themselves. So whether Atiku does not worry about them, those from the North, Atiku is not in line with them. So let them go and do their consensus. And at the end of the day, the party will say, okay, all of you, whether consensus or no consensus, let us meet on the field for primary, and whoever emerges will be the candidate of the party. But as far as I'm concerned, this two-party arrangement, the big party that we have is just I mean, how do I describe it? It just political enslavery. They have enslaved us mentally as if it is only these two parties that can do the job for us. It's fraud. So this is what Babangida brought. He brought the idea of two-party as if it's very good for us. And that is what we have adopted now. And everybody is putting their head into these two parties, whereas these two parties cannot fully represent your interests. They cannot represent you well. All they will do, the majority will trample on the right of the minority, and they will trample on it forever. So that is what is playing now. That is why you see them fighting among each other. Oh, it is our turn, the South. It is our turn, the North. It shouldn't be like that when you have a true democracy.
All right. Let me bring Ashenin Shere, or otherwise known as Baba Akure, or sometimes known as Chief Akwelua. Let me bring
Is this only one topic I'm talking about today, man?
No, I'm coming to you with other topics, but I want to make sure that I touch every voice before I lose them. So then I'll go to Baba Akure, then I'll come back to you. But Baba Akure, are you there? We seem to have lost him even. Okay, let me stay with you then, Ajahn Lekoko, and take you to this space now. So they said Babangida institutionalized corruption in Nigeria, and there's no getting away from that because we used to have corruption in Nigeria, which was a criminal act. But then, of course, under Babangida, corruption then became an act of governance. So it was no longer a criminal act after Babangida, during and subsequently after Babangida. So he essentially institutionalized corruption within the Nigerian space. But the cementing of corruption in Nigeria now as the standard by which the country has to function is all enraptured in the APC nomination form. 100 million naira to buy an application form for a job from an anti-corruption party. What does that mean even? 100 million naira to buy a nomination form. Ajahn Lekoko, what does that mean?
Well, it simply means that that party cannot represent the interests of Nigerians. They only represent the interests of politicians and them in power. That is what it means. 100 million is a very, very big money in Nigeria. 100 million, if you give
just that nomination, just that amount of money, what does that speak to the country's fight against corruption? Just that 100 million, what does that say to the supposed fight against corruption?
It just shows that they are not fighting any corruption. They are just doing boju as if they are fighting corruption. This 100 million for nomination for will further, corrupt the political system. It will further corrupt the political system, and if we corrupt it and worsen it, and it will eliminate the interest of the people out of it completely. Our interest does not matter. So if you have the brain, if you have the capacity and the competence, and you are not rich, and you are not connected with those that can sponsor you, and sponsoring, you know, is never going to be free. If somebody is giving you 100 million to buy from, to contest for election, that person is obviously looking for favor from you. He's giving you that money so that when you get to power, you have to respond in good terms to that person. So it is either that person is your godfather. If it's not your godfather, that person is doing it for a particular purpose, which is to seek for favor from you. And, and when you get to power and you start to favor people, you cannot run the government right.
That means you're going to run your government on the basis of favorism, on the basis of tribalism, on the basis of corrupt practices. So 100 million, if you give 10,000, you will serve 10,000 people with 10,000 for that 100 million. Say you are giving market women that 10,000. You have to serve 10,000 market women for that 100,000. If you increase the money to like 20,000, you will serve 5,000 of them. And that's a money for those people selling by the roadside. If you give them 20,000, that will improve their economic well-being, that will improve their business, that will improve the GDP of Nigeria. Because that person, by that 20,000, it can revolve it and it can make, if it's a hardworking and a person that really know the business is doing well, before you know it, within the year, that 20,000, it can turn it around to be 200,000. And that will turn around the economy of the country. But look at the way they are doing. They are buying so that they can get into power and then loot your resources. The best business you want to do in Nigeria today is politics. If you can invest in more, it's an investment in politics. Invest there, and your man gets there, and then you reap the fruit of your labor. So let me tell you this. In the United States, you don't need to pay penny for presidential nomination. You don't need to pay penny. It's just some requirements for you to meet. Like in Democratic Party, you have to be 35 years old, maybe 35 or 40 years old. You have to be a US citizen, and you have to live in US for 14 years uninterrupted prior to the time you want to contest for the position of president. And you have to show that you have a, what do you call this? This campaign fund of $5,000. You must have in account a campaign fund of $5,000 that show that, oh, you are serious for this contest. That is what we give you, your nomination form. You don't have to pay nothing.
I take taxes as well. You pay tax, you show your tax.
Trump never showed that, did he?
I mean, the tax is not required. It's just the president. It's just those presidents that are willingly showing their tax. It's not, the Constitution does not require it. The party does, but it's just the requirement by the party. I'm talking about the requirement by the party. What the party requires you before you can get the nomination form to be in the race. You don't have to pay nothing. But here, in copycat democracy, you are paying 100 million. Copycat that you are not copying well, when it comes to, delivering the dividend of democracy to the people, they don't deliver it.
Every democracy is copycat, is a Greek concept.
Well, it evolves some kind of way. So
modern democracy.
It's a Greek concept now. Is it not Aristotle?
Yeah, but your own that you are copying, that you follow the template of the United States, why don't you do yours like that? America doesn't take a dime from anybody to get a nomination form. That is how the best brain can jump into the race. That is how the best brain can jump into the race and then start to move around everywhere, knocking on doors with this team of campaign to to with the steam of campaign, they go everywhere and start mobilizing people. But it's
Ajale Koko, I have a question. If you lost at the primaries, Ajale Koko, if you lost at the primaries,
is the question relevant to the topic, Thomas?
Yes, please. If you lost at the election, is there any refundable? Is it refundable?
I'm sure it's not a refundable amount. For Nigeria, I don't think it's refundable.
No, it's not refundable.
You know, Nigeria don't refund anybody.
Remember Buhari told them to refund the nomination forms for the chairmanship then.
Yes, because they hurriedly did that convention, and he had an agenda of imposing his own people, impose his own will against the interests of the majority of the people, majority of party members, and that is why he said so.
Did you listen to his speech? Their APC or something they did, a meeting they did.
He said during the convention.
No. This recent one they did about 2-3 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
He said there should be no imposition. I was like, looking at this guy. Look at this.
That guy is
after you impose your own person as the now there should be no imposition. It will be the indirect primaries. I was like, oh, look at this guy. This guy is the most political president I've ever seen in that country.
You see him issue the marching order again.
Every time.
All the military have to do this. I don't
give them a marching order.
Marching order, another marching order again.
Another marching order.
Rational mind, you are funny. Someone said it belongs to nobody and belongs to everybody. But you know where it
that
belongs
man is
to.
a fraud, yo.
What does that even mean?
That man is
the biggest 419 guy on the planet. And the fact that they continue to attribute piety to him, like even after all this time, people still want to present him as some clean-cut guy. That just tells you that it's a mastermind fraudster. 419 to the core.
Ridiculous.
So what we have seen there is just telling us that 100 million naira is a way of bribing your way to power. So if you can, so what they have done now, what they are telling us is that position is a position for the rich. If you are not rich, don't come. If you have brain, if you have the capacity, we don't need you. We just need your money. Bring your money into the play. Line yourself. Have with you a team of millionaires and billionaires that can spend money, and you will find your way to power.
If you are a self-funding candidate, in that party, then what they are saying is that you have to be a multi-billionaire to be able to be president. Because if they are charging 100 million naira, then it won't be the last 100 million naira that you have in your account that you sign over now. So you have to have sufficient enough to sign that check without feeling the pain of it. So which then says you have multiples of billions. But then where did you get it from? It's always the next. So that's just the embedding. It's just like I often say about these people, they're actually stealing in open glare, and they say, do your worst.
Yes.
Do your worst.
Do your worst. What can you do?
What can you do?
They're doing it with impunity, no shame.
Adele Gogo, do you think it's like some people say it's a way of screening out those who are not serious? Is that a better way?
No, that is just nonsense. That is just that's
it's,
not who are not
screening in the criminals, isn't it? Not screening out anybody.
So if you are a drug,
what does that even mean? Not serious. What does that mean?
One man, I don't
understand. Because I'm asking. Let's say they set it at 40, because PDP did their own at 40 million, and there was a lot of outrage. Let's say they even did it at 20 million. If somebody comes and puts down 20 million to say he wants to be president, what would you say is not serious? He's putting his money where his ambition is. So you listen to his narrative and you can tell him yes or no. He's just a nonsense, isn't he?
It tells us that this politician are driving this country toward disaster. In 2019, in 2014, the nomination form was 25 million. Last year, 2019, they increased it to, I think, 40 million or 45 million. And now, 4 years later, this time around, it is now 100 million.
You have to consider the inflation now.
So
Ajali Koko, dollar is high now. Dollar is high.
So next 4 years, it's going to go to 200 million. One man. Where are we driving? Where are we driving now?
But by the time they get to the next exercise is it'll be 1 billion.
It's going to be 1 billion. So people like it's Dangote and Femi Otedola that can come.
It's unbelievable. And people are calling that whoever buys a nomination form, that the EFCC must investigate that person. You know, this is what the Human Rights Association, even Adamu Gaba, he was saying along those lines, that whoever is able to afford that, you know, then they should investigate the source of the wealth. For you just to be able to sign a check of and some guy in KEBBI, of course, already signed for Tinubu.
So it just, we don't have any. It is glaring to everybody. It should be crystal clear to everybody now that these people does not mean well for anybody, all for themselves, and people that are rich. Who are the richest people in Nigeria? Are they not the politician?
Somebody has come up with a new one. We are practicing aristocracy. This is according to Oga, aristocracy.
So it's just the whole system is fraud, and you see, what we are practicing in Nigeria, the political entity in totality is fraud. We have a fraudulent political party administration. We have fraudulent election process. We have fraudulent political system. We have fraudulent political structure. And on top of them all, we have fraudulent constitution. How do you think that country can get out of this big mess? This is a crisis. The entire political entity and existence of that country is based on fraud. Such a fraudulent entity, we never give you, we only give you nothing but failure. That is why the country is failing every day in and every day out.
Ajali Koko, can I play devil's advocate? Let's just imagine all of them said they can't afford 100 million. What are they going to do? That the money is too much. All the candidates, they just agree that we can't afford this money, is too much. Do you think the party can cut it down?
They cannot even say that. They are desperate people. These are people that have tasted what we call power. They enjoy the power at its best. The power that, you know, is unchallengeable. Nobody can challenge the excesses of their power. And now they want to go to the top of the top, where they know they are going to be overseeing every other power will be under them. You are saying they want to rebel, that they don't want to pay. No, they are ready to pay because they have your money. It's your money they are spending. You think it's their own money? It's money they have already looted from the wealth of the nation. It's all they are looting that they are spending back, and you think that one Alaji in KEBBI State is buying form for them. So it is APC and PDP. It is time for us as people to know that these people are not representing us, and they can never represent the interests of the the entirety of Nigerian people. It's just unfortunate that we found ourselves, and they are doing it clearly, just as one man said, openly. What can you do? With impunity, and they are getting away with it, and we allow them to get away with it like that, and we want to back them. Some of us still want to support them, still want to do some, what do you call this thing, some permutation, and say, oh, Osinbajo, it's going to be better than this. None of them. This is a fraud. The basis of the party is fraud. The operational basis is fraud. This politics we practice in Nigeria is complete fraud. It's not based on issue. It's not based on service. It's not based on ideology. It's not based on performance. It's a total fraud. So let's jettison these two people, these two parties, and go a new direction. That is the best way out. Let's step out from this political slavery that we find ourselves in that country. This APC and PDP is a political. They are political master. How do we call them?
All right. Adale Koko, let me take you from that space to Goodluck Jonathan, who is saying to all the runners and riders in the APC and presidential race. He's going to them, and he has this. He's quoting the words of Sam Davis. This is what he has to say. So that's Goodluck Jonathan to the rest of the field. Hold on, I'm coming. So hold on, he is coming as he announces that he's still very much in the presidential mix. So what are you then making of Goodluck Jonathan then? Still just knocking, knock, that I'm still here. So what are you making of the I'm still here announcement of Goodluck Jonathan regarding the next president?
But you know what? I don't think Jonathan will come in because, like somebody said earlier, he's going to do the service to the entire South, particularly to Igbo people. However, politicians, you can't trust them because they are so selfish. They only think about their own interests. They don't care about anybody. They don't care about the people. They don't care about the interests of their region or the interests of their people. They only care about their own personal interests. So, because if he has to come in now, he has to come in through APC. I don't think he wants to go in PDP because who is going to support him in PCP?
And also PDP, their nomination form is now closed. You know, so
he cannot. So it's not going to come out from PDP. So, and if he's going to APC, are they going to load him on the people, on TINUBU and the rest of them in APC? So, except if he's a short-sighted person, that is when he's not going to see it on the wall that there's no road for him towards the presidency this time around at all.
But the clamor for him to join the race is still as loud as it ever was, and he is saying that the political process is still ongoing. So clearly, he's getting some encouragement from somewhere that is in play. And the sort of encouragement that Goodluck Jonathan will get will be the encouragement that would reassure him that he stands a chance. Because, you know, if we're this close to the business end of things, if he's not in play anymore, he would have just distanced himself, just not to crowd the space, because he doesn't want to be a nuisance to the space. So if he doesn't have the ambition, he would have categorically made that clear that he doesn't have the ambition. But he said that watch this space and all of these things that he's saying. he must be getting reassurances from somewhere, and the level of reassurance that he is getting is sufficient, is enough for him to want to hold the spot. So I'm essentially thinking that what I'm suggesting is, does he have Buhari's backing? Is really the thing.
How many people Buhari going to back?
We don't know who is backing. A lot of people come out to say that he's backing them.
How many people? We said it. We permuted it here that he's backing
AMAECHI.
He's backing AMAECHI. He's backing Tinubu, and now he's going to back Jonathan. How many people is he going to back? So Jonathan should just give himself that honor as a former president of Nigeria. There's nothing that he wants to go and do now in that office that he has not done before. And yes,
is that not the same divide and rule tactics?
Divide and rule.
I mean, what I'm saying is they're bringing in Jonathan. Jonathan is speaking the way he's speaking. It's not the same divide and rule tactics that.
Oh yes, you're right.
Out, because with Jonathan in the race again now, the whole other aspirant or whatever candidate you call them, I mean, they will lose out from what I'm saying. If he gets the backing of the North, around, I doubt if anybody will be able to beat him, except maybe
So Jonathan,
if he joins the race, then it will essentially be between him, Osinbajo, and Tinubu, because Tinubu is not going to step down, and Osinbajo, he has the backing of the Redeemed Church, which he invests a lot of confidence in, and he also wants to test his popularity. So if Jonathan comes in, then all of these AMAECHI, Ngige, Okorota, they'll just fade out, and then it'll be a three-way battle between Osinbajo, Tinubu, and Goodluck Jonathan.
So if he comes in, where is the structure he's going to use? Does he have any structure?
No, but he will only come in under assurances now. So is that assurance that is a structure?
It will be so. It will. I don't want to say a very bad word for him, but he will destroy his
legacy.
And he will miscalculate so bad because he won't win. There's no way he's going to win. He won't be able to secure the ticket. And if they
why not like if he go to another party like third force, like
no,
SDP.
hold on. Let Ajanle Koko stay with that narrative. Stay with your narrative, Ajanle Koko.
So, and if they load him on the other aspirant, the party, that'll be the end of APC. That'll be the end of APC. A lot of politicians in APC at different positions at the top will resist it.
Do you see what I mean, Ajanle Koko? Because we are getting the APC primaries in about about 6 weeks up. No, about 5 weeks. Today is the 23rd. So about 5 weeks away, and the PDP is roughly about 4 weeks away. So, and they've already closed their nomination forms. So if Goodluck Jonathan does not have the ambition to still be president, then he would not be saying, watch this space, the political process is still moving. I know you want me to declare, but I cannot say anything now. So that's not the language of somebody that is not in play.
You're right.
It
sounds like somebody that is one leg in, one leg out.
Yeah, so I think he's waiting for a final word from somebody. Yes. And that can only be in APC.
Yes, but that final word from somebody will only be from Buhari. And I'm telling you, Buhari may miscalculate.
he himself will miscalculate because the political juggernauts and leaders in that party will resist Jonathan imposition on them. And if they force him, if they use all the power, all the resources, the federal might to secure the ticket for him, that is the end of APC.
But out of everybody that they have, only Goodluck Jonathan is the one that they know categorically can win an election. Because, yes, he has done it before.
He cannot win election.
Well, he has won an election before. A lot of people will say he won an election twice.
What is the number one failure ever in the history of politics in Nigeria?
Okay.
A person that was in power, and from outside, somebody can come and rattle you and defeat you. That showed that the whole country rejected him, or the majority of people rejected him. So he was a failure. And he failed.
No, I wouldn't say that makes him a failure. I think he demonstrates because in most instances they reject everybody after their first term, but they rig themselves back in. And he could have, and he did not. So that is an endorsement of him in a lot of people's eyes.
Well, he was a failure because they rejected him at the poll. It shows that he was not managing the affair of the countries very well. He was defeated on the basis of insecurity, on economy, and on what is this three other things. That was what was used against him, and they defeated him. So what is the Ghana? A person that lost election the last time is the person you want to bring in. You think he can win again from another party? He's never been a member of the party. He never sacrificed, never contributed nothing into the party. You think people will be stupid to accept him?
Ajale Goko, can I say something?
Okay.
See, it will be don't let me use the word unfair. We can't say Jonathan has not contributed to the party. After all, like you said, he was defeated. We know that he was outrigged because that's
you mean to APC. He contributed to APC.
Yeah, by handing over power to them. That's a contribution.
No. That one is a different. He lost election. He has nothing.
The same way the northern politician trusted the OBJ because he handed over power to one of them in 1979. That's the same way they will look at Jonathan. The fact that he brought APC to power alone is a great contribution because otherwise APC will not have.
No. You are taking it on a different dimension. It did not contribute practically into the development of APC. It did not sacrifice anything to the development of APC.
I don't know if you understand what Ola is saying.
I understood what you're saying, but we have to say it. We have to say it on a clear term so that we don't mix things up.
Yeah. But what I think
the contribution. Hold on. What it did was for the nation, was for the country, not for APC. The handing over was for the country good.
All right. Let's hear Rational Mind's interpretation of what he thinks.
I think what Ola is saying is that to the Northerners in APC, that is a payback for him now, like the Northerners did for Obasanjo. I think that's what Ola is trying to say. Like you said, Agalekoko, you're right, it didn't contribute, but it contributed to the emergence of, to the coming to power of Buhari, and to those cabals in Buhari's inner circle. It's a thank you time now for them to, like, okay, we want to pay you back for handing over, for doing the right thing for us. I want man to come in. Now we'll make you now the next president. I think that's what he's saying, what Ola is saying. Ola, if I'm wrong, you can say.
I agree with you.
Yeah. All right, so back to you, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, what my position is that I don't know how that will be used as a contribution to the success of APC. He did not contribute. Some people have been, you know, some people like Tinubu and the rest of them have been in that party from the day one, and they have contributed immensely to the success of the party, to the existence of the party. If not for them, APC wouldn't have been existent, and some other leaders from the north. They are the one that directly contributed to the successes of APC and not Jonathan.
Of course, everybody doesn't know that now.
And at this time, when it is time for them to reap the fruit of their labor, you want to go and bring somebody, from how do you call it? From the bring somebody in through the back door and then impose him, give him all. It doesn't work like that in politics. But you have to be member of the party. You have to contribute to the success and development.
Well, Goodluck Jonathan is speaking with confidence, and there's only one space open left for him, unless PDP give him a special dispensation to reopen the nomination forms, which a lot of the players in that space they will not agree to. So the only nomination space that is still available is APC, and he is speaking with confidence that don't rule me out just yet. So clearly,
the general election, how do you want to sell Jonathan?
Jonathan is very sellable. He's the most sellable of all of the candidates in play.
He's not sellable because you people, APC in particular, campaigned against him.
No, don't worry about that.
No. Hold on.
You've said all these things before. All right.
Hold on. Don't say, don't worry about that. Oshiomhole did it in Edo State. He said, I brought you. What was it that happened between him and the Inyamu, or what is the name of his last candidate?
Obaseki.
No,
Eze Yamu now.
Eze Yamu. He campaigned against Eze Yamu in 2017 that he's a corrupt person in this and that. And now he brought Eze Yamu in 2019 saying that, I'm sorry that I described Eze Yamu as a bad person. I didn't know that this one, Obaseki, was the worst. And the people said, are you stupid? You think we are stupid?
Do you know how? Sorry, hold on. Can you hold on, please? Do you know how Goodluck Jonathan lost that 2015 election? Do you know how he lost?
What do you mean by how does it lose?
You know that there was a. Do you know the first Inspector General of Police under Buhari's administration? I can go and take up his name. I can't recall his name fully now. He was the Commissioner of Police for Kano State then. They heavily rigged elections in Kano State. They should have and could have and must cancel the results from Kano State, which was one of the states that tipped it in his favor. The same thing in Borno. In fact, how Atahiro Jega can still speak in the Nigerian public space, they just rigged it all the way through. But then all of the elements were against Goodluck Jonathan. Obama was on his neck. The North were threatening, and even people within his own party, they were moving against him. But the electorates were with him, and he won that election. He knew he won it, but the tension in the space was so heightened with Buhari making all these threats. And his own party, remember Babangida Aliyu and all of these people that they just AMAECHI, etc. So the orchestration was that much that even though he won the election, he just decided to give up the space because the situation was so heightened. There's no way, you cannot say that Goodluck Jonathan was rejected in 2015 when you know full well, or you should know that he was not. He just seeded it just to keep the nation. It said there's no blood. He said, come on, man. So Goodluck Jonathan's popularity is still very much intact amongst the Nigerian people. I would suggest that, but of course, that's my own view.
One man, he doesn't have any popularity.
Oh, well, it's popular with me and a lot of people, so maybe not with you. Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you why he's not popular. The party failed under his watch, the PDP. We had members, some leaders of PDP that broke away from PDP to APC, to form APC. Those are the ones that gave the victory to APC. If the PDP members did not go to APC, APC wouldn't have won. Saraki delivered Kwara and Kogi. Atiku left as well. Tambuwa left. Kwankwaso left. What are you talking about, one man? If you have a person, a leader that cannot manage anything, he cannot manage the party. The party broke under his watch. And the country started all this terrorism and all these things started under his watch.
No, it did not. It started under Obasanjo's administration. What do you mean the terrorism?
It wasn't under.
Yes, Boko Haram started under Obasanjo's administration.
It didn't start. Boko Haram did not start under Obasanjo.
All right. Well, I can go and fact check that. It started under Obasanjo, but let's not open that space because we're too heavy into the. We're moving towards the end. Otherwise, I would have just gone to.
Yeah, there was Boko Haram, but they were not armed.
Yeah.
They were not armed gang. They were not armed gang during Obasanjo. It was during the Yaradua and Jonathan that they started. And during his time, Abuja, they heated the police sector in Abuja. They heated United Nations. They heated so many targets in Abuja under Jonathan. So he failed. And the campaign hard, APC campaign hard. All the tapes are still there. They will play it against them. That this is what you call this man. What make him the hero now that you want to present him to us as an hero? So let us just Goodluck Jonathan, if he really loves himself, he should make an announcement clearly that
do you know what the margin of victory was for Buhari over Goodluck Jonathan?
Well, maybe like 4 million or 3 million plus or so.
Yeah, it was roughly 6%.
Oh yes, that was a. I mean, for an incumbent to be beaten with 6%.
And do you know where that comes from?
Yeah, largely from the north.
No, that came from Kano.
Well, yes. Do you know why?
I've already said why.
I just don't know. There's no why there. I told you, Kwankwaso get out from there. Kwankwaso moved to APC. The present governor was there. Shekarau, the old governor, was there. What do you mean? You think they will not deliver it? That was overwhelming. Look at all the interest group in one party, and you said they will not deliver Kano with overwhelming result. Come on. It's not a popular candidate. If he loves himself, he should come out in a very strong time and tell the country, I'm not interested in the presidency. I had it before. I try my best.
Do you know who the commissioner of police was for Kano State in 2015? 2014-2015. His name was Ibrahim Idris. His name was.
And so, what does that mean? What's the name? What's the big deal?
Do you know who Buhari appointed immediately became president as Inspector General of Police?
Who was that?
Ibrahim Idris.
Well, it doesn't mean nothing to me.
Well,
it doesn't mean nothing.
It is true that there were many factors that was against Jonathan. Like some of them you mentioned, which also Morman mentioned. These are the factors that really played against him, that made him lose that election. But then, like we're saying here, for
Look,
me,
let me tell you, a rational mind. Other than what I mentioned, you know what break the camel back was Southwest. The vote from
Southwest,
Southwest.
yeah,
Jonathan completely.
of course, yeah, that too.
The Southwest have not voted for Jonathan. I mean, for Buhari. There's no way Buhari will have won as well. There are so many factors that work against Jonathan.
Yeah.
All because he could not manage anything.
Southwest rigged
not
in
a good
favor
major.
of
He's not a
Buhari.
good manager.
Don't say that they voted for Buhari is what is not going well with me. They rigged against Jonathan. That
PDP too rigged.
That's what I said. That's
you
why
know
I
how many
said
votes?
APC outrigged Buhari, outrigged Jonathan, outrigged. That's what I said. But then the question we should ask is this: why did they have to sign peace accord? You know, like what I said the other time, that the like of Pastor Bakari and Bishop Kuka, they have to sign that peace accord. If they had not signed that peace accord, perhaps Jonathan would not have added over for the fear of him being prosecuted. So that's why when we say Jonathan really helped these people, if not because of that peace accord, Jonathan would not have handed over. And as we speak today, they would not have done nothing about it. So it was Jonathan that willingly, just because they gave him the land, how it was going to land softly, that it was not going to be prosecuted. That was why he could hand over. Even there was a time that he was in doubt that how am I sure that this thing you are telling me that is going to be so? To tell you that he was afraid too, or he was afraid of prosecution. So that he didn't contribute. So he contributed. He was the one that gave them power. Otherwise, PDP will still be there.
All right. Round off your thoughts on that space, Adanle Koko, and then I want to take you to. Did you want to add something, Rational?
No, I've rounded up. I thought you were addressing me. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'll take you to another talking point, Adanle Koko. Yeah.
So Jonathan, if he really love himself, if he really want to maintain his position as an elderly statesman in that country, and if he doesn't want to ridicule his image and his legacy, he should come out and tell Nigerians, I am not interested in the position of presidency again. I have had it before. I've done I did my best, and whoever that emerges as the next president, I will put my weight behind that person, and I'll be willing to work with him on any assignment whatsoever for the development of the country. That is what he needs to do. This nonsense, one leg in, one leg out, is just show how it just confirmed that some of these leaders are not men of integrity. What else does he want to do? What is it that he left in that office that he want to go and get? He should just save his head out of trouble and just tell Nigerians he is not interested, so that
could he also be could he also be that so that they won't come and always come and disturb him? That was why I said, okay, don't worry. He put them on a definite kind of
no, but he could have just said no now, and that would have shut it down, like
yeah,
shut it down. Yeah,
he could have done that too. But I was just thinking maybe just don't want them to
said,
come over
I've done my time for the country. I'm an elder statesman now. I'm doing a lot of African work, which is there's so many things he could have said.
Yeah.
You know, my only objection to Goodluck Jonathan is that he only has one term left. If not for that, I would have him in a heartbeat over and above anybody else.
I will not even want him for one CC. Is the worst ever in the history of that country.
You see, there's a difference of opinion right there. For me, it's the best president.
Let me tell you, his failure brought us to where we are today. His failure. During his time, he governed with favoritism as well.
Yeah.
He governed with exclusion. He governed with all this nonsense. So this kind of leadership, when you see them, we have to reject them. He played the same way Buhari was playing against the Yoruba people. And that is why Yoruba voted strongly against him. And he was corrupt. His administration was the most corrupt ever. They were, look at
compared
all
to
the money. Where are the $200 million per barrel and $150 million per barrel that they were selling oil there? Where are all that money? Where are the money? They lavish it.
They lavish it. What about all the infrastructure he built?
There we go. One man with infrastructure.
No. What about all the infrastructure he built? Was that from where is that not? What about all the things he built?
So all those money, you can quantify with those nonsense they said they built.
Nonsense.
Yes. In what way?
A real service for the country is a nonsense.
Which rail service? Which rail service did
the
they build?
one that Buhari's clansmen are blowing up now that he built?
Okay, those that locomotive is what they build with all this money.
When did you last go to Abuja? When did you last go to Abuja? Because if you go to Abuja, you don't have to call a taxi. Just hop on the metro line that Goodluck Jonathan.
You got that metro line? What man is that a metro? You know what they call metro line?
No, let's not get into that. It's just a train service. So don't hook me on whatever it is you're trying to hook me on. But he built a train line service that ferries from the airport into the city. Is essentially what is a metro line or not, is but he built that.
What Adeleko is asking you, one man, is the money they spent on that project, does it equal what is being what is
No, I can give you more and more list.
Yeah. Don't worry, one man, Daddy.
The thing is this: you are calling Jonathan the worst president. You see, that's the way the issue.
No, they are saying where is all the money. When Fashola came, you were here when I was doing the narrative now, and I went and brought out the details when Fashola told us here he had built in terms of infrastructure the most. So that's where the money went.
Compared to what they have achieved.
He said up till date, up to when he was speaking in 2016, Fashola, do you want me to go and bring it up again?
I'm not disputing what he's saying.
All of those things.
Considering the context of what he's saying.
Is it not money that is used for all of that? He's building infrastructures. He's building rail service. He's building a light rail to recalibrate the city. He's building all these AMAECHI schools and all over the thing. Building. And you're saying what happened to all the money? What is he using to build all these things that he's building?
We're not saying they did not use money.
Rational mind. And even some of the projects of Buhari started from this man. Almost
all of the projects. And you're saying what did he do with the money? It's all public record now.
All the money they made during the $150 per barrel of what oil they sold. Is it reflecting in the account they left behind? Is it reflecting in all the
rational mind? The problem is the comparative. When you are doing you are using some kind of adjective. Calling Jonathan the worst government.
No, I'm not saying I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
That makes Buhari better. That's the implication.
No.
And it's a wrong signal to Nigerians.
And even that answer, what happened to all the money, is already detailed in all of the infrastructures.
We thought Buhari was going to be good, but Buhari is worse than him. I agree. But what I'm saying is that it's still part of the problem of that country. So we don't.
Nobody's disagreeing with that. If that's the issue, every president from 1960 to date, they are part of the problem of that country.
But nobody can query Goodluck Jonathan on infrastructure when one of the senior most of an administration that got him out of office, and they had reason to rubbish him. He told us that he's built in the history of that country till date the most infrastructure. So nobody can rubbish him on that, even if the opposition are saying no. When Buhari went to launch the Kaduna-Abuja rail, which was about 3 months after, or 3-4 months into his administration, Lai Mohammed in his usual cheeky manner was saying, yes, Buhari is a get up and do sort of a guy, that he did this, that, and the other. And Buhari had to caution him because Buhari, he does have moment of honesty. And he said, no, I cannot take the attribution for building this rail service. This was built by the previous administration. So in terms of infrastructure, when even the opposition party are crediting him, we cannot rubbish him, can we?
We're not saying all this. These are not. We know that these are fact that they did this rail and all of that. There's some of the roads we know, maybe even better than what they did. And most of the thing that they are doing right now was Jonathan's.
Fashola said that the motorable roads in Nigeria were built. He made the point to make sure that he mentioned motorable.
But I'm not disputing that fact.
I mean,
I'm not disputing that fact with you.
And you're saying, what did they do with all the money? Is
the money that they had in their possession then? Is it reflecting the infrastructure we saw?
Well, the opposition party is telling you that it does.
No, it is not.
You should be asking Rotimi. Then I disagree. You should be asking Rotimi.
But they did better than Buhari. I agree.
They share this. They share the money in this reserve, the crude account. They took Jonathan to court when Ngozi was saying they should save for the raining days. You understand? They said no, that it is raining now. AMAECHI in his words said it is raining now, and he led those people that took this guy Jonathan to court, and they won. That was how they shared the money in that SS crude oil account. So when we are talking of Jonathan, don't let us forget that we have 36 state governors too that wanted that money. So the question is this: this guy built infrastructure. Let's now look at what did those people, the state governors, including AMAECHI and co, that are now saying now, what did they build? So when we are talking of where those money goes, you understand, we should look at what those people do with their money in comparison to what Jonathan did. We are not saying he did the best. The contract was inflated under Jonathan, but these guys we are talking about, the crook of the day now. Honestly, I've never seen any contract inflation.
Did you hear what Adele Koko said at the beginning when he was saying about how Jonathan mismanaged his party's wahala that also contributed to his downfall, to him losing that election? Do you know the several attempts that were made to reconcile him with what's his name, former House of Rep, this guy from Sokoto? How many Babangida Aliyu from Niger State? How many times they tried to reconcile him with AMAECHI before all of them they decided to dump the PDP? You know the kind of politics that he was. Do you know how
trying to reconcile with AMAECHI that wanted to become president?
Do you remember how he sent a common commissioner of police to go and lock out what's his name, a governor of a whole state in Rivers State? You see, Jonathan he had some faux pas. He did some really terrible mistake, and people that were whoever was giving him advice then, they misled him.
Look, the rational mind. There's nothing Jonathan would do to pacify.
Okay, let me give you an example. Let me land this point. What I'm making is this: look at Ekiti State Governor and Buhari. There are some matters they don't see high on high. You can hear Fayemi rant on TV. This is I would disagree with the president, but when they go, they are from the same party. But when they meet in private, it changes his tone of voice, or maybe wherever. I mean, then he comes out publicly and then he starts speaking his grammar. So what I'm trying to tell you is that is the failure of Jonathan. If he had handled his party's problem very well,
for being a Democrat is a failure.
We know.
Is Buhari a Democrat?
We know. That is the kind of politics. I'm not saying what he did. I'm not saying, but I'm saying that if he had managed it well, perhaps.
Rational mind. There was no way he was going to manage
the only other way was to be draconian like Buhari and to use bullets to control people. Is that what he wanted them to do?
I'm not seeing him put bullet on Fayemi's head though.
See,
you don't think Buhari is controlling everybody? So you don't think Buhari is controlling them with bullets? What do you look at?
It is stick and carrot, whatever they call it.
What's stick and carrot? It's a gunman.
Hold on. You just have to employ a little bit of corruption. That's what Buhari is doing. He didn't put gun to anybody's head. So what I'm just trying to say, very please, is Jonathan. I'm not saying compared to this guy that is there right now. He's a saint. I would say, yeah, he's a saint. But that Jonathan deserved to come back based on his past record. No, Nigerians should not consider that because
in your opinion?
Well, I mean, the record is there because they voted him out. He was voted out.
Well, in your opinion,
why do we need it when you voted him out? You want to go back to 2015, where everybody was lamenting of how the insecurity was going on, the bombing in Abuja. We know all these things were orchestrated by some people. But what I'm saying is, we do not
So
want to
the insecurity in 2015 is worse than it is now.
No, I won't say that. I won't say that.
Was it being contained?
It was better under Jonathan.
Was it being contained under Goodluck Jonathan?
Jonathan did a very good job than what this idiot that is there. I agree with that on that. But that we need him back again. Friends, I mean, guys, we need to move forward. We don't want to go back. Let us look for some
okay, and where is forward? Where is forward for you? Where are we moving to?
Well, it's not a popular thing here on your platform, one man. I know where most of us here on this platform, we stand on this matter. Vote these idiots out. All of them.
Yeah, no, but that has no meaning now.
It has no meaning. Yeah, I know that's what we're going to say.
No, but where are we going to now? Vote them to create a vacuum?
No.
So what is the future for
There
you?
are other parties vying for that open. APGA is there.
Such as APGA.
Hold on. Not only APGA now. I mean,
don't let him bully you in Showore. That's it. What is one man going to do?
So why is he afraid to say? Say
what
it now.
One man going to do?
That's what you believe. Then say it now.
I will come to that. We have YPP, we have AAC, we have the rest of them. They all have their candidates. At least in Osun State now, they have a governorship candidate. Maybe it's not popular, perhaps. Vote the idiots out. Not even PDP, not even APC. Vote them out. Put the
rational mind. Rational mind. You are even judging yourself. You said it's not popular. So how will you win election?
I mean, popular.
No, I'm actually wanting to know now.
One man's platform is not popular. It's not a popular.
Who is not popular?
I mean, I'm not saying these parties are not
popular.
popular.
Who is not popular? Who is not popular?
I mean, these parties I just mentioned, apart from APC and AAC. I mean APC.
No, every party is popular. If you are talking about Showore, he's the most popular candidate on this platform. I think
really?
Maybe it was only my voice that does not support him, but I think everybody else does, which tells you that he's the most popular candidate on this platform.
Okay.
Apart from myself, I don't know that there are too many people that even Solly, he has joined the Showore train. So I'm not quite sure how you can say it's not popular when everybody.
I'm with you, one man. I'm with you.
Anytime we try to talk about Showore, sometimes we get beaten by you and some other.
What do you mean get beaten? You don't get beaten now. You get a counter argument. You get a counter argument. You get a counter argument. That's it. Now you know. There's no free lunch on this platform. Free lunch. So Ajale, back to you.
I don't know why people want to be talking about Jonathan. Jonathan that did not do anything for his own people. How many infrastructure did he build in the South that processes the wealth of the country? What does he do there? And you want to call that man a success? Are you serious? You are saying that you said you did. What did he do? What did he do for South people? What is the infrastructure that he built there?
Aison is from the creeks now, so homeboy is something.
How did he alleviate poverty in the South? What did he do? I am saying this man is the worst president, and I will stand by it. Is the worst of the worst. A person that was given so much and he could not manage anything well. He made a template. He decided not to follow that template that worked well for the country, but follow the way of corrupt practices. And that was what killed him. Simple. That was what took the government out of his hand. Because he was looking for that second time. He wanted to go. So he was allowing corruption to flow so that when politicians are satisfied with their corrupt practice, when he doesn't check them, they will automatically back him for second time. And did he get it? He failed. The party broke up on his head, and this country started broken up on his head. He couldn't manage, and he was saying it, oh, I have Boko Haram in my government. Really? You have Boko Haram in your government, and you know those people, and you can't fish them out? You can't show them as an example to others? Let us know those Boko Haram in your government. You see, when you have somebody that is not competent, it could be a professor of zoology. It doesn't mean that he's competent to run a country or competent to run an organization at all. He's not competent for that position, and that was why he failed. That was why he lavished all the money that was left behind by what do you call this man? By Yabo Obasanjo. All the money that was in the SS crude oil account was swallowed, and he borrowed up to $8 billion after the time he was leaving. When nation was it met a zero indebtedness, and during the short time, it increased our external debt to $8 billion. $8 billion. What did he do with the money he was making on the oil for several years that he was there when the oil price was at the highest? With all those money he was making, with the money he have in the bank, he loved everything was gone. And we didn't see anything he did in the South to alleviate the poverty of its people. It didn't build any infrastructure. It did the environmental pollution. It didn't make any effort to clean it up.
Are you attributing the Yar'Adua tenure to him as well? Because you've gone from Obasanjo straight to Goodluck Jonathan.
Did you not? How many years? Did you want to regard Yar'Adua as a president in Nigeria? Somebody that
He was a president for 2 years, and then his wife looted the law.
How do you want to measure the performance of somebody for 2 years against somebody that was there for 6 years? Did he not spend 6 years?
There is a lot to measure that I will tell you now.
Between 2 years.
Wait now. You see this amnesty that people have turned to business now. It was actually the unintended consequence of what Yar'Adua did. When you were negotiating with criminal, good, those people were agitating, right? But in criminal way, you could have done it better rather than the type of amnesty you gave them. Now, what the government of the day now is more concerned about granting by Fulani terrorists and S-men terrorists. Sorry, I don't want to use the word Fulani. And Boko Haram people, they are more concerned about giving them amnesty and pardon than even fighting the insecurity in Nigeria today. So that little thing, you just overlook at it that Jonathan didn't do anything. He did a lot to damage the country than anybody since 1960. So it looks little to you, but very huge. That is the template they are using now. Just let the terrorists terrorize our military. Let our military the personnel lose their life. At the end of the day, by the time they capture them, we've reformed them. We even recruit them. So it's so terrible. That guy did worse. Just because he died, we just use that one. Okay, let us ignore him and let us.
And what was the borrowing?
Ola, what did you say? Did you say he did the worst? Yar'Adua did the worst?
Yeah, that's his opinion.
Of course, yes. That's what I said. Yeah.
Just like you think.
What do you mean that he did the worst?
He brought the template of pandoning
What is template? What's template? Are those guys? Are you calling them terrorists when their entire how do you call it? Their land. Their land. Hold on.
I don't know. Okay, go on. But this is a new conversational space about. Go on. Yeah.
So, the environmental degradation by Nigerian state, when the fishermen cannot go to the sea to farm or to the river to fish again, their land, they cannot farm there again, all because Nigeria was exploring oil there. They mess up the whole land and nothing for them. And you said they should not stand up and demand for the government to compensate them. And when the government now finally came and said, okay, what you are fighting for, I think, yes, you guys are fighting the just cause. This is the compensation for you. So you are saying that that is wrong approach by the government. I mean, you can't use that. Hold on. You cannot use that.
Hold on. Ajanle Koko, I've got the price of crude oil from 1987 till date. So all this huge amount of money that you are saying, Goodluck Jonathan was making under crude oil. That it doesn't rhyme.
Okay, look at from his own time when he came into the government. He came into the government in 2010, I guess.
Right.
Or 2011.
Yes.
2009 or 2010, and he left 2014. Look at those prices then.
Okay, 2010. So the average closing for the year in 2011 is $94.88. The year opened at $91.589, and it closed and the year high was $113. And in 2022, the year high is $123. So Buhari is actually
no. You cannot look at it. You cannot look at it like that.
Those are the data. So I'm not sure. I'll put it in the comment section for people to see along as well.
Don't compare. You know what is responsible. So you know what is responsible to what we are today. So look at all the years under Jonathan. That is what you need to let us know. Don't just bring that small and then compare it to what we are today. We know what is responsible.
Okay. So when did Goodluck Jonathan come in? Which year?
I think he came into 2009 or 2010.
Okay, in 2009, the oil price was $61.95. In 2010, $79.48. In 2011, $94.88. 2012, $94.05. 2013, $97.98. 2014, $93.17. And then in and then it fell heavily after that, only to then recalibrate in 2018. So I'm not sure.
2000 and there was a time that price was like 150 and all the rest of them.
No, they're not according to the data.
Which the data how
is in the comment section for everybody to have a look at as well.
Yeah, there are some months that the oil price was higher than what you have.
It looks as though those are Lai Mohammed figures, but not actual figures.
No, that's not Lai Mohammed. There was time.
No. This is that. I don't argue with that. That's the average for each year. This is that time.
We are talking about average. Average. You are reading to us. You are reading average to us.
Yeah, I'm not giving. Look, what do you mean average? Okay, so sorry. If you're on a laptop, you can just click on the link that I've posted in the comment section. It says year closing price, opening price, year high, year low, and then year close, and then the changes in percentages.
What is year high? Year by year. That is the year high that we have to follow.
Yeah, look at that. You know, year high is a peak. It might only be for one day, but it's a peak.
No, read those peak. It can't be for one day. It lasts for some months.
No. It can be for one day. Now that's a high. Now, if it's recorded, then it's recorded.
Okay, let us hear the year high. You are reading the year low. What
I read to you was the average, which is what I should read to you.
Which is still okay.
So
if you have the average for the whole year at that price, that was very good price.
So, Agali Koko.
Yes.
Between 2000 to 2010, there was 180i. According to the chart here that I have here.
Okay.
So they were selling crude oil at 180.
Okay. That was all
where is that? Between when and when?
That is between 2000 and 2010.
Yes.
Where are you saying that?
Yes.
In fact, it should be something around 2008, 2009. It was 180 per barrel.
Yes. That
Where
is
are you
the
saying
year
that?
I was referring to.
Look at the chart now.
I'm looking at the chart. I'm not seeing what you are saying.
June 2008. It peaked at 183 June 2008.
For 1 month.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Well, what are we doing now?
But if it peaked, there's 160.
No, that's why we're going with the average now. How can you say it peaked for 1 month and then that 1 month is the totality
we
of
don't know
the
if it's 1 month. What did you
see
see in 1 month? Where did you see it?
I just told you now.
No, where did you see it? Where did you see it?
Let's but Ola just told you.
I said June 2008. You were the one pointing us to
June 2008.
So
come on, man. What are we doing?
Moving average is a better way.
So this is what I've just said. What are you doing now? All right.
So if you having it at average for $90-something, that was a very, very good amount. That was a very stable, high amount ever that you can look up to.
It wasn't averaging at 90.
During the time Obasanjo came in as the president, the oil price was like $7 or $8 per barrel. Check it.
No, it wasn't.
In 1999. Look it up.
It was $19.
It was $19. So what are you talking about?
$19.
Compare it to when Jonathan was there. He was selling for $90-something. And during that $19, Obasanjo was still able to save money and left money in what do you call it? SS crude account.
There was a time he sold
all the debt. This man made so much money all through his own year and he lavished everything. There's no savings.
Obasanjo actually had in instances. When did Obasanjo leave government?
2007.
All right. Under Yar'Adua, that was when you really had the real peak.
Exactly.
So during the Obasanjo time, the price of oil was not good.
No, it was good. It was good.
What was the average? Tell us.
Well, it started off around about $19 thereabout.
Okay.
But then it started to ratchet up, and then it came up to 41, 56, 66.
Okay.
You know, so
and that was the best time. That was the best time ever. Yeah. That was the best time ever. During the this Fourth Republic that we are languishing in suffering. That was the best time ever that the nation recorded so much successes.
So all this narrative that Goodluck Jonathan was selling oil for $200 per barrel. That's
never said $200. I never said $200.
No, that's what he said. Yeah. So
I know it sold above $100 at some point during his tenure.
But it never averaged above $100, and you have to go with the average.
Okay, if you look at the average.
Sorry, where did he average?
I'm going to dig it out. Is it as we're talking?
The average above $100. You know what an average is? It's a calibration between the highest and the lowest, and the consistency in the flow.
Oh man!
So
what are you saying? The average? It never averaged.
I did say average. Oh, did I say average? Maybe I misspoke. There was a time. There was a time.
You can't say he sold for 1 month for something in a 6-year tenure.
There was a time for about consistently for about 6 months. It went above $100.
Look at this guy.
Okay, I'm gonna have to put. I'm just busy. I'm doing some other thing here.
Rational man, you are saying you have to average it across. You don't use a month data. How many years did Jonathan spend there? You average everything, so you don't just go and say the day it was 200 and you say okay it was 200. No, that's a kangaroo data. But you see, sometimes
do we agree that if it's sold above to $90 per barrel, that's a good price? Do you agree that?
That's what I'm saying. That's a very, very good price.
That was the best price ever. Average
was $90-something. The whole time it was there. One man just ready to work. It was even stable at that average. All the years that it was there, it was
not all the years. It was 79. Yeah, it was $79.
Majority was 90. Majority was 90-something, and that was very good. And this man did not have no savings for the country. All the money, they lavish it, and they borrowed loan on top of it. And you want to tell me that this man is and the party broke on his head, and he lost the election.
All right.
Let me quickly ask.
All right. Gentlemen, I want to seek to start to round off here and to land on Ajanle Koko. So if you can help me out by being somewhat, very rapid with the rounding off. I'll start off with Ego, who I suspect we've already lost. So Ego, I'm sure you are no longer with us. So is it good night, Ego? Yes, it is good night, Ego. So thank you, Ego, who insists that Osinbajo will be the next president. So from Ego, we go on to Thomas. Thomas, you know the routine. Just a very short summary.
Oh yes, thank you, woman. Woman, before you go, maybe one of your admin maybe block me on YouTube. I'm serious stating. Because I want to even super chat. I can't super chat. I don't know what happened. Because your admin has the power to block somebody. I don't know what happened. Who blocked me? I can't comment on YouTube. I can't do anything. But aside from that, I don't have much to say. We've said, we've spoken. Everybody has spoken very well. May God bless everyone. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you, Mama.
All right, thank you, thank you, Thomas. I don't know what's going on with the thing. I'm pretty certain nobody has blocked you because they know that you are one of the regular voices. That may well be a YouTube issue, but that YouTube, they're so difficult to communicate with that I just recall. You can spend a good 6 hours just chatting to somebody and you never get a resolution to anything. But that's just the way they work. But thank you. Let's go on from so I look into that, Thomas. Let's go on from Thomas to Rational Mind. Rational Mind to you.
Yeah, woman, thank you, everybody, and it's been a good session today. We discussed a lot of things. Well, Nigerians, it's up to you to decide what you want to do going forward, because 2023 will be a decisive year for everybody. You will want Jonathan back. It's up to you. Somebody who was rejected and you wanted him back, so it's up to everybody. But for me, I'll keep analyzing here, and I keep saying, we don't need people that are part of the problem to become part of the solution. Let's just have them, just let them go. And let's just bring fresh people with fresh ideas. That's all I have to say. Thank you, one man. And thank you, everybody, once again. Good night and good morning, or wherever you are. Good afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Signing off in the Nnamdi Kanu way. So thank you, Rational Mind. From Rational Mind to Ola. Ola, just a short condensed closing remark. Ola, to you.
Everyone, we appreciate your audience, and we hope to see you later. Like I keep saying, let us get ourselves involved in the process and don't let us leave the thing in the hand of the crooks. You see, one thing in there is this: we know that we don't have the good framework. Our constitution is 40. That is why sometimes it is easier to say, oh, let us vote the old people out and bring new people in. See, some people are there now. They were new people in the old before. People like Yaya Bello, even people like Festus Keyamo, and so many of them. Even people like Oshiomhole there. You see, we've seen the new people that were entering into this political thing that they are even worse than those people that were there before. So the thing that we know that we have that deficit from our constitution. So now, if we cannot change the constitution now, that is why I'm saying that people should just use a fair analysis to determine who they are going to vote for. Don't use emotion. Don't use, oh, this one is not corrupt, that one is not corrupt, it's not part of the BUHARI, for example, was not part of it, and he has shown us the worst today. I'm not saying necessarily that, I'm not saying Sowore is worse, but then the same constitution that can hinder everybody can hinder Sowore and co. So we should just be very careful in the way we look into these issues. It's not going to be, oh, it's either you are extreme toward the left or extreme toward the right. Let us just find a way to strike the balance. Please don't let us forget to thumb up and share. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
All right, thank you, Ola. Well put. So from Ola, a short little closing remark from the mighty Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, to you.
Thank you, woman. I want to thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contribution are quite meaningful. And I want to urge all of you that are listening to us around the world, if you have not liked or click on the thumbs up button, please do that now, because when you do that, that will help the YouTube algorithm of this platform. We want this message to go far to every corner of the world where we have Nigerians, and we want Nigerians to know that yes, it is time for them to stand up and save their country. If they don't stand up now, they might wake up one day and be surprised that the country is gone. So they need to stand up, reach out to their people, let them go and get the PVC and vote against the two party, not APC and not PDP. Let them vote for AAC. If you don't want them to vote for AAC, let them to vote for other party, PRP or Utomi party. Any party you like, tell them to vote, but not these two criminal parties that have destroyed the country. So other than that, I want to thank our brothers and sisters behind the scene, been chatting from the beginning of this session to this time. You are the strength of the platform. Keep on doing the good job you are doing. We give a big thanks to our brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman of One Man Went to Moon Board of Trustee. And I want to thank Alexander Kashier. I want to thank Bonksma. I want to thank Olawale. I want to thank Asgogo. I want to thank Ortiz. I want to thank every one of you back there. You are the strength of the person. Keep on doing the best job, the good job. And I will thank one man as well, the driver of the platform. Without him, we won't be here every day, come to talk about all this situation in the country. So I thank one man, the Eagle, the man that is known as the Eagle. And I hope tomorrow, one man, the Eagle, will land again and we will continue the journey from there. I thank you all. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So that was Ajan Lekoko that runs it off as ever only he can. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So some of you may have noticed that we've not had a session over the last 2 days. I had a bit of a bug or something, which you may have been hearing in my voice over a couple of days towards when we came off. So I just had to, come off the screen because I was no use to anybody for a couple of days. So it was just like bed rest essentially. It was just food went in and came back out sort of thing. So that was so I had to just debug myself. So the debugging essentially is what led to the 2 days hiatus. So we are back now. So hopefully we hustle on straight to February 2023 non-stop. We will continue to flog them till they hear. Omatoni yaoni soon. The Peking will say mama no go sleep, himself no go sleep. That's the relationship we have with the politicians. So in the tradition of Ajan Lekoko, let me acknowledge some of the names in the comment section just to bring everything together so that we come together as one happy family. So Ajan Lekoko's particular favorite, of course, Bonksma, he takes delight. He spends more time talking about our sister Bonksma than anybody else. So Ajan Lekoko, don't think we don't see you. We see you, but Bonksma, a favorite of all of us. So we see Bonksma. Ayankunle Agbola, we see Ayankunle as well. Adewale Olusegun, goes to see you, Shege. Kenadio Network, so we see you as well. Boluwaga Laditi, rather. So Boluwaga, we see you. Ask Google, but hey, what's the question? Oga Namaste. So there's Oga right there. So I wonder if that's a real name. I wonder in some instances. So I don't know why somebody would just call themselves Oga. So that's just it's either ego at play or mommy giving somebody. And then of course, I mean, it can't be anybody else telling us that we're all talking yam. That's Mike right there. Ever the yam man himself. So imagine Mike accusing anybody of talking yam. So this crown, His Majesty, we see you. Chris Unwaugu. So we see you, Chris, as well. He's on, a man from the creeks, Sapele Water, but with heavy grammar. So that is essentially his own sapele water, but with a big grammar. You know, this is the thing. I wonder if equally we should not have educated the Greeks in the way we should educate the Northerners. So maybe we chose the wrong people to educate. We should have educated the Northerners, because the Greeks now, they just you know, sapele water and education. That is what you get with Izon. So Nordic Coin Media, I was only joking, by the way, I'm sure he knows that. Nordic Coin Media, who you know as Rational Mind, he's keeping it honest on both strands, both the comment section and on the screens. Kayode, Ola Dejo, so Sake, usually people call Kayode, usually called Sake. So that's Kayode right there. CBD is angry right now, so that's Mike, of course, who never lets the Igbo space go. Have rest for a moment. Ola, you see him, man and boy, both on the screen and in the comment section. So this Will Wilson, a commentator via Facebook, Rufai Tungi or Tunji, you know, Rufai Tunji, I suspect. Olugbemiro Odunbaku. Yes, Olugbemiro Odunbaku. So that you have to pause to get that name right. So there it is right there. A real steeped in the wool Yoruba name. So Ajanle Koko's nemesis, he agrees with him for once, Abdul Momoni. Ajanle Koko, this time I think I agree with your analysis on Jonathan. You are 100% right. So write that down in your diary, because I don't think he'll probably have to go and wash his mouth now that he's agreed with Ajanle Koko. It will recoil from that because the job, of course, is always to oppose Ajanle Koko. British victim. So I don't know quite what the victimhood is all about. But there he is or she is. So that's a gender ambiguous name. So you don't really know what attribution to give to that. So and then we have William here. I won't attempt your last name. William Onwuka. William Onwuka. Accomplished tutors. So about what are you teaching is the thing. Teacher no teach me nonsense, according to Fela Kuti. The king, the one and only, His Majesty. So that's the king right there. And let's see if we can just capture a couple more and then we leave it there. Mike Ajayi joins us. Hey, Mikey. Usually, Mike, you call them Mikey. Plug set, we see you, and we land on Jay and Ken. So Jay and Ken rounds it off, and that has been the session. So it's back with the bank. Hopefully, the schedule resumes as it always does. Let's acknowledge this name only because it's new to the space. Let me now look at it very well, so see if I can pronounce it in a way that does not offend. Omenogo Christopher. So Omenogo Christopher. So that a Delta name right there. There's no mistaking that. So we'll give him the final say. As I leave you here, carry the conversation on within the comment section about here. I say peace.